Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. Torturing a child while her parents looked on helplessly is an act of pure cruelty that is beyond description. Killing a whole family is a terrible thing in and of itself. In 1996, this became the main motivation for the whole Pope County Sheriff's Office in Arkansas. Without a doubt, what began as an unimaginable, heinous act would soon reveal an even more sinister network of secrets connected to one horrifying entity: white supremacy. This is one of the most brutal and unsettling incidents we've ever discussed on the channel, and it raises a crucial question. How can such a perverse thinking lead to such callous violence? Let's now examine the victims, the Mueller family, in greater detail before attempting to respond to that question. To begin with, the Muellers were not your typical family. A large portion of their world was characterized by their passion for firearms. William Mueller, the father, was more than just an avid collector. He was a certified gun dealer and a federal firearms licensee. His life was centered around guns, selling, purchasing, and even using them. Yet he was also a self-employed electrician. He was married to Nancy, and the two of them reared their only kid, Sarah, who is 8 years old. She was the center of their universe, and they loved her dearly. Sarah was homeschooled by William and Nancy in the small, close-knit community of Tilly, Arkansas. Gun shows were a common weekend pastime that only strengthened their bond as a family. Therefore, it should come as no surprise that their house was crammed with guns, ammo, and a sizable cash reserve. It was the ideal location for a theft, because of all that precious loot that was just sitting there. And that is precisely what happened in 1995. Unbelievably, a family acquaintance named Kirby Kehoe broke into the Mueller residence. He took money and firearms. The Mueller family, however, didn't let this setback deter them. The heist didn't halt their love of guns or their business. Now, remember this robbery, as it will be important to the subsequent inquiry. Let's go ahead to January 1996. The Mueller family was out of the house, most likely enjoying some time together, but they had no idea that two creatures were lurking in the shadows, preparing to attack them as soon as they entered. These two men confronted the Muellers as soon as they stepped inside. Don't be deceived by the fact that they were dressed like FBI agents. These were not genuine men. They were fakes. They immediately tied the family to chairs, and when 52-year-old William Mueller refused to comply, the situation took a horrifying turn. The family was split up by the intruders, who then started torturing them. While questioning, they exerted every effort to get the Muellers to speak, but when the parents refused to cooperate, they focused on 8-year-old Sarah. It gets to this point, it's really cool. One of the men shocked Sarah with an electric cattle prod to get her to talk as she was being questioned about the family's wealth and where they stored their cash and jewels. Even while it wouldn't be enough to kill someone, the anguish is unbearable, particularly for a little child like Sarah. They discovered guns, ammo, and $50,000, 0 cents, in cash, when the young girl provided them with the information they were looking for. You could assume that they would simply take what they came for and go. However, things didn't work out that way. The nightmare has just begun. After that, stun guns were used to overpower the Muellers and render them unconscious. As if relishing the lengthy, painful procedure, the intruders took their sweet time with this. However, it didn't end there. The worst was to come. The two men covered their heads with tight plastic bags and smothered them. Imagine the pain of being powerless to stop your entire family from being tortured. In those last minutes, the Muellers had to face the fact. If you believed that the Mueller was discovered dead immediately following that terrible night, then you're mistaken. You'd be mistaken, though. In actuality, it took 2 weeks for anyone to discover that something was seriously off. Earlene Branch, Nancy Mueller's mother, hadn't heard from her daughter in a long time. Nancy was quite different from that. Particularly when they attended those gun shows, she would always call after their travels. Earlene contacted the sheriff to express her mounting fear because she couldn't get rid of the uneasy sensation that something terrible had happened. Even though the Muellers lived in a neighboring county, Sheriff Jay Winters knew them and promised to assist. Yet when he spoke with neighbors, they seemed unconcerned. Most assumed the Muellers hadn't bothered to check in because they had simply left, perhaps for a short vacation or a respite from everything. Everyone seemed to believe that everything was okay and that they were simply giving themselves some space. The matter then took a horrifying turn on February 11, a full month later. The Mueller's Jeep was discovered by a farmer who was going about his daily business. Far from its proper location, it lay buried and deserted on the highway side. The investigation resumed after this discovery. Nancy Mueller's pocketbook was still in the Jeep, with her ID and wallet, but the trailer was deserted, and there was no evidence of the family. The Mueller's disappearance grew increasingly unnerving as the days stretched into weeks and the weeks into months. There were no leads or hints, only the ominous silence of their absence. 5 months later, the case took a turn when an elderly couple chose to go fishing in a bayou close to Russellville for the day. The woman caught her fishing line on something while she was waiting for a hit, and when she attempted to untangle it, she soon discovered that she had hooked a boot that still contained a man's leg bone. She ended the call in horror and hurried to get assistance. Sheriff Winters launched a second search after this, assembling teams to search the bayou using divers and metal hooks. They had retrieved pieces of a body by the end of the day. The head was covered with duct tape, and the torso was supported by a boulder. Investigators realized this was no typical crime as soon as they spotted the body. It appeared to be a determined, cold, and purposeful execution. It was a little female's body. When they looked at the size and the clothing, they discovered that it didn't match the body of a 6-year-old girl who had been reported missing from a nearby county the previous year. They began to question whether this was Sarah Miller at that point. 2 more fragmentary bodies were found the following day. Their heads were wrapped in plastic bags that were firmly fastened with duct tape, and their torsos were all weighed down with boulders. The scene was eerie. The identities of the bodies were verified by the authorities using clothes, DNA, and dental data. William Mueller, his wife Nancy, and their daughter Sarah, age 8, were present. An investigation into a vicious triple killing swiftly evolved from what had begun as a missing persons case. According to the coroner's examination, the remains had most likely been in the water since January 11, the last time anyone had seen them. There was more to the tale, though. The tiny dots of blue paint adhered to the tape were discovered by investigators. The FBI lab in Washington, D.C., received the paint samples for testing, and it was determined that the paint type matched those of General Motors automobiles. Investigators pieced together that 2 people had to be engaged with this new lead. One followed in the Mueller's Jeep, and the other drove the blue car carrying the bodies, before the corpses were thrown into the river. The plastic bags had probably already killed the Muellers. Before long, the focus of the investigation returned to the Muellers' possessions. Relatives had stolen the majority of the family's goods since they had disappeared, but some had been left behind and were kept in their landlord's garage. A serial-numbered Colt .45 pistol case was among the items discovered. But there was no gun. A family photo with some pals was also discovered. After entering the gun's serial number into the National Crime Information Center database, the team discovered that the firearm belonged to Travis Brake, a man who had been arrested for carrying a concealed weapon in Seattle, Washington, months prior. He identified the 2 persons he purchased the handgun from and acknowledged that he had purchased it at a gun expo. He was drawn to one of the men. Brake pointed to one of the individuals in the photograph that investigators displayed after discovering it among the Muellers' possessions. As you may recall, Kirby Kehoe was no stranger to trouble. He was the same man who had robbed the Muellers a year earlier. He was deeply active in the white nationalist movement and has a lengthy criminal past involving firearms. But before they could make an arrest, the investigators still needed strong proof. Investigators in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, had a break almost a year after the murder of the Muellers, when a trooper noticed a blue Chevy Suburban parked in a handicapped space inside with odd bumper stickers. They discovered Sean Haynes and his expectant girlfriend dozing off. The trooper found that one of the firearms Haynes had in the car, a stolen AR-15 rifle, had belonged to the Muellers after running the serial numbers on both of them. After being detained and interrogated, Haynes acknowledged exchanging the weapon for another gun at a motel in Washington. The eldest son, Kirby Kehoe, the merchant Chevy Kehoe, and the detectives had 2 suspicions 6 months prior. Let's take a moment to learn more about the Kehoe family's history before delving further into the case. I promise you that learning their tale will help you understand why they did The Muellers were very different from the Keyhoes. 26-year-old Chevy Kehoe was raised in a home where white supremacy was more than simply a topic of conversation. It was how they lived. Chevy wasn't your typical young man in danger. Everything was molded by his father's influence, which led the family in a hostile and sinister direction. The Kehoes fled sunny Florida for the peaceful hills of Madison County, North Carolina. When Chevy was still a baby, in the middle of the 1980s, the Kehoes relocated once more, this time to Washington's Stevens County. At first glance, Chevy appeared to be a bright youngster with promise. Although he excelled academically in Colville Junior High School, his parents chose to homeschool him in 1988 for personal reasons. Instead of creating a healthy learning environment, they built a bubble of radical ideas in an attempt to give more concentrated attention. He was forced into a life of crime at an early age, learning how to elude the police and committing robbery and theft. The Keyhole House was a haven for suspicion and hatred, as you may guess. Their specialty was anti-government sentiment, which Chevy absorbed wholeheartedly. He was more than a young child with lofty goals. His fantasies were hazardous, aggressive, and motivated by white supremacist ideology. Chevy's only objective as a young man was to topple the U.S. government and establish his own white supremacist utopia, which he named the Aryan People's Republic. For Chevy, this was more than a phase. His family served as the cornerstone of his perilous philosophy, and this warped image was everything. This influence was evident in 1995 when Chevy participated in a brutal kidnapping and robbery in June. Malcolm and Jill Friedman, a Jewish couple who ran a store where Chevy had previously worked, were the target of him and a partner. They held the Friedman at gunpoint. However, this was not a haphazard crime. Chevy targeted them explicitly due to their ethnicity. Given all that was happening, this act was a glaring example of the violence and hatred he had been taught to accept. Kirby Kehoe and his son Chevy Kehoe had been on the police radar for years, which was not surprising. If Chevy was involved in a variety of crimes, you can only imagine the trouble his father, Kirby, had been up to. The worst part is that, in spite of the lengthy criminal background, neither of them could be located. They appeared to disappear into thin air, and no one was able to find them. That is, until a blue Chevy Suburban was stopped by an Ohio State policeman on February 15, 1977. The vehicle appeared odd as it passed by, was swerving and was moving far too slowly. The passenger nodded to the trooper, but the driver didn't even look at him. The officer ignored it until he noticed that even after they had passed him, the passenger continued to stare at him in the rearview mirror. The officer's instincts began to take over at that point. The license plate had expired when they ran it. Furthermore, neither of their driver's licenses were currently valid. The driver cooperated with the trooper's request to exit the car, but he cautioned the officer not to touch him. Then things changed. The motorist abruptly ran back to the automobile when one of the deputies called for a tow truck to confiscate it. He was being pursued by the officers, but they attempted to restrain him. After the man in the passenger seat produced a revolver and began shooting at the officers, there was enough confusion for Chevy to get back into the Suburban and flee. Kukui requested that the driver exit the vehicle. The man informed the officer that a friend had let him use the truck. A pat-down search was then denied. As the cop tries to search the man for clubs, knives, and other weapons, pay attention. It seems that he desired trouble. Another few of minutes passed. The man then tried to flee by running back to his car. After then, the passenger started shooting at the officers. The drivers escaped while the passenger rushed into the bushes. As it happens, Chevy Kehoe and his brother Cheney Kehoe were the two guys involved in that heated confrontation. Cheney, in the passenger seat, ran into the woods when Chevy pulled off in the Suburban. As one might assume, the police searched for him all day but were unable to apprehend him. Now, Cheney shared Chevy's strong white supremacist views and was not hesitant to use violence to further his convictions. Chevy was involved in another shooting later that day, this time at an electrical supply company's parking lot. During the confusion, he engaged in gunfire with two Wilmington police officers, Sergeant Robert Bob Martin and Officer Richard Rick Wood. Frank Marsden, 56, was struck in the shoulder by an innocent bystander. Both the troopers and the sergeant's dash cameras recorded the shootout, which swiftly gained widespread attention. After appearing on Fox's World's Scariest Police Shootouts in 1997, The video went viral and appeared on other shows such as Most Shocking and World's Most Amazing Videos. The Kehoe brothers, meanwhile, were evading capture by secretly driving an RV across many states with their families. Police had to up their efforts because investigators were afraid they would do anything to get out. At Lake Hill Campground, they posted pictures of the brothers in the hopes that someone might recognize them or the car. It was 2 days too late for investigators to learn that the Kehoes had set up camp there in an RV. The RV was already on its way. Weeks passed, and reports of the RV continued to come in from all over the nation, constantly one step ahead of the law. They had been seen in locations such as West Virginia, North Carolina, Alabama, Texas, and Montana. The stolen van containing Chevy's signature gas receipt was discovered in Indianapolis, but Cheney was nowhere to be seen. The Keystone RV was discovered deserted on a lonely Wyoming road a few days later. Upon investigating, the authorities found a box full of bomb-making materials, a troubling cache of firearms, ammo, and phony FBI jackets and U.S. Marshals badges. When the ATF bomb team arrived to conduct an inspection, they discovered no operational devices, but the components demonstrated that the key holders were getting ready for something much more serious. The brothers' increasing aggressiveness and their potential future moves greatly alarmed the authorities. It seems that the Kehoes were constantly one step ahead as the search went on. On June 16, 1997, however, Cheney Kehoe, Chevy's brother, was tipped off to authorities that he was prepared to give himself in. Authorities discovered that Cheney and his brother had sought safety on a secluded ranch in southern Utah following the shootouts in Ohio, after Cheney disclosed where they had been hiding for the previous few months. In return for their assistance on the farm, the owners had offered them accommodation and board. But when Cheney's rage erupted and his paranoia increased, things swiftly took a turn for the worst. In order to instill his white supremacist beliefs in his younger brothers, Chevy even discussed killing his wife, Karina, who was of Native American descent, and planning to kill his own parents, Kirby and Gloria. Chevy's suspicions then turned against his own brother on June 12. Chevy feared for his life and his family's safety during a violent argument. He made the decision to run. Their long-running relationship came to an end when he drove over 1,000 miles back to Washington State in the middle of the night with his loved ones, Chevy. The arrest of Kehoe on June 17, 1997, is not the most significant event. The most significant and intriguing information Cheney provided to law police was that Chevy admitted to helping to kill the Millers with another unidentified man. The father of the Kehoe brothers, Kirby Kehoe, was also arrested at about the same time in June 1997. As you might guess, the father's arrest didn't exactly match the story that everyone was hoping for. He and Cheney Kehoe had nothing to do with the murder of the Miller family. However, Gloria Kehoe Chevy's mother came out to police officials and unleashed a bombshell just as things appeared to be falling apart. Gloria disclosed that Chevy, her son, had told her the horrific details of the murder of the Muller family. She continued by saying that the killings weren't an isolated incident. They had a year's worth of plans. The scheme dates all the way back to February 1995, when the initial robbery of the Muller family reportedly started it all. When William Mueller, the patriarch of the Mueller family, confronted Kirby Kehoe because he believed he was implicated in the crime, Gloria said the series of events began. William Mueller apparently treated Kirby with extreme disdain during this altercation, which upset Chevy. Indeed, that appeared to be the moment that triggered a mental switch in Chevy. He believed that William's disdain was sufficient justification for him to loot and murder the Muellers. However, it went beyond a simple resentment of rudeness. Law enforcement claims that Chevy had more than one reason for doing this. Chevy's intrigue was further stoked when he learned that William Mueller was in possession of some serious weapons, pricey firearms, high-end equipment, and ammo. Gloria continued after that. She identified Daniel Lewis Lee as the second man implicated in the killings. Chevy had seen Lee before. Chevy knew him from their time spent in white supremacist organizations. Chevy and Lee shared a common ideology and were both fervently committed to the notion of establishing a country exclusively for white people. To keep themselves and Kirby from being linked to the crime, they had intended to rob the Millers, murder them, and hide their tracks. Gloria continued by explaining that the Mueller family had departed for a weapons exhibition on January 11, 1996. Chevy and Lee pretended to be police officers, and headed to the Mueller residence when they were away. Chevy and Lee surprised the Muellers and tied them up when they returned. However, one aspect of the strategy didn't work out as planned. Gloria claims that Lee was apprehensive, particularly regarding the murder of Sarah Mueller, the daughter of the Mueller family. Chevy apparently took matters into his own hands and killed Sarah himself, since Lee simply couldn't bring himself to do it. In March 1999, Daniel Lewis Lee and Chevy Kehoe were put on trial for the triple homicide. Gloria Kehoe and Cheney both testified against them, revealing all the specifics of what had transpired. A conviction came at the end of the trial. Daniel Lewis Lee received a death sentence, and Chevy Kehoe received a life term. It seems that Daniel Lewis Lee also had a very difficult childhood, characterized from an early age by violence and instability. Lee had a lot of obstacles to overcome. He frequently ended up in mental health centers due to his struggles with seizures and other neurological conditions. His stay at these institutions was brief, though, since he was sent out because of his aggressive conduct, his incapacity to manage his emotions, and his increasing violent tendencies, which only appeared to worsen with age, added to his difficulties. Lee's aggressive proclivities had already shown themselves in a terrifying way by the time he was 17 years old. He was complicit in the vicious robbery murder of Joseph Wavra in a series of violent acts. It was the third murder. Amazingly, though, Lee was able to escape being charged with murder. Rather, he was simply handed a suspended sentence for the robbery, which felt like a less severe punishment considering the seriousness of the offense. Sadly, Lee's violent tendencies were not significantly reduced by this indulgence. It just seemed to give him more confidence, letting his need for violence grow unbridled. It was not long before Lee and Chevy Kehoe met. When the two first met in 1995, they were drawn to each other by their perverse desire to create a white nationalist stronghold and their mutual loathing of the government. Lee now made an effort to improve his reputation in court by saying he had a decent side and that he was capable of changing. His request for pity sounded more like a movie redemption story than real life, even if his past was filled with terrible crimes. It felt a little absurd. The court rejected it. Nobody thought Lee could actually change his history because it was too awful. He was ultimately put to death by lethal injection in 2020. In 1996, he was found guilty of killing 3 members of a family in Arkansas. One of them was an 8-year-old girl. However, Lee denied doing it to witnesses this morning. Overnight, the High Court decided 5-4 to overturn the decisions of the lower courts, with conservative justices making up the majority. When it came to lethal injection, those courts had been worried about what they referred to as an unconstitutional risk of agony. Daniel Lewis Lee, who had a less direct role, was sentenced to death, but Chevy Kehoe, who was the mastermind behind the heinous killings of the Mueller family, escaped the death penalty. Nothing about this seemed to make sense. How could his co-conspirator receive a worse punishment than the man who orchestrated and executed the entire scheme? The fact that Chevy was complicit in the Oklahoma City bombing, another major crime, just made matters more bizarre. Cheney, Chevy's brother, said Chevy was aware of the bombing before it occurred, after Chevy was taken into custody. Months prior to the bombing, Chevy was reportedly spotted in a Spokane motel with Timothy McVeigh, the bomber. The motel's manager even said that Chevy had been anticipating the blast with excitement when the news broke, and had even alluded to a major event on April 19. However, the FBI's investigation revealed no evidence that McVeigh had ever visited Spokane or that Chevy was directly involved in the attack. Although Chevy denied everything, the mystery was only heightened by the rumors. Even though it was evident that Chevy had connections to violent extremist organizations, he was given a lighter sentence than Lee. In the end, their father, Kirby Kehoe, was sentenced to 44 months after entering a guilty plea to federal racketeering charges, while Cheney Kehoe was given a 24-year term for attempted murder and possession of weapons because of his involvement in an Ohio gunfight. Cheney was later released from jail in 2008 after his sentence was lowered to 11 years, but his legal issues didn't stop there. He and Kirby were taken into custody by federal authorities in Arizona on October 14, 2013, following an ATF raid that turned up a sizable marijuana-growing enterprise and a firearms cache at an off-grid compound. 17 firearms, about 17,000 rounds of ammunition, 15 pounds of marijuana, and several sets of body armor were confiscated by the authorities. In 2014, Cheney and Kirby both entered guilty pleas to felonies including the possession of firearms and ammunition. Kirby was given a 10-year sentence, and Cheney was given a 41-month prison term. September 2016 saw Cheney's release, while January 2022 saw Kirby's. The majority of Cheney's time was spent at the U.S. penitentiary. Under the Federal Bureau of Prisons record number 213,100,009, Florence A. Dex was incarcerated in Colorado. By 2022, he had been sent to a variety of different prisons, including United States Penitentiary Florence High and United States Penitentiary McCreary in Kentucky. One can only hope that Chevy Kehoe is suffering more there than his victims were while he was detained at the U.S. Penitentiary Terre Haute. However, how do you feel about all of this? Given their anti-government views, do you think justice was done, or that the law was too lenient toward them? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, today we're diving into another truly horrifying case. If you want to support my channel, make sure to subscribe and stay active. It really helps me out. I'd be super grateful for that. Let's get started. 11 years old, 9-year-old Kiana Davis, Kiara Phillips, age 7, Carrie McDonald, age 5. When this 2-story duplex caught fire due to arson, Kiani Welch perished. Known as Indiana's Garden Spot, the sleepy community in Carroll County was always tranquil until November 21, 2016, when 4 little sisters lost their lives in a devastating fire. What caused the fire to start? Was it set on purpose? Or was it an accident? We'll learn the specifics of this tragic situation today. Galen Rose was thrilled to have begun a new, higher-paying job. She aspired to provide the greatest life possible for her girls. At the ages of 11, 9, 7, and 5, her existence revolved around her daughters, Kiana Davis, Kiara Phillips, Carrie McDonald, and Kiani Welch. The girls were brimming with enthusiasm. For her daughters, Galen envisioned a life of limitless chances, but she passed up many of them. She didn't want her daughters to grow up as dull as she had. When she was just 12, her father, Tracy Rose, was imprisoned for narcotics offenses. Even still, this was insufficient because she didn't have him until 2011 when he returned to her life. Tracy relocated to Flora and encouraged Galen to accompany him because he loved her and his grandchildren so much. Despite her initial reluctance, she had missed her father terribly. She thought about his offer for weeks before she and the daughters followed her father to Flora. For her and her young daughters, Flora represented a new beginning. Before finding a large apartment, Galen spent 8 months living with her father and the girls. The monthly rent for the 2-story duplex was $500.00. For her and the girls, this was a welcome change. The street was surrounded with trees, and the duplex had a front porch, and they quickly adapted. Outside, the girls would frequently play together. They made new friends in the area and were amiable to everyone. Since they didn't have a dog of their own, they played with the neighbors. In addition, the 4 sisters enjoyed dancing, playing sports, and spending time with their families. They were cheerleaders for the Lafayette Diamonds. The Saturday before the fire, they had just participated in a cheering competition, and Kiana had a basketball game on Sunday. Kiana devoted numerous hours each week to basketball since she liked the game. Like Galen, Tracy thought she would be a basketball star. He accompanied her to games and applauded from the stands. Galen was incredibly proud of her daughters. She put in a lot of overtime at a gas station in order to make ends meet. Galen was as serene and upbeat as her girls. She spoke courteously to clients and had a smile on her face behind the desk. Because she encouraged them, particularly during Tuesday cheer sessions, the girls occasionally referred to her as their coach. Her favorite part of the week was seeing them perform. Rose went to the grocery shop with her girls on the afternoon of November 21, 2016. The girls chose their favorite snacks, so it was one of those thrilling outings. It was already evening when they arrived at their house. Around 10 o'clock at night, Rose put them to bed after preparing dinner. As they curled up under their blankets, the girls echoed, "Good night." Rose said that she was thankful for her small family. The weary mother of 4 made her way to her room. After a few minutes, there was complete quiet and everyone was sound asleep. Nobody could have predicted the next course of events. Tracy was getting ready to leave town the Friday before the fire. When he went to see his grandkids, he requested them to assist him with packing. The girls who called him Papa didn't want him to go, so they asked him to stay with them for a while. It was unusual that they asked him to cancel his trip, but he didn't make much of it, so he left anyway. A few hours later, he woke up to a call from Galen, who said that his granddaughters were dead. How did it happen? Galen was sound asleep when she heard screams coming from her daughter's bedroom, and she jumped out of bed as soon as she heard them. The flames were spreading quickly as the screams continued from their bedroom upstairs, and she tried to reach them, but the extreme heat prevented her from doing so. She was unable to speak or breathe, and the flames pushed her back from the staircase. At that point, she realized that she was saving them and that alone was not an option, so she fled the house to get assistance from neighbors. When the first 911 call came in at 3:30 a.m., neighbors gathered around the house to help the four girls while their injured mother watched helplessly. The screams became softer as time went on, and when the Carroll County Sheriff's deputy Drew Yoder, he too suffered from severe smoke inhalation. Later, Galen was airlifted to Eskenazi's burn center, where she was burned all over and had smoke in her throat. When Yoder arrived, he asked Galen where the children were, and she pointed to their room upstairs. The girls shared a bedroom on the second floor, and Yoder immediately called the county to send medics. Coughing, he attempted to climb a narrow, smoke-filled stairway, but the climb was difficult and impossible. Galen desperately steered Yoder from outside, telling him to keep climbing until he reached the girls' bedroom, but the smoke overpowered him. A few seconds later, he left the building, moaning and breathing heavily, and he hurried to the Flora Fire Department, which was on its way. Deputy Yoder and Officer Dissinger, wearing air packs, prepared to crawl on their hands and knees to the front door as the fire department edged closer. Unfortunately, the flames came towards the cops from the back of the house. Firefighters arrived to rescue the officers and 3 of the girls, and CPR was started on the girls right away in the hopes that they would be saved. Yoder yelled at them to get the fire equipment moving. While firefighters fought the fire inside the house and the medical team attempted to save the lives of the girls outside, the 4th girl was taken out of the house, and while the fire raged through the house, all 4 sisters died at the scene, with Yoder and Dissinger being airlifted to the hospital after suffering injuries. The speed at which the flames spread throughout the building shocked the neighbors, and Flora, a town barely larger than a square mile, was plunged into a state of grief, suspicion, and fear, as everyone wondered if the fire was started on purpose. The investigation began right away after rumors circulated throughout the town, and after determining that the fire originated in the kitchen, the Indiana State Fire Marshal changed the cause of the fire to arson 2 months later after finding accelerants all over the house. Investigators refused to discuss the type of accelerants they found, and days later, the state police issued a contradicting report, which raised more questions. Further investigation revealed that accelerants were only found in one part of the house, indicating that the fire started in one location. The Indiana Fire Marshal's fire investigator assigned to the Floor House fire resigned, adding insult to injury. Investigator Dennis Randall did not provide an explanation for his resignation, but this move was suspicious. The private investigator's email to state police confirmed the concerns of many, saying in part that the press release statement regarding accelerants being found in multiple locations is absolutely not based on any evidence discovered at the scene during the investigation, and the investigator, Dennis Randall, was not performing a proper origin and cause investigation based on the current procedures of NFPA 921, 2016 edition to express that opinion. Josh Ayers, Randall's boss prior to his resignation, was also Galen's landlord and president of the Flora Town Council. The resignation is bad news for Galen and her family, who think it will hinder the investigation and leave many questions unanswered. For example, could Randy's resignation hurt the chances of locking someone up for arson? It would be hard for a new investigator to take on the case with the same zeal. Will the small-town politics impede justice? The answer is not yet known, but if Galen's suspicions are correct, it would be another devastating blow to the case. It's been over 8 years since the incident, and there's no justice. They're focused on finding the arsonist. Doug Carter maintains that the fire was intentionally started and that someone who knew the family committed it. Carter also disclosed that detectives have traveled to Ohio, Kentucky, Illinois, and California for investigation. There is no justice, which leaves much to be desired, considering that the Delphi murders received more attention. Remember how Abby Williams and Libby German were killed on February 13, 2017? The police swung into action and arrested the suspect. Since then, Richard Allen has been arrested and sentenced to 130 years in prison. The arson case, ironically, is still unsolved. Police claim it is unfair to compare the two cases, saying that while they have over 80 tips regarding the homicide, they have very little information about the arson case. Is that the case, or are they concealing something? When reporters asked to speak with Deputy Yoder, the officer who was hospitalized following the fire, Carroll County Sheriff Toby Leesenby refused. Additionally, Leesenby declined to speak with Flora Fire Chief Todd Trent. When reporters contacted the lead investigator, he declined to comment. However, State Police Superintendent Doe Carter made a mysterious statement regarding the Flora investigation, saying, "There are a couple of pieces that we need, and those that know what those pieces are know what I mean, so I'll leave it at that." Why are the police keeping quiet? Is there something they're not telling the public while Flora residents wait for the police? It is unclear what her alleged drug use has to do with the investigation, but Galen's involvement in the fire is at the top of the list of rumors that have been circulating around town. Did the girl's mother intentionally set the house on fire? Here are the startling facts. On July 19, 2019, the Indiana State Police wrote to Galen Rose, stating that they wanted to talk about the fire and, as if that wasn't enough, that they offered her immunity over her alleged illegal drug activity. She maintains her innocence, and investigators have not named her as a suspect despite the fact that the letter was written 5 years ago. The police later expressed frustration over her lack of availability to speak to investigators, stating that she spoke to them 3 weeks after the fire with nothing concrete to further the case. When journalists attempted to clarify the offer for immunity, the Carroll County Prosecutor's Office declined to comment. They would not speak to anyone until after the investigation. Investigators also have another reason to suspect Galen. Documents filed as part of the investigation showed that on August 6, 2016, a policy was written for the house the girls lived in, with liability coverage of $392,882.00 and effective September 15 of that year. The documents included a home appraisal dated September 10, which was valued at $45.00. Policies are sometimes written based on a verbal conversation with the property owner, and the timing of the policy and the fire raises serious red flags. Was this a case of insurance fraud? Was the policy created to cash in like a lottery ticket? As the rumors persisted, Galen added a twist to the case. On August 25, 2022, she filed a federal lawsuit against her landlord Josh Ayers, his business partner Troy Helderman, and their company Birch Tree Holdings. Faith Alvarez, Galen's lawyer, told the court that there were no working smoke detectors outside each bedroom when she rented the apartment, despite Indiana law requiring them to be installed. She expressed urgent concerns to her landlord about the missing smoke detectors and the malfunctioning electrical outlets, but he did nothing to address the issue. According to the complaint, firefighters discovered one smoke detector without batteries. According to the lawsuit, Birch Tree Holdings and 2 landlords were to blame for the absence of functional fire detectors. To solve the mystery, Galen hired former ATF fire investigator Mike Vergon, who worked as a certified investigator for more than 15 years before launching his own firm. Before publishing his report, Vergon visited the house 3 times in 6 months and found one smoke detector without a battery. Determined to find the truth, Vergon combed through fire debris in the backyard but was unable to find any more smoke detectors, paid close attention to the kitchen, connecting the back porch, and then inspected the kitchen appliances. The most important information in the fire investigation came from a witness, Adam Ayers, a neighbor and one of the first responders on the morning of the fire, who was there minutes before the police arrived. Ayers told Vergon that he attempted to reach the stairway to the bedroom where the 4 girls slept, but smoke drove him back. His conclusions were unambiguous. The fire was not caused by an electrical malfunction. However, he detailed a 2-inch wide flame path from the back porch to the kitchen before he left the house. Only Ayers saw the ribbon of fire, and he assisted Vergon in concluding that it was a set fire, though Vergon acknowledged that the fire's purpose was not to harm the children. Following a series of back and forths, on September 6, 2023, both parties came to a settlement, which Josh Ayer's lawyer Jonathan Bond confirmed was reached, though the specifics are confidential. Both parties also agreed to demolish the building at 103 East Columbia Street. Flora residents gathered for a prayer vigil at the church across the street from the home the day after the fire, and after prayers, dozens of people dropped roses at the fire's side. Their cheer squad was also present, and they brought stuffed animals, balloons, and posters to honor the sisters. Allie Sheets, the cheerleading coach, accompanied her students to the vigil, recalling that the girls never stopped smiling and that she couldn't recall a moment when they weren't happy. All four of the girls were always helpful, joyful, and respectful. Jen Brobst, a librarian at Carroll Elementary, where the girls went to school, described the incident as surreal and said she still can't believe they're gone. She said the library became a counseling center days after they died. Liz Brobst, Kiana's friend and a Girl Scout, said she remembers Kiana for her positive attitude and happy spirit. Flora. Neighbors and residents also shared in their grief. For example, Fox, their next-door neighbor, experienced breathing difficulties following the fire. Her brother became ill, and her husband had to cancel work. The 27-year-old woman, who lived a few steps away from the house, witnessed smoke leaving the house and heard the girls and their mothers scream uncontrollably, which was the most heartbreaking thing she had ever heard. That night, Fox and her husband hurried out of their apartment, initially perplexed but later realizing it was smoke. Cassandra Hammond, whose business is across the street from the fire outbreak, was also impacted by the incident. It remains a sad reminder of what the girls went through that night, and Cassandra hopes the police find out the truth and that the girls will get justice. Then, all of a sudden, flames engulfed the house, leaving the couple helpless. Her brother thought about running into the house to help, but he gave way to emergency personnel. Eve Gibson, another Flora resident, buried her face in her hands and sobbed uncontrollably. Speaking about the investigation, she said that the town was wondering who might have started the fire and that a family member might have done it. The Flora community fears that the killer is among them. What if he targets another Flora town home? The welcoming community has a bench with the names and ages of the 6 girls engraved on it, and each year they get together to place flowers on the porch in remembrance. Galen claims she has been robbed, and she still calls on the public to help get justice for her babies. Authorities made a heartfelt plea to the community, asking them to provide vital information that could lead to the prosecution of suspects. We need people talking to people and people listening to other people and then reporting it appropriately. Police are offering a reward of up to $5,000, 0 cents for information that leads to an arrest, and citizens can contribute to the reward fund by sending a check to the Indiana Department of Homeland Security, making sure the memo line reads, Flora Fire Reward. Galen Rose has since moved to California to recover, but that doesn't mean the girls are forgotten. Do you think the girls were involved in an accident or were arson victims? Thanks for watching, everyone. Your support means a lot to me, and you can help my channel grow by hitting that like button, dropping a comment, and sharing this video. Your engagement really makes a difference. See you soon. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Is it feasible to live a twin's life while stealing their identity? When twins appear together, people are generally always quite interested in them. It should come as no surprise that they have also always been the focus of close examination for scientific studies. From biology to psychology, such research is thought to be essential for understanding the genetics of their behavior. Even though they live far away, many twins say they can sense their sibling or sister's emotional state, and occasionally even their physical suffering. They have a unique bond that sometimes even causes them to repeat each other's fate. Since identical twins are produced when a single fertilized egg divides, they are identical. In addition to their striking physical similarities, their fingerprints are strikingly similar in terms of pattern type and line count, albeit the finer details are obviously different. Though it took place in real life, the story of Sunny and Gina Han, twin sisters, reads like the plot of a thriller or even a horror film. After being split up in their early years and then reunited, The girls experienced a peculiar emotion that turned into jealousy and a never-ending rivalry in everything. Every girl thought her sister was luckier and more successful than she was, and their relentless pursuit of perfection at all costs led to a true tragedy. On April 3, 1974, sisters Sunny and Gina Han were born into a modest household in a South Korean province. Sunny and Gina were the names given to the twin daughters. The couple's modest, if not impoverished lifestyle was severely impacted by the way their two children looked. The parents chose to divorce when the daughters were under 2 years old because they were continuously scandalized. In this instance, the children only shared during the divorce proceedings. The mother stayed in her home province with Sunny, while the father took Gina to a nearby city. The sisters did not see each other throughout the nearly 4 years that the ex-spouses did not speak. But when Mr. Han found a woman in 1980, she made the decision to be married and start a family. But Gina was detested by his new partner. Almost once, by forcing the man to give the child back to his mother, the lady tensely posed the question and only agreed to marry him in this situation. He took the girl to his ex-wife in the fall of that year and simply left her there without providing an explanation or even taking note of the circumstances in the home. After that, he departed and never again showed concern for his children's welfare or provided them with financial support. By that time, the daughter's mother was severely struggling with alcoholism, had no steady employment, and was addicted to gambling, which led to her accruing enormous debt. For days at a time, the lady might be gone from home, leaving her girls alone with a bag of inexpensive convenience foods or perhaps no food at all. They appeared to have no one else in the world but one another, and they were both hungry and terrified. Still, the sisters' relationship was falling apart quickly. They started fighting over everything and were always vying for their mother's attention. Their arguments frequently resulted in violent altercations that left them with abrasions, bruises, and ripped hair. In an interview many years later, the mother herself stated that she never tried to reconcile her daughters or separate them. She did not step in to stop the clashes between siblings because they were usual in Korea. In the early 980s flee to the United States of America. Mrs. Han chose to leave the country by sea in order to avoid creditors and attempt to start over, since she was unable to pay off her growing debts and was worried about her life and the safety of her daughters. The woman, who had only seen images and articles of the sunny state of California, wanted to visit. She purchased one-way tickets for herself and her kids and just packed the essentials in her suitcase. They encountered a number of issues as soon as they moved to Irvine, a city in Orange County, California. They had no family, friends, or acquaintances to offer any assistance. The girls who didn't know English struggled in school, and Mrs. Han was unable to get employment since she didn't speak the language. Living on a limited stipend, the family was barely surviving, and the future appeared ghoulish and terrifying. The mother and kids took a few years to get used to their new surroundings. However, just as things appeared to be improving, the woman developed a gambling and alcohol addiction. The same thing happened again, but this time she also started exhibiting mental health issues. She wanted to place her daughters in a foster home or orphanage because she couldn't raise them herself. Mrs. Hannah, Aurem, sister and her spouse, relocated to California in 1986. She herself offered to take the 12-year-old girls to her for rearing, after learning about the circumstances in a relative's home, as the pair did not have any children of their own. Mrs. Han eagerly accepted the offer, but she didn't even discuss it with her daughters. She hurriedly packed their things in a suitcase, caught a bus to Sunny and Gina in a nearby town, and just told them where to go when she dropped them off at her sister's house at the bus stop. The girls' lives quickly started to resemble a fairy tale, as they were embraced with open arms at their aunt's house despite their confusion and fear. Auntie and her husband made every effort to ensure the sisters were comfortable and had nothing to require. For the first time in their lives, Sunny and Gina ate enough, dressed beautifully, and were driven to a prestigious school. However, not only did the sisters' relationship not get better, it got so bad that it broke down. They were in the same class, studying together, and they were always competing. Each of the top-achieving females attempted to get around her sister in this way. In an effort to outperform their sister, they participated in athletics as well. Shared pals liked boys and vied for the attention of guardians and teachers. The sisters appeared to be very inspired and motivated by this rivalry, which pushed them to excel in all they did, rank first in their school, excel in athletics, pay close attention to their appearance, and set a good example for others. Love was the single thing that never occurred between them. The second sister didn't want to lag behind and give in because they all believed she received the best treatment. It should be mentioned that Sunny found it simpler to establish friendships or connections with boys because she was more outgoing, gregarious, and talkative. Her guardians unknowingly provided her more love and attention, and her teachers treated her better. However, Gina appeared to be motivated by hatred and rage. From the army to the alcoholic to the gambler, she would make a special effort to beat her sister and show everyone that she was superior. The sisters' paths took different turns after high school. Gina signed a 4-year contract to join the U.S. Air Force after deciding she could fulfill her potential as a soldier. The girl was physically fit and hardy, but she quickly came to the conclusion that she did not enjoy being in the military. Strict order and discipline prevailed here. The soldier did not truly belong to himself, and orders were not debated. She tried to breach the contract for the first time after a year, but was unsuccessful. Another 6 months later, she pretended that she had to care for her father because he was gravely ill. Naturally, she was unable to obtain the medical certificate that the management required as proof. Gina was really suffocating without any personal freedom. After another 6 months or so went by, in Bexar County, Texas, at Lackland Air Force Base, her unit was moved. Enlisted members of the U.S. Air Force and Space Force can only get basic military training there. Furthermore, Lackland is most famous for being the sole place where the U.S. Air Force conducts military training. Although many individuals aspire to visit this base, Han felt that it was a true jail. Gina didn't want to wait for her contract to end for another 2 years. Thus, she chose to cheat once more. She approached a senior official and told him about her nonconformist views. Note that it was 1994, and at that time, a scandalous comment like that was a valid grounds to end the contract right away. After being released from her responsibilities, Gina went back to California and made her home in the Los Angeles suburbs. The attractive 20-year-old lady soon secured a position at a well-known casino, earning roughly $20,000, 0 cents annually. Even at the time, the amount was modest, but tips occasionally far outstripped her daily income. Gina's life appeared to be improving for a while. She had her own car, although a second-hand one, rented a residence in a nice neighborhood, made a solid living, and could afford to buy clothing and cosmetics from high-end stores. However, that was short-lived. She quickly developed an addiction to hot beverages and started using them virtually every day. It wasn't as bad as that, though. After working a shift one day, Han decided to try her luck and sat down at a slot machine after picking up her paycheck and collecting a respectable tip. She lost everything she had made in a matter of hours. However, she woke up with a genuine, excruciating excitement rather than remorse. Every day, once her work ended, she hoped to win back and hit the lottery. She sat at the machines where she lost all the money and drank. She initially only bet her salary and tips, but she soon started taking out loans from friends and co-workers, which led to her debt. Gina was unaware that she was following in her mother's footsteps, who also struggled with gambling and alcohol, and as a result, the woman once fled her own country to America while carrying 2 children. Gina became more addicted. She soon stopped lending money as she just didn't repay them, and she started doing common thievery. She took money from her coworker's purse for the first time, but after realizing the loss, the coworker felt terrible for Han and chose not to call the police. The thief was brought to administrative accountability when the incident recurred, but she was simply given a fine and a suspended sentence. She visited her aunt, who reared her, in mid-1995 and stole from her a few months later. For the first time, Gina was given a real sentence after being found guilty of stealing. She was sentenced to 3 months in prison, but she was released early after less than a month. She was seen by the police a few more times for drunken revelry after that, but she was only in prison for a few days. Sunny, a successful twin, attended a renowned university after graduating from high school. She pursued a scholarship to study law, made many wealthy and accomplished acquaintances, moved around in high society, and led that painfully ideal life that many often boast about on social media. She rented a large apartment in a high-end apartment building in a posh neighborhood, complete with a gym and swimming pool. Sunny and Helena Smith, a fellow student and close friend who was the heiress of extremely affluent parents, split the rent. In addition to owning a pricey white BMW, Han was in a relationship with a young, attractive man from a bright family who was enrolled in medical school and aspired to become a surgeon. She appeared to be the total opposite of her sister, to have fulfilled all of her dreams and to have a long and contented life ahead of her. Sunny was almost forgetting about her twin sister. Since high school graduation, they had not seen or spoken to each other. She was aware from her aunt's statements that Gina had previously served time in jail for stealing, struggled with alcohol, and accrued debt due to gambling. The girl didn't try to locate her sister, get in touch with her, or offer assistance because she was too preoccupied with her education, relationships, and creating the ideal existence. But early in 1996, Gina called her sister out of the blue and requested assistance. Is it feasible to take another person's life? Gina called Sunny in April 1996 and requested to see her. For the first time in 4 years, the sisters saw one another, but they were not happy about it. Because it appeared as though they were seated in front of a mirror, the folks in the cafe across from them had their eyes fixed on them. Gina told her sister that she was having a lot of problems and was unsure of what to do. Unemployed and very indebted, Gina had no place to live and no one to turn to. Sunny truly felt sad for her sister and paid close attention to what she had to say. Without even talking to Helena, she recommended that Gina remain at her apartment for the time being. With just a bag and her possessions, Gina moved into her sister's apartment that same day. Gina had heard that Sunny wasn't impoverished, of course, but she hadn't anticipated seeing such an opulent and comfortable apartment in a nice neighborhood with all the amenities one could want. Gina, of course, did not pay for the apartment and lived at her sister's cost for almost a month. Envy and loathing consumed her more and more each day. She was always wondering what might have happened in her life. In what way was her sister superior to her now? Gina had an apparently insane idea. After all, she and Sunny had the same appearance, and only her mother and aunt had ever been able to tell them apart. What if the twins simply vanished, and Gina was able to lead her ideal life? Since Gina had virtually no friends and her family, to be honest, didn't like her, she believed that no one would even notice the changeover or her disappearance. Such thoughts quickly became obsessive. Over time, a sneaky scheme developed in Gina's brain. She closely observed who her sister spoke to, where she went, and how she dressed and spoke. She also meticulously imitated her hair, cosmetics, and mannerisms. In an effort to get to know her sister's friends better and keep them from noticing the changeover, Gina made every effort to interact with them. The sisters continued to argue and struggled to find common ground. Sunny's constant threats to evict her sister were the primary point of contention, but she simply gave up and bottled up her resentment since she had nowhere else to go. After yet another scandal, on August 18, 1996, Gina had been drinking when she walked through the apartment, took all the money she could find, and went to the casino, while her sister and a neighbor went somewhere else. The property was in disarray, and the money was gone when Sunny and Helena got home. They could no longer stand Gina's pranks and went to the police as soon as they understood what had transpired. That same evening, the girl was taken into custody in the casino. She was convicted and sentenced to 6 months in prison. However, after 2 months, the terms of her incarceration were loosened, allowing her to go for work 6 hours a day, but having to return to the prison at night. After 2 weeks of compliance, she made the decision to flee in order to finish her scheme, a cunning one. After being set free, Gina returned to Orange County by hitchhiking. The hunt for her was not a full-time job because she was not a dangerous criminal. Gina had to spend the night in a homeless shelter in a highly underprivileged area since she had no money. She wanted to replace her sister and kill her as quickly as possible, but she couldn't do it by herself, and she couldn't afford to hire a hitman. Then, after meeting 2 local adolescents in the same problematic neighborhood, Gina recruited them. They were identified as Joni Sirrett and Archie Bryant, his friend. In the event that they were successful, the girl agreed to give them each $100, 0 cents. The men made extensive preparations for the crime, purchased duct tape and rope, and even obtained a gun, albeit unloaded, that they could use to threaten people. After borrowing funds from friends, Gina hired a used Ford Mustang on November 15, 1996, with the intention of traveling to her sister's home with her accomplices. Everything was to take place on Wednesday, November 20, in the afternoon, when Sunny would undoubtedly be home by herself, based on her sister's estimates, as well as to do reconnaissance. The invaders also purchased a pack of magazines so that Johnny, posing as a salesperson, could inspect the apartment and see who was inside. The strategy appeared to be perfect. Each of the three criminals understood what they were supposed to do, and their roles were scripted, but all of a sudden, everything went wrong. A failed assassination attempt, to be exact. When a Mustang arrived to Sonny's apartment building at midday on the scheduled day, two men got out. While Johnny carried the magazines to the victim's apartment, Archie quietly moved to the side. Sonny answered the door when he knocked, but she didn't bother to knock and just slammed it in his face, claiming she didn't want anything. Johnny returned to his assistants, filled them in on everything, and they went over the plan's specifics again. Because the girl had opened the door without calling anyone, nobody was suspicious that she might not have been home alone. The young guys returned to the apartment after concluding their discussion of the subtleties and retrieved the rifle, duct tape, and rope from the car. When Johnny called the apartment again at around 1, Archie was standing a short distance away, ready to kick down the door when Sonny opened it. But by that time, Sonny had already gone to shower because she had a crucial meeting to attend. When the bell rang, her neighbor, who was seated in front of the TV in the living room, refused to even open the door. However, the unexpected guest persisted, so after a few minutes, Smith gave up and made his way to the door. Without any fanfare, the males kicked out the door as soon as the latch clicked and it started to open, knocking the girl on the ground before realizing that it was not Sonny in front of them and brandishing a revolver. After duct taping Helena's mouth shut and tying her up, Johnny rushed to Gina to ask her how to handle the problem and whether to allow the witness to remain alive. A bank card in Sonny's name was on the dresser when he left. Sonny, who was still in the restroom at the moment, heard a sound and warily peered out. After concluding that the house had been broken into, she went back to the bathroom, picked up the cell phone in the corridor, and began phoning the emergency services. She only had time to inform them about the armed robbery and provide the address. The friends anticipated being tortured to discover where the money and valuables were in the house, or being abused when Archie grabbed a terrified Sonny by the hair, tied her up with rope, taped her mouth shut, and threw her on the floor next to a bound Helena when the connection was abruptly cut off and the room door swung open with a powerful kick. But the police showed up a few minutes later. When the cops got to the residence, Johnny and Gina were still in the Mustang. A few minutes after the initial 3 police officers rushed past them, a second vehicle arrived to assist. Every force was hurried to the scene because it was a hostage situation. The intruder sitting in the car heard the number of the apartment radioed by a passing police officer. Gina shouted that she was Sonny as she exited the vehicle. Law enforcement officer Han glanced at her, but he couldn't make out what that meant. He requested that she rush to the location, where his colleagues had already disarmed the assailant and freed the hostages. The policeman was astonished and confused when he walked into the flat. The same girl he had just rushed past on the street was sitting in front of him, weeping and terrified. The policeman briefly questioned whether what was happening was genuine when he inquired her name, and she replied that it was Sonny Han. Since the same person could not be in 2 locations at once, he believed he was going insane. The Ford Mustang carrying the girl and her accomplice, the good twin and the bad twin, had already vanished when the man who had told his colleague that he needed to check something leaped back into the yard. Gina knew the attempt had failed when she heard the radio announce the apartment number and saw the cops coming. Then, in a desperate move, she jumped out of the car and called herself by her sister's name. By claiming that the true offender was now in her flat, the girl attempted to appear like a victim, but the rushed officer ignored her and merely requested her to wait. Gina, of course, didn't wait. She and Johnny went to the closest ATM and used her sister's stolen card to withdraw a couple $1,000s. The crooks then hurried to the Mexican border, but not before they had to swap their car for a less noticeable one at the car dealership. Gina used her sister's name when introducing herself, but she accidentally wrote her own name on the form. The staff found this extremely odd and requested her to wait while the formalities were completed. The management was then notified and the police were contacted. Gina insisted that Sonny was her and that the other sister was impersonating her even after she was jailed. Even after fingerprints were used to determine each girl's identity, they both continued to identify themselves as Sonny during the inquiry and in court. The Han sisters appeared to be ordinary good and bad twins at first, but a closer look at their past showed that this was not the case at all. Sonny had a successful and happy life, while Gina struggled with addictions, was frequently in problems, and had multiple criminal records. Sunny lost her primary motivation, though, when the sisters' paths parted and they ceased their ceaseless rivalry. She enrolled at a prominent university, but her academic performance declined in the second year, and she was unable to maintain her scholarship to pay for her education. She carefully concealed the fact that she was working as a dancer in a nearby city's nightclub from her boyfriend and friends. Sunny made an effort to keep up the appearance of an ideal existence, but in actuality, she was no longer leading one. Gina and her lesser accomplices were accused of conspiring to kill Sunny Han throughout the trial and punishment. Additionally, the girl was charged with attempting to pass for her twin sister, whose she even used while introducing herself at the hearing. Overall, the process was both intriguing and unsettling since the sisters, who were experiencing the same emotions, started crying, had panic attacks, and, during one session, passed out all at once. Gina stated that she merely intended to remove her sister's possessions from her apartment and had no intention of killing her. Johnny and Archie were meant to assist her with that, but instead they chose to act like gangsters and frighten Sunny and her neighbor. A bit too much, though. The defendants argued that since the rifle was unloaded, the girls would not have actually been harmed. A year after the attempted murder, on November 20, 1997, the court rendered its decision. Gina had a history of many convictions, had fled from jail, and was wanted at the time of this offense, all of which the jury considered. Given all of this, Gina Han received a 26-year prison term after being found guilty on all counts. In the case's aftermath and cultural reflection, her accomplices, Archie Bryant and Jonia Sirat, were sentenced to 14 and 8 years respectively. After serving 21 years, Gina was released in May 2018 after her lawyer's appeal was approved by a California state commission. It's important to note that Sunny supported her in her parole case because her sister was able to pardon her. After Gina gained her freedom, she moved into her mother's home and now looks after her. The Khan sisters' story received extensive media coverage, was featured in several prominent talk show episodes, and served as the inspiration for several documentaries and feature films. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. A worrying call was made to Spanish police in May 2023 from a peaceful Malaga suburb. They found a young woman's body with several stab wounds in one of the units. Hours after leaving the area, the suspect was caught at a nearby cafe. But this catastrophe was just the start of a chain of events that brought detectives to an unresolved case from 9 years earlier. Even the most seasoned forensic specialists were taken aback by what they discovered beyond the wall of another flat. Sibora Gagani and her lover Marco resided in Spain's Laurel area, close to Torremolinos beaches, in 2011. Their existence appeared stable on the surface. Marco was a chef and Sibora was a waitress at a nearby restaurant. Sibora frequently called her mother Elisabetta to reassure her that everything was good at their tiny rental home. But beneath this seeming consistency were significant issues that were more apparent every month. Elisabetta felt the strained atmosphere in the home right away when she traveled to Spain to see her daughter. Even in her presence, Sibora and Marco began to argue. Elisabetta witnessed her daughter's attempt to rationalize Marco's outbursts of anxiety and jealousy by attributing them to transient problems. But Elisabetta was certain that the issues extended well beyond daily hardships. It was difficult to accept that Sibora had been someone entirely different just 2 years prior. Born in Tirana, Albania, on September 14, 1991, she has a reputation for being vivacious and upbeat from an early age. Following the split of her parents, Elisabetta, her mother, relocated to Italy with her kids, establishing a new life in Rome. People around Sibora took to her right away. Because of her enthusiasm and amiability, her classmates dubbed her Sibby. Sibora wanted to help her family even though she was struggling financially. She began working as a waitress in a nearby cafe at an early age, yet she never lost up on her goals. Her slender build, inherent beauty, and victory in a local beauty pageant gave her access to modeling prospects. Despite this, Sabora's greatest ambition was to become a teacher, because she truly enjoyed working with kids. When Sabora turned 18, things started to shift. She met 31-year-old Marco at a cafe, and she was immediately drawn to his confidence and charm. She didn't know anything about him at the time. He had a sister, was divorced, and appeared to be looking to move on with his life. But there was a tangled past hidden behind this facade. Marco had already drawn the notice of the authorities on several times due to his aggressive demeanor and issues with controlled narcotics. Captivated by his charm, Sabora decided to ignore these red flags. After a year of dating, Marco proposed that Sabora and he go to Spain, saying that the country offered better employment prospects than Italy. Sabora persisted that she thought this relocation would usher in a new era when she and Marco could create a happy life together, despite Elisabetta's attempts to encourage her daughter to stop questioning Marco's motives. Spain initially appeared to be a promising country. Marco secured a job as a pizza cook, while Sabora soon secured employment as a waitress. Sabora seemed upbeat as she told her mother about her plans after they rented a comfortable house. Their stability did not last long, though. Marco blamed his bosses for his failures and started losing jobs one after another. He became increasingly irritable and jealous, and his violent outbursts turned from small altercations into major confrontations. Elisabetta was taken aback by what she discovered when she went to Spain to check on her daughter. Once vivacious and self-assured, Sabora now seems reserved and quiet. Marco made no effort to conceal his annoyance in Elisabetta's presence. Their confrontations became more heated, but Sabora persisted in standing up for Marco, telling her mother that things will get better. Those close to Sabora were perplexed as to why she chose to ignore these warning signs. Maybe she looked to Marco for the stability and support she had not experienced during her formative years. After relocating from Albania to Italy, her family had experienced hardship. Elisabetta put in a lot of effort to give her kids a better life, but Sabora had to take on responsibilities at a young age. She may have tried to fill that gap with her connection with Marco, but it just made things worse. For Sabora, life in Spain was getting more and more difficult. Her childhood dreams slowly turned into far-off recollections. Sabora Gargiani abruptly vanished in July 2014, leaving her family in distress. Her last known communication was a July 7 text message to her ex-partner Marco. Her social media accounts became silent, and she shut off her phone. This was not how she usually behaved. Before that, Sabora had told her mother that she felt free, had finally moved into a new apartment, and had broken up with Marco. According to her, it felt like a butterfly emerging from its cocoon. But everyone was startled by her abrupt quiet. The situation became even more bizarre when Marco showed up to Elisabetta's house in Italy out of the blue. He made an effort to come across as a man who was deeply troubled by what had transpired and remorseful. He told Elisabetta over coffee that he didn't know where Sabora might have gone. Marco claims that just before she disappeared, they had a disagreement and she left all of her possessions behind. Marco later claimed that Sabora had been spotted leaving with 2 luggage by a security guard at their apartment building. Concerns and suspicions were only increased by these contradictory remarks. Elisabetta remembered that Sabora had announced her intention to permanently break up with him only a month before. She had left Marco's apartment and was reconstructing her life after 3 years of attempting to save it. She made an effort to keep her distance from him throughout that time, but it didn't appear to have much of an impact on his interest in her life. Marco kept getting involved, displaying a disturbing tenacity. He abruptly called Elisabetta at the beginning of July to inquire as to whether Sabora had returned to Italy. Elisabetta found the question strange, especially considering how recently they had broken up. In 2013, Sabora had tried several times to break off contact with Marco. She even went back to her mother's house in Italy, intending to abandon everything. She acknowledged at the time that she didn't see their relationship going forward, but Marco wouldn't let it go. Presenting himself at their Italian home, he begged Sabora to change. He even asked her to marry him. Sabora fell into his promises because she was exhausted from the never-ending battle, but the cycle quickly started up again. Her sense of calm was once more destroyed by aggressive conduct, jealousy, and control. She once told her mother that she might have to entirely vanish if she ever made the decision to leave Marco permanently, because she thought he wouldn't leave her alone. Sabora visited Italy often in the months that followed. most likely due to the expiration of her Spanish residency permit. According to some stories, she traveled with a fake Italian ID. Elisabetta saw that her daughter was becoming more and more afraid. Although Sabora seldom ever talked about it, she merely stated that she was trying to find a way out of her challenging circumstance. Sabora attempted to start over by moving into a new apartment by June 2014. She informed her mother that she had no plans to visit Marco again. She briefly appeared to be free again, but worries about her safety persisted after Marco said she had departed and left all of her possessions behind. Her family saw right away that something was amiss. Sabora would never have cut off communication with her mother, and brothers in particular. The family could only wait and hope that Sabora had really chosen to go into hiding in order to avoid Marco's control, but her contradictory statements and total lack of communication only made matters worse. Despite the efforts of Sabora Gagani's family and law enforcement, the inquiry into her abduction had not advanced much by 2015. Her mother, Elisabetta, had been the impetus behind formally reporting the incident to the police. Since Marco Zaboris was the last person to have seen her before she disappeared, she continued to believe that he was somehow connected to the incident. His actions during the probe, however, only served to heighten suspicions. Marco repeated his version of events while being questioned. After an altercation, he said Sabora had fled their house with only a few items. It was odd, though, since a lot of her personal belongings, such as clothes and identification papers, were still in the flat. Marco never called the police to report her missing, despite his claims. Rather, he claimed to have printed and distributed leaflets across their area in an attempt to find Sabora on his own. Additionally, he presented contradictory speculations regarding her location, at one time speculating that she may have visited Argentina or that she had been spotted with an unidentified male with whom she allegedly had an altercation. These claims lacked coherence and empirical backing. Because she didn't trust Marco, Elisabetta started looking for her daughter on her own. She contacted the media as well as a specialized group that assists in raising awareness of missing person instances. News outlets in Spain and Italy started to publish images of Sabora and appeals for help. No fresh leads were found, in spite of these attempts. Marco seemed to have a fairly normal life while Sabora's family persisted in their quest for answers. In an apparent attempt to avoid drawing attention to himself, he modified his look by shaving his head and growing a beard. He started 2 new relationships during this period, but both terminated with the ladies complaining about his violent conduct. Nevertheless, Marco continued to live in Spain, regularly going to the gym and joining a shooting club, which worried many who knew about his past. The family of Sabora persisted. Elisabetta begged the police to step up their inquiry on several occasions. Law enforcement started going through the case files in the interim, looking for any information that might have been missed. They examined Marco's allegations, which had seemed contradictory from the start. He claimed that Sabora had walked out with nothing, but he also claimed that she had departed with suitcases. There were also inquiries as to why he had not called the police right away after she vanished. The public's interest in Sabora's case gradually waned. Despite the tenacious efforts of her family still residing in Spain, Marco managed to adapt to life after her disappearance. To his neighbors, he seemed like a gregarious person who was interested in socializing and staying active. His reputation was still questioned, nevertheless, given his previous relationship with Sabora and the grievances from new partners. The investigation came to a halt as Sabora's family held out hope for any updates. With the help of worldwide missing persons databases, authorities increased their efforts, but to no avail. The uncertainty surrounding Sabora's fate continued to be an intolerable agony for those closest to her. Marco seemed to have changed his ways by 2023. On the surface, he was living with Paula, his new girlfriend, and the 2 of them had a child. But beyond the surface of this ostensibly new beginning were the same problems that had beset Marco for years. His and Paula's relationship was everything but steady. She told her closest friends and co-workers that Marco had physically abused her. Marco, however, found it difficult to maintain a reliable employment, which made their financial difficulties even worse. Marco and Paula were offered positions by Victor Molina, the restaurant owner, whom Marco had met while working at a pizzeria. In an effort to alleviate the couple's financial strain, Victor also rented them a modest flat. Paula gained respect and trust at work more rapidly than Marco did. In addition to being Paula's employers, Victor and his sister Victoria, who also worked at the restaurant, also provided her with emotional support. Victoria became more aware of Paula and Marco's relationship problems over time. Following a specific event, she started advising Paula to call the police. Victoria claims that Marco was unhelpful at home in addition to being combative at work. Victoria reached a breaking point after an incident at the restaurant. It was discovered that the staff restroom door was smashed. Paula informed Victoria that Marco had broken it, claiming that she had used the area to meet with colleagues. Victor then moved Marco to a new location while maintaining strict monitoring over him. Paula tried hard to keep her life looking regular, but she was unable to conceal the difficulties she was facing. She opened out more as her confidence in Victoria grew. Paula disclosed that the only reason she was remaining with Marco was to reclaim custody of her children, who had been taken away from her when police found illegal drugs in their home. Marco owned the drugs, but the whole family had to deal with the fallout. Paula's main objective was to save enough money to leave Marco and fight for custody back, because this was a very personal tragedy for her. Marco's circumstances, however, kept becoming worse. He often grumbled to Victor about his financial difficulties, saying he worked just to support his family. However, his demeanor and actions conveyed a different message. Victor questioned if it was worth the trouble to retain him on staff because of his aggressive behavior and lack of interpersonal skills. Victoria, who was aware of how serious Paula's circumstances were, persisted in urging her to stop putting up with the abuse. Paula, however, refrained from engaging in any combative behavior out of concern for her safety. She acknowledged to Victoria that she had once been kicked and hit 4 times by Marco, but she played down the severity of the incident for Victor and Victoria. This was unmistakable proof that Paula's condition needed immediate attention. Paula spent her day off on Tuesday, May 16, 2023, feeling upbeat and eager to relax. She told her coworkers that she planned to have a productive and restful evening. Victoria, Paula's co-worker and close friend, was curious about her evening on May 17, the next day. However, at roughly 11:30 a.m. that morning, the day took a gloomy and unexpected turn. Although Paula and Marco frequently argued, the shouting that came from their apartment this time sounded much more furious. Paula's voice was clearly calling for assistance. Victor, Paula's employer and landlord, who happened to be nearby, could hear the disturbance so loudly that they were obviously worried. He and another restaurant staff hurried toward the residence. The 2 men arrived at the door and started yelling and knocking in an attempt to figure out what was going on. They heard mild sobbing coming from inside, but it quickly stopped. Marco opened the door a few moments later, his calm manner reassuring them that everything was well and that Paula had just gone to bed to sleep. But Victor felt really uneasy because Paula's voice was no longer audible. Recent occurrences added to the situation's alarming nature. Victor had dismissed Marco from the restaurant a few days prior after a string of concerning events, including the mysterious disappearance of a kitchen knife. Victor wanted to prevent more issues because he had become more and more suspicious of Marco. Marco was now at the epicenter of another worrying incident. While the other employee phoned the police, Victor went to get an extra key to the apartment. Marco acted unexpectedly and without explanation, but he seemed to be aware that the situation was getting worse. He walked out of the building and out of the flat. The flat was locked when the police got there. The mystery grew by the fact that everything inside looked as if the occupants had just departed. Victor, meanwhile, came back with the extra key and went inside the flat. They found Paula's body lying on the floor with several stab wounds. To ascertain what had transpired inside one of the apartments, it was clear that she had died a few hours before, and her clothing was covered with blood. Marco had already left when the police guarded the area, called in forensic experts to gather evidence, and began searching for him. While detectives searched for the culprit, Paula's body was sent for an autopsy to determine the precise cause of death. A few hours later, Marco was found in a nearby cafe, sitting peacefully at a table. During his arrest, he acted as if nothing had happened and did not resist. Marco showed up in court on May 20, 2023, 3 days after Paula's untimely death. He was accused of engaging in gender-based hostility as a felony with aggravating circumstances. A mental assessment and controlled substance testing were also mandated by the court. Marco was held during the hearing after being refused bail. Marco merely spoke in response to his lawyer's questioning, exercising his right to silence. Sibora Gagani, whose disappearance he had earlier hinted to, was not mentioned. But on May 17, the day of Paula's passing, Sibora's name returned to the public front a few days following his detention. During his interrogation at the station, Marco revealed something surprising. He said he killed Sibora Gagani during a 2014 argument and hid her body in the apartment they shared. Marco even volunteered to show investigators where her remains were found. Despite his admission, authorities decided to put Paula's death investigation first and postponed for a while checking Marco's claims regarding Sibora. Elisabetta, Sibora's mother, was devastated to learn of Marco's imprisonment and his revelation about her daughter. She had been fighting to restart the case for 9 years because she thought Marco was connected to Sibora's disappearance. After Marco's confession, Sibora Gagani's case was formally reopened and investigators set out to confirm his allegations. By early June 2023, they had inspected the flat where the pair had resided in 2014. The layout of the building where Sibora and Marco had previously lived was thoroughly examined by Spanish investigators working on her case. An extensive examination of the apartment turned up nothing noteworthy. Nevertheless, differences between the apartment's designs and actual layout were discovered. After making this discovery, the investigators turned their focus to a nearby apartment on the same level that had a nearly comparable design. One specific detail caught my attention. In the apartment under inquiry, there was a sizable area that, according on the design drawings, should have been a bedroom but wasn't there. On June 6, investigators gained authorization to enter the adjacent flat and breached the wall behind it. They found a big wooden box with lime in it. Police discovered the first piece of evidence, a plastic bag with personal belongings thought to be Sibora's, and a knife smeared with dried blood inside the box. One among the things was a bunch of withered flowers resting on top of a few garbage bags. A camping sleeping bag containing human remains was found inside one of the bags. To ascertain the identity and cause of death, the remains were sent for forensic examination. Investigators found tattoos on the body that matched descriptions in Sibora Gagani's missing persons complaint. But Spanish authorities asked Sibora's relatives in Italy for DNA samples to definitively confirm the identity. To get a sample of Sibora's mother, Elisabetta's saliva, cops showed up at her house on June 10. The remains were identified as belonging to Sibora Gagani by the DNA results. New information regarding Marco's behavior surfaced during interrogations in Spain in the week after the discovery. He claimed to have tried to dispose of the body by using acid, but this claim was not supported by evidence. The reopening of Sibora's case was triggered by Marco's confessions after his arrest for Paula's death, and investigators observed that he constantly changed his testimonies. Authorities kept looking into the circumstances surrounding her death in the interim. The news that Sibora's remains had been confirmed was a crushing blow to Elisabetta. She had lost hope after 9 years of uncertainty, but she had never given up on finding out what had happened to her daughter. Her life had drastically changed over the years. Sibora's father never found out the truth about his daughter and had died of illness. The birth of her grandchild had been Elisabetta's only source of comfort. Elisabetta thought back on her years of campaigning, pleading with the police to reopen her daughter's case after the remains were formally identified. Although she had at last received answers as a result of her efforts, she also felt a feeling of bittersweet closure. The evidence retrieved from the location where Sibora's bones were discovered was still being examined by forensic specialists. Forensic testing was done on the knife found in the plastic bag in order to find any biological evidence that could connect it to Marco. In the meantime, Spanish detectives worked with their Italian counterparts to add to the Sibora missing case information. Despite the evidence in Marco's own admission of his role in Sibora's killing, including disclosing the location of her remains, the inquiry into Paula's death was still underway, and Marco was already the main suspect. Marco eventually withdrew his confession. Marco's lawyer contended that his remarks should not be used in court because they were made under duress. Nonetheless, investigators insisted that there were solid grounds for additional charges based on the evidence, which included Sibora's personal things that was discovered in the hidden box. Sibora Gagani's family was able to finally bury her in January 2024, a few months after her bones were found. Her remains were given back to her loved ones for burial once all forensic analyses were finished. Friends and family came together to say their final goodbyes at the service, which was held in Italy. In remembrance, balloons bearing sincere words that represented hope and goodbye were released into the sky. The continuous judicial processes against Marco, who was charged with Paula's death, received the majority of attention at the time. In a 17-page handwritten letter that he submitted during a hearing on January 30, 2024, Marco acknowledged his guilt for her death but made several disclaimers. According to him, the dispute started because of a series of discussions over his adultery and a debt of €50. Marco claims that the catastrophe occurred because he defended himself too fiercely during the confrontation, but when investigators saw that Paula's injuries were on her back, they seriously questioned his claim of self-defense. Marco acknowledged his guilt over Paula, but he would not elaborate on Cibora's situation. He did attest to the fact that he had covered her body with flowers, wrapped it in plastic, and put it in a wooden box, sealed it within a wall after layering it with lime. He tried to defend his actions by claiming that they were a response to his anxiety of the situation, but he denied any responsibility for her death. Marco presented a completely different story of Cibora's death during the trial, changing it abruptly. He said her death was caused by the Albanian mafia, with which he claimed to have been associated because of debts. Marco claims that he was unable to pay back the €25,000 he borrowed to start a brothel because the money was stolen. He claimed that 4 men showed up at his house, and one of them killed Cibora during a fight. Marco said that in order to prevent more repercussions, he was then compelled to dispose of her body while facing danger to his own life. Given that Marco had previously altered his claims several times during the investigation, this account of events caused serious skepticism among investigators. Marco's arrest in May 2023 following Paula's death was the first indication that he had lied to authorities. During the investigation, no proof was found to corroborate his allegations of mafia involvement. An examination revealed that Cibora had suffered many knife wounds, which, even in light of the state of her remains, amply demonstrated a violent crime. Years after Cibora was reported missing, her family was eventually able to get confirmation of her whereabouts. Although Cibora's father had died without ever finding out the truth, her mother Elisabetta disclosed that she had spent the previous 9 years holding out hope for answers. The trial for Paula's case was still going on by May 2024. In order to handle the counts of homicide and domestic violence, the court opted to hold a jury trial. Even though it had been reopened, Cibora Gagani's case had not yet gone to trial. More court proceedings were expected as investigators proceeded to examine Marco's assertions, particularly his suspicions of mafia participation. As seen by the experiences of Cibora Gagani and Paula, aggressive and manipulative relationships can have disastrous outcomes. The same individual betrayed Paula, who was trying to take back control of her life, and Cibora, who had hoped for a bright future. Their tragic outcomes serve as a sobering reminder of how critical it is to spot abusive conduct early and take action to stop future catastrophes. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Timothy Ray Jones Jr., age 32, did an unimaginable atrocity on August 28, 2014. Timothy killed his 5 children, ages 1 to 8, at their family's mobile home on South Lake Drive in Red Bank, New Jersey. Why may this man have killed his own children? Red Bank is a community in the U.S. state of New Jersey's Monmouth County. The community, which was founded in 1908, is traversed by the Navesink River, which has historically served as the area's route to the ocean and other ports. Red Bank is a community in the New York metropolitan area that serves as a commuter town for New York City. According to the 2020 U.S. Census, there are 12,936 people living in the borough. In August 2014, 5 young children died in this area in the most horrifying way. Cindy Jones, who was 16 when she became pregnant, and Timothy Jones Sr. welcomed Timothy Jones Jr. into the world in 1981. Unfortunately, Jones Jr. was only 18 months old when Cindy left the house. Timothy Jones Sr. remarried after this. As a child, Jones Jr. had legal issues in 2001 after being detained in Illinois on suspicion of car theft, check fraud, and cocaine possession. He served only 2 years of his 7-year prison sentence before being freed in 2003. From this point on, his life appeared to improve. In 2004, he married Amber Kaiser, whom he had met as a youth. 3 children were born soon after. Jones persisted in his studies, eventually graduating from Mississippi State University with a degree in engineering. Later, the young family relocated to Blythewood in search of brighter prospects. Mara, who is 8 years old, Elias, who is 7 years old, Nathan, who is 6 years old, Gabrielle, who is 2 years old, and Abigail Elaine, who is 1 year old, were their 5 children by 2014. Their marriage started to deteriorate over time, and Jones' conduct altered significantly as he started smoking, drinking, and using synthetic marijuana. In the middle of these difficulties, Amber gave birth to Abigail Elaine, their final child. Jones, though, wasn't sure if he was the child's biological father. Jones and Amber separated in 2013. As a result of this and other marital issues, Jones was granted custody of the children following the divorce. Jones was supposed to be the ideal father and do everything in his power to keep his kids safe. However, who could have foreseen the horror that would follow? Jones picked up his 2 youngest children from their babysitter and his 3 older children from school on Thursday, August 28, 2014. He disappeared. When Jones and the kids disappeared for a few days the following day, his family finally called the police, but only after they had been unable to contact him for a few days. Elk, the babysitter, attempted to call him at 9:36 a.m. the following day but got no answer. Elk was unfazed, and at 9:38, he texted Jones to ask about dropping off the youngest kids at daycare. Jones told her that the children would return on Tuesday, the day after Memorial Day, and said, "Don't worry about this morning. I'll see you next week." Roberta Thornsberry, Jones's grandmother, called him frantically from Mississippi, but he didn't answer. Thornsberry became increasingly alarmed on August 30 and texted Jones many times during the day before ultimately asking him why he was not responding at 5:13 p.m. On September 1 at 4:54 p.m., Elk politely reminded Jones to pack diapers when he dropped off Gabriel and Abigail Elaine. He later called Elk about 6:15 p.m. to tell him that he was going to leave South Carolina with the kids and start again. He offered her everything she desired from the items he left behind and asked Elk to tidy up his mobile home. Amber called at 7:00 p.m., but Jones didn't pick up. Since they were unable to contact him, his family contacted the police. Jones was reported missing and traveling with his 5 children, prompting the issuance of a nationwide alert in search of him. However, they wouldn't learn of his whereabouts until September 6. A startling find was made during a regular traffic safety stop in Smith County, Mississippi, on September 6, 2014. Around 7:00 p.m., Tim Jones Jr. was taken into custody. Around 8:00 p.m., Under Sheriff Marty Patterson arrived on the scene. He saw evidence of intoxication in Jones. A terrible stink came from an Escalade as he got closer to Jones' vehicle. Patterson noticed bleached spots around the baseboard. Jones was supposed to be traveling from Lexington with his 5 children, according to an unsettling hit from the FBI National Crime Information Center when Jones' ID and license plate were run. Patterson called the Lexington County Sheriff's Department right away. Jones first denied having any children when asked about them, but when pressed further, he stated that he only had 3 in South Carolina. Investigators in Smith County quickly contacted Jones's father, Tim Jones Sr., who subsequently notified Jones's ex-wife Amber and Jones's grandmother, Roberta Thornsberry. Investigators from SLED and the Lexington County Sheriff's Department traveled to Mississippi on September 8, 2014, to begin their investigation. Jones consented to guide investigators to his children's bodies 2 days later, on September 9. On September 10, the bodies of Mara, Elias, Natan, Gabrielle, and Abigail Elaine were found, marking the beginning of the discovery. Unsettling and eerie was the evidence gathered from Jones's Escalade on family photos, clothes, children's artwork, letters written by their mother Amber to the children, Bibles, Tim Jones' Mississippi State University diploma, and his passport were among the items recorded. Timothy Jones also wrote handwritten notes that were as terrifying, including disturbing chores like melt bodies, sand bones to dust or small pieces, and burn up bodies. The notes also specified materials such as gas, acid, and camping equipment that were necessary for these gruesome acts. The idea that this father had painstakingly planned to murder and dispose of the remains of all 5 of his children sounded unreal. Jones was booked into the Kirkland Correctional Facility on September 13, 2014, and kept apart from the rest of the inmates in solitary confinement. However, what had actually happened that fateful day? What led Jones to conceal the children's bodies after he killed them? The police's investigation and Jones's confession revealed the sinister reality about what Jones did during the week that he and his kids vanished. The terrifying series of events began in the afternoon of Thursday, August 28, 2014. Tim Jones collected his 2 youngest children from the daycare center and picked up his 3 older children from school. Nobody could have predicted that the fairly typical day would turn into a nightmare. Anger swept through the family's mobile home before 7 p.m. Jones brought up the subject of damaged electrical outlets with Nathan, his 6-year-old son. He subjected the child to a physical punishment by beating Nathan. Jones even went so far as to bombard the small child with inquiries. He received a call around 7:10 p.m. from Amber, his estranged wife. Fearful and distraught, Nathan explained that the event had been an accident, but Jones stepped in and accused Amber of defending their kid before cutting the conversation short. The darkness grew darker as the evening went on. Amber's frantic attempts to get in touch were ignored, and Nathan was sent to bed. Although the specifics remained unknown, Jones either found Nathan's dead at 8:30 p.m. or made an unsuccessful attempt to wake the boy. Jones had to confront the sobering fact that his child was no longer with him. Apparently spurred by his own imagination, Jones would later tell the police that Nathan was attempting to hurt him by using the electricity in the mobile home. He killed his children as a result of this paranoia. The next morning, Jones took his daughter Mira, who was 8 years old, to a convenience store to purchase smokes. When he got home, he was overcome with violence. Jones confessed to officials that he killed Gabriel and Abigail Elaine by suffocating Mara and Elias, ages 8 and 7, with his bare hands while wearing a belt. After that, he covered his children's bodies with blankets and sheets from their beds and put them in the back seat of his car. Jones's search history was also examined by the authorities, who discovered an odd fascination with Atlanta and herbal incense. Jones was clearly searching for spice, a synthetic marijuana that was illegal in Georgia, Alabama, and Mississippi but lawful in South Carolina. He searched the internet for smoke shops or head stores across state lines, determined to obtain the drug. He also turned down calls from his grandmother, with whom he had previously made arrangements. Around this time, up to 23 calls and texts had been left by her. According to tracking data, Jones was in the vicinity of Moody, Alabama, about 2:20 p.m. Between 3 and 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Jones resumed his hunt for smoking businesses, concentrating this time on Alabama and Mississippi. Jones changed locations throughout the day, starting at 8:04 p.m. in Lithonia Springs, Georgia, and ending at 10:29 p.m. in Washington, Georgia. He was obviously making significant progress. Jones's phone location by August 30 showed that he was in Red Bank. By August 31, Jones' phone search inquiries indicated that he was going to start over. He searched animal services, Lexington County dumps, and South Carolina camping areas. Jones was in Athens, Georgia, on September 1, according to a store receipt discovered in his car. Remarkably, his phone data also showed that he was in Winsboro and Spartansburg at 1:20 a.m. on the same day. The location of the phone changed to Folly Beach when Jones performed a number of alarming Google searches on September 2 at 10:35 a.m. The situation took a more sinister turn. The phone was tracked to West Columbia, where he searched for body in landfill, muriatic acid burn, camping near Columbia, South Carolina. What does no extradition laws mean? And facing legal problems, where should you run? Elkin Jones texted back and forth between 11 a.m. and noon on plans to clean his Red Bank mobile home. Intel Jim McConnell, Jones's supervisor, contacted him at 11:54 a.m. to ask why he hadn't been to work. In addition, Saks Getha School left unanswered calls on Nathan, Elias, and Mira. The issue worsened about 1:30 p.m. when McConnell's phone went unanswered at 1:53 p.m. The position of the phone was subsequently tracked to Lawrenceville, Georgia at 6:04 p.m. Athens, Georgia at 4:19 p.m., and Clinton, South Carolina at 3:22 p.m. Jones received an update call from Elk at 10:08 p.m. after ignoring 2 calls from Amber at 6 p.m. throughout this hectic day. The became alarming by September 3. At 10:07 a.m., Jones missed 2 calls and an ignored text from Intel colleague Kevin McKinney. Additionally, there was no answer to his boss's phone at 12:11 p.m. On September 3, surveillance footage from multiple sites showed Jones at the Dollar General in Orangeburg, an Advanced Auto store in Lake City, and the Augusta Road Walmart in Lexington. In the disturbing Walmart video, he was seen buying things, including goggles, a 5-gallon bucket, trash bags, muriatic acid, a saw, and saw blades. When the phone turned back on at 3:37 a.m. on September 4, Jones Googled missing children and Tim Jones. The phone was located on James Island, which is close to Charleston. Later that day, Jones's phone was tracked to Camden and then Orangeburg when the texts from Thornsbury and Sachs went unanswered. Jones was observed depositing a check for $3,518.49 at the Augusta Road ATM in Lexington between 5:17 and 6:33 p.m. It turned out that this money was the profits from the sale of Intel stock he had made weeks earlier. On a logging road between Greenville and Camden, Alabama, Jones would tell the police that he disposed of his children's decaying bodies in black plastic garbage bags. Since August 29, 2014, the bodies had been in the back seat of his car. The phone was found in Greenville, Alabama around 9:14 a.m. on 1:06 p.m. Jones is seen on surveillance footage and receipts from the same day, visiting the Bypass Food Mart in Camden, Alabama. Such an action by a father is not common. Because of this, the authorities tried to figure out what drove Tim to murder the kids. In order to confirm his mental state, an investigation was started. Following his incarceration, Tim Jones Jr.'s psychological condition was extensively monitored by mental health specialists. Although forensic and clinical psychologists and psychiatrists participated in the assessment, they disagreed on his diagnosis. Others proposed that he might have a personality disorder or schizoaffective disorder, but they disagreed on whether his use of synthetic marijuana could have affected his mental state at the time of the crime, or whether a traumatic brain injury he sustained at the age of 15 contributed to his underlying psychosis. During the trial, the jury was given these conflicting hypotheses to help them understand the causes of Tim Jones Jr.'s mental illness. 3 generations of the Jones family's history were mapped out and examined. The goal was to determine how Tim Jr.'s mental health might have been affected by a tumultuous upbringing and a family history of mental illness. The circumstances surrounding Tim Jones Sr.'s conception and delivery were explained to the jury throughout the trial. Tim Sr.'s mother, Roberta Thornsbury, became pregnant at the age of 12 after being abused by her stepfather. Interestingly, there was a familial history of mental illness in Cynthia, Tim Jr.'s mother. The young couple was barely out of their teens when Tim Jr. was born, but their relationship became tense, and Cynthia tried to remove Tim Jr. from his father. Tim Jr. was reared by his grandmother, Roberta Thornsbury, after Tim Sr. eventually obtained custody. When Cynthia was diagnosed with schizophrenia, Tim Sr. had her committed to a mental health facility in New York. In order to help the jury understand the complicated web of factors that may have contributed to Tim Jones Jr.'s mental condition, these complex family dynamics were offered as evidence. There were several problems in Thornsbury's marriage. Calls to the police for shootings, stabbings, drug possession, and physical and alcohol abuse were common during the marriage. The atmosphere did not appear to be steady. Tim Sr. had several marriages throughout the years, divorcing Cynthia and then married Carolyn, with whom he had 2 additional boys. Tim's family was fractured by the time he was 9 years old, and as the years passed, he saw his father get married again, this time to Julie when Jones was 16. Jones met Amber after being freed and the 2 married. Jones and his father did not get along well. They were silent for 18 months as a result of this, intensifying throughout the 2012 Christmas holidays. The last time Jones's father would see the kids was over the 2012 Christmas break. In 2019, the trial started on May 15. Testimonies from a wide range of people were coming in, illuminating Jones' horrible crime. Testimonies were given by law enforcement officers, mental health specialists, penitentiary officers, instructors, school authorities, babysitters, and even members of Jones's own family. Jones' culpability was evident right away. The evidence against him was strong and he had admitted to the crime. In spite of this, the defense aimed to prove that the individual was suffering from a serious mental illness and was therefore not fully accountable for his acts. But the jury categorically rejected the defense's reasoning when they returned a guilty judgment. After establishing guilt, attention turned to figuring out the proper penalty for the killings. Teachers and previous babysitters were asked by the prosecution to explain the trauma they experienced as a result of losing these innocent youngsters during the sentencing phase. Their testimonies demonstrated the effects of Jones's actions on those left behind. Despite the fact that they were not biologically connected, the defense mostly depended on pleading for mercy from Jones's family members, who favored a life sentence rather than the death penalty, although they did not bring in experts to support their position. In the emotionally heated courtroom, Jones's father and grandmother testified about Jones's troubled childhood and adulthood. However, their heartfelt testimonies strongly opposed the possibility that he would be executed. The next day, Jones's wife and the children's mother, Amber Kaiser, took the stand once more during the trial. Her initial appearance was characterized by tears and obvious misery, but this time she found the courage to ask for Jones's forgiveness. She understood her children's thoughts and thought they wouldn't have wanted their father dead, even though she herself wanted to hurt him. She boldly stated that she was prepared to accept the verdict of the jury. The state's final arguments during the penalty phase of the Timothy Jones Jr. murder trial were made by attorney Rick Hubbard. With a startling question, Hubbard addressed the jury. "Would you save execution for the worst? The worst of the worst? Isn't he pointing at Tim Jones?" "Yes, Tim Jones, who killed his 5 children in a ruthless manner," Hubbard went on, pleading with the jurors to take into account the type of guy Jones really was, a killer who ruthlessly betrayed the faith of his own flesh and blood, depriving them of their priceless youth. When Hubbard thought back on Jones's turbulent upbringing, he admitted that his family had attempted to protect him because they saw something unique in him. In spite of his own flaws, Jones's father had loved his son, and his grandmother had also shown her affection for him, while acknowledging his tendency toward selfishness. Hubbard emphasized how Jones had developed a sense of entitlement by learning to control his family, since he knew they would constantly approach him and apologize. Hubbard displayed 2 images. The first showed Jones's happy family, while the second showed the dead remains of the kids in black trash bags. Hubbard made it clear that Jones was to blame for the dissolution of this devoted family. Hubbard emphasized that Jones's decisions, not his family history, resulted in the sad act of leaving his children's bodies exposed. He said, "No father does this to his children." Hubbard forced the jury to face the truth about Jones' behavior by presenting them with images from the crime scene and the autopsy. Hubbard pushed the jury to consider whether a guy who perpetrated such an unimaginable murder merited mercy throughout his closing statements. The jury was allowed to decide Jones's fate after considering the seriousness of the offense and the weight of the evidence. Casey Secor, Jones's lawyer, fervently urged the jurors to sympathize with the Jones family. He made them think about the family's continued pain and anguish. Secor urged a fair verdict that recognized both harsh punishment and compassion, acknowledging the seriousness of Jones's conduct. The jury found Jones guilty after just over 6 hours of deliberation. Jones declined to testify in his defense during the guilt or penalty phase, despite the seriousness of the issue. Rather, a chilling 2014 audio confession that was unquestionable was played in the courtroom. The 12-member panel rendered its decision after only an hour and 45 minutes of rigorous discussion. The death penalty wasn't always the result. The jurors in this case unanimously decided to execute Jones after carefully weighing any extenuating circumstances. Before the judge legally handed down the death sentence, all 12 jurors had to sign a verdict form and concur. The case would not finish, but the Jones family stayed silent and did not react to the media as they sadly left the courthouse. 2 years after being given a death sentence in 2021, Jones requested a second trial and the abolition of the capital penalty, arguing that jurors were biased against him because they had seen upsetting autopsy images during the initial trial. Robert Dudek, an attorney, contended that Jones, who has schizophrenia, was wrongly convicted. The defense argued that prosecutors overstated the repercussions of an insanity plea and that the use of graphic autopsy photos distorted the punishment against Jones. Fairness questions were raised by these photos, which were taken 9 days after the youngsters passed away. Additionally, the defense argued against the exclusion of expert witness testimony that questioned Jones' diagnosis and mental condition. Despite criticism from the court for perhaps influencing the jurors' emotions, attorney Rick Hubbard defended his choice to display the pictures. Although the court typically allows compelling defense arguments in instances involving the death penalty, questions were raised regarding how the trial was conducted. But Jones's appeal was denied by the South Carolina Supreme Court in March 2023. Although the court recognized that there were 2 mistakes made during the trial, it decided that they were insignificant and did not call for the conviction or sentence to be overturned. The first error was leaving out Dr. Adriana Flores's evidence, which was intended to refute another physician's allegations that Jones was fabricating mental health problems. According to the court, her input ought to have been permitted. The second mistake is displaying unsettling autopsy images. Nevertheless, the court pointed out that Jones attempted to conceal the crime. Therefore, the pictures had little bearing on the juror's choice to execute him. The loss of all 5 children and the prospect of Jones's execution must have caused Jones's family to experience unfathomable emotions. The work of debating through the case's horrors fell to the defense lawyers and prosecutors. The unsettling pictures and Jones's own admission are undoubtedly haunting the police. More importantly, can the mother of the children who has suffered unimaginable suffering since that awful day on August 28, 2014, be able to go on and begin anew? Do you believe that Jones deserves the death penalty? Or should the jury have chosen a life sentence in light of Jones' plea of mental health? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. It became a nightmare on New Year's Eve. Statistics show that a crime's nature is significantly influenced by the time of day it is committed, such as during the day. Domestic violence occurrences are more widespread in the evening, as are economic crimes such as robberies, thefts, scams, etc. However, crime and the most heinous acts of evil occur at night, when the streets are dark and almost empty, making it difficult to identify a criminal. It is common knowledge that it is dangerous for women in particular to stroll alone on city streets at night. However, there are situations when it is unavoidable. The narrative of Rachel Moran, a young British woman, started this way. She had to go back home on New Year's Eve after spending time at her parents' house. Rachel never made it home this time, vanishing 150 feet from her destination, even though the distance was just roughly 1 mile along a path she walked every day. After a month of searching in the hopes that the young girl might still be alive, the shocking revelation stunned Ireland as a whole. Rachel Moran was who? On January 17, 1981, Rachel Moran was born in English Call, Ireland. In the family of Wanda and Ray Moran, she was the youngest of 4 children. She was raised with a brother and 2 older sisters with whom she had a deep bond from an early age. Rachel's passion was dance. Seeing her interest, her parents signed her up for a ballet class, which she continued to attend for many years. She even intended to pursue a career in this industry, either as a choreographer or a ballerina. But as she got older, her opinions and tastes started to shift. After graduating from high school, Rachel enrolled in a prominent university to study management information systems, because she was an exceptional student who had a preference for the exact sciences. About 2 years into her studies, Rachel came to the conclusion that her career choice had been a mistake. She chose to return to choreography and continue her study as her artistic side took control. She met Mark, a young man who was just a year older than her while working part-time during this time. They became close very fast, and their friendship soon developed into a romantic partnership. After deciding to live together approximately 6 months after meeting, the couple rented a modest apartment in a brand new, comfortable apartment building that was only a mile from Rachel's parents' home. So she went to see them nearly every day. Rachel began working at a nearby bakery in the fall of 2002, specializing in confectionery decoration. She became enamored with this profession and gave pursuing a second degree in culinary arts some serious thought. It should be noted that one of Rachel's interests was cooking, and she was always good at it. Additionally, Mark and Rachel loved and cared for 2 cats they got from a nearby animal shelter in 2002, treating them nearly like children. The young couple fed the pets on time, took care of them in every manner they could, and made an effort to avoid leaving them alone at home for extended periods of time. A dispute on New Year's Eve as the 2003 New Year's celebration drew near. Everyone in the area was occupied with getting ready for the celebrations, selecting recipes for the holiday table, and purchasing presents for their loved ones. Rachel was trying her hardest to stay up to date for the holidays while juggling a lot of orders at work. Since one of their cats was ill and required special attention, she and Mark wanted to see both of their parents without leaving them alone at home all night. The location and manner of the couple's New Year's celebration had already been decided. Mark had planned to see his parents after spending some time with them at home, but he was expected to return to the apartment he shared with Rachel after midnight. Rachel planned to visit her parents' house before midnight and remain there till dawn, but she had made plans to meet her brother at a bar. The evening proceeded as planned for the most part. Following a romantic supper and glass of champagne at home, Rachel's brother picked her up as Mark went to see his folks. After hanging out with her brother until about 11 p.m., Rachel and her brother headed to her parents' house, where her mother, father, and sister were waiting for them at the celebratory table. Rachel contacted her lover on their home phone at 1 in the morning, but he didn't pick up. She tried calling his cell phone a couple more times without luck. She asked Mark where he was after he responded. Mark acknowledged that he couldn't say no to a close friend's invitation to a party, even if he had gone home as they had planned. They had decided not to leave the animals alone until morning and that someone should be at home at night to care for them, including one that wasn't feeling well, which infuriated Rachel. Rachel, following a brief argument. Mark insisted that nothing significant would occur during those few hours and promised to return by 6 a.m. Rachel, however, was furious and insisted that someone must remain with the animals. The discussion ended in a furious dispute, though, as her lover refused to back down. Even though it was already past midnight and it seemed dangerous to go alone on the street, Rachel was upset and furious and started getting ready to head home. Her mother attempted to dissuade her daughter from leaving after overhearing her arguing with her boyfriend on the phone. Wanda assured her daughter that nothing awful would happen to the animals in such a short time, so she encouraged her to wait until dawn. Rachel, however, was determined and had already started dressing. Her mother didn't want to let her go because she was so concerned about her. Rachel was already standing at the open door when they began arguing loudly and went on. Her mother, however, was unable to persuade her. No one could go with Rachel because her brother and father had already gone to bed and were heavily intoxicated. She left her parents' house at around 1:30 a.m. and nobody ever saw her alive again. Disappeared into the shadows. Rachel told her mother that as soon as she got home, she would give her a call. An hour and a half went by and her daughter still hadn't called, even though the trip should have taken no more than 15 minutes. No one picked up the house or mobile numbers when the anxious mother started phoning her. It was close to dawn when Mrs. Moran eventually dozed off on the couch in the living room while holding the phone. On January 1, she heard her husband on the phone when she woke up at 9:30 a.m. She thought he was talking to Rachel since he used the word daughter. But as soon as he ended the call, he revealed that it was their oldest daughter, who had been attempting to contact her sister all morning and was beginning to become anxious. The mother became frightened upon hearing this. When she dialed the home phone, a drowsy Mark answered, not knowing what was going on, and she attempted to reach Rachel again, but her cell was off. It turned out that Mark thought his girlfriend had stayed with her parents and just went to bed when he got home at 7 a.m. from the party and didn't see her there. When Mark found out that Rachel had left for their apartment throughout the night but never showed up, he was shocked. She would have fed the animals first, so he was positive she hadn't been home, but he didn't know where she could be. But the cats were obviously hungry and the bowls were empty. They had left the apartment together the night before and their bedroom bed was made, and there was no indication that anyone had come in. Inquiring as to whether they had seen Rachel or had any communication with her, Rachel's parents and boyfriend started phoning all of their friends, family, and acquaintances, but it was all for nothing. Even though Rachel was 21 years old, the police did not wait the customary 24 hours before conducting an urgent search after the Moran family reported her missing to them that same day. After speaking with all of Rachel's family members, friends, and Mark, the police thoroughly ruled out the chance that she had fled on her own. They also investigated Rachel's apartment and her parents' house, where she was last seen. It should be mentioned that the missing woman looked really beautiful. Tall and slender, she had long platinum blonde hair and lovely facial features. People would surely remember her if they saw someone like her on the street. Thus, investigators started looking for potential witnesses. Stranger in the dark. It was not yet possible to track a location using a mobile signal in 2002, and the girl's phone's call and message logs yielded no leads. All that was known was that the gadget had been switched off about 15 minutes after Rachel had left her parents' house, and based on the time, she should have been close to her own house by then. Rachel's mother was speaking with law enforcement again, when she abruptly remembered something crucial that she had neglected to bring up before. As it happens, they continued to argue loudly at the door while her daughter was already outside. Wanda urged her to wait till morning since she didn't want to let her go. She then caught sight of a man passing their residence on the street. She even considered asking him to go home with Rachel, however, she didn't. In the dark light, Wanda was unable to see the visitor clearly. She couldn't even provide a basic description because all she saw was a figure wearing a dark jacket and cap. But this individual might be a criminal or a useful witness. The authorities requested that all locals, including store owners, provide any surveillance camera footage they may have, since they needed to find him quickly. Investigators were able to determine that the missing girl passed the same business around 1 minute after the unidentified man did, and that the store was roughly 400 feet from Rachel's parents' home. Because of the low quality of the tape, it was impossible to make out the man's face or any other distinguishing traits, but it was evident that Rachel had traveled around half of the way home. The detectives chose to employ a strategy that frequently aided in missing person investigations as the hunt went on. After identifying a female who looked a lot like Rachel, they ordered her to walk the same path at night while wearing the exact same outfit as Rachel had on the night she vanished. After all of this was captured on camera, the news broadcast the video of the blonde strolling down the street at night and asked anyone who had seen her on New Year's Eve to come forward. The strategy was successful, as multiple witnesses claimed to have seen a dark male silhouette and a lone girl walking. But the man went by first, then the blonde, according to a witness who was smoking on a balcony. According to another witness who lives close to the apartment building where Rachel lives, the girl went by first, then the man came a few feet later. This implied that the stranger was either someone else or that they had fallen behind. About 150 feet from the girl's home, another camera was found along her path 10 days into the search. In the video, Rachel was seen passing by with a male in close pursuit. Given that he was dressed in the same clothes and had a similar build, there was little question that it was the same individual. There were unsettling hints that the man had once allowed the girl to pass in front of him before starting to follow her. Within a few days following the girl's disappearance, a massive search was launched for her. Detectives used aircraft, search dogs, divers, and hundreds of volunteers to mark a 10-mile search radius. They swept across woodland areas, wastelands, streets, and waterways. Artificial canals and tiny streams were drained for a detailed examination, and the search was carried out both on the ground and in the air. However, time went by with no outcomes. Given that Rachel had not used her cell phone or made any purchases using her bank card since going missing, authorities assumed she was dead. Her family, however, hoped to discover her alive and well. A sneaker that Rachel's family recognized was discovered in a drainage ditch close to her house 2 weeks later. Rachel's mother claims that on the day she vanished, she was wearing those shoes. Officers discovered a black purse with an ID card in Rachel Moran's name, a makeup bag, a wallet with bank cards, and a cell phone in one of the drained streams a few days later. Since all of the evidence was discovered within a mile of Rachel's house, the police speculated that the potential offender might reside nearby. He probably concealed the body here as well, if this scenario is accurate. This prompted the creation of a strategy to search every home within 2 miles of Rachel's residence, door to door. More cops were brought in, each working with a partner to reduce hazards and sad findings in the trash chute, because of course this took a lot of time and resources. The young woman had been going door to door for almost a month. Because it was hard to locate householders at their homes, and because the police required permission to enter the property, the search for neighborhood inhabitants was moving slowly. When a policeman and his aide arrived at another residence on Nash Court on January 28, they were instantly confronted by an unpleasant smell. Michael Little, 23, the homeowner, reassured them that there was nothing to be concerned about, saying that he was waiting for a plumber to clear the clogged plumbing. His friend Marcus was paying him a visit at the time, but he had no idea what the cops were looking for and had only seen them. Although nothing unusual was discovered in the house, the officers' suspicions were heightened by the lingering, sickening stench. It was discovered that a small trash chute, filled with bags of different wastes, was the cause of the stink rather than the restroom. After deciding to examine its contents more closely, the cops removed a number of bags and found a human within, an egg protruding. The homeowner and his visitor were taken into custody by the police, who promptly requested reinforcements. While his companion had a full-blown meltdown when he saw the dead female, Michael was totally composed and even detached during the entire ordeal. It was difficult to remove the body from the small trash chute, and it was not apparent how it had ended up there in the first place. The victim was nearly naked, and it was impossible to determine the cause of death right away because of the advanced level of decomposition, but there were obvious stab wounds all over the body. According to the suspect's account, the scent had been driving him insane, so he was pleased the body had been discovered. He also gave his account of what happened that fateful night, although it didn't sound very credible. He claims that he heard the mother and daughter arguing while he was strolling down the street and deduced that the girl intended to go somewhere by herself. He pursued her, they started talking, and he got to know her. Rachel allegedly accepted Michael's invitation to enter his home when they arrived. Little claims that they had a little drink, talked, and then, with their cooperation, had sexual intercourse before he went to sleep. According to the suspect, the girl in the kitchen was acting strangely when he got up at 5 in the morning. He had a small bag of illegal narcotics on the table, and he presumed that his visitor had taken something from it. Then, he said, she snatched a knife and charged at him, but he was able to take the weapon from her and hit her with a series of deadly blows. Michael explained the whole thing away as a bad accident that happened while he was defending himself. Everyone who knew the dead girl, of course, didn't agree with this version. To begin with, Rachel would never have gone anywhere with him, much less talked to a stranger on a nighttime desolate street. Thoroughly, she had never used any illegal substances in her life, and secondly, she would never have cheated on her lover. The girl's distinctive internal injuries and the discovery of little seminal fluid inside her were indicators of personal aggression, according to the autopsy. A third of the 27 stab wounds on the victim's torso came from behind, and none of them appeared to be self-defense. Michael Little is who? When police investigated the suspect's background after his arrest, they found that the young man already had a lengthy criminal history. He was caught stealing several times while still in school and came from a dysfunctional household. In addition, he never completed his education, which prevented him from obtaining even a mediocre job because he lacked a foundational education. He subsisted on both benefits and money he obtained unlawfully. He had been arrested multiple times for distribution and possession of illegal narcotics. Little was characterized by acquaintances as a pathological liar. He was always bragging about his sexy adventures and his impressive number of lovers, but in truth, every girl attempted to stay away from this weird and violent man. But Michael had been inventing more and more stories lately about a tall blonde he was supposedly seeing, even though no one had ever seen her with him. Since the victim and the suspect lived in the same neighborhood and had houses only a few hundred feet apart, police theorized that the suspect may have seen the victim before. He probably started to fantasize about the girl and tell his buddies about her when he became interested in her. When the criminal saw her alone herself on the street that fateful night, he took advantage of the situation and attacked her. But this new, even stranger version was the first time the victim and her attacker had ever met. As the inquiry went on, the suspect abruptly withdrew his first claims and gave a completely different account, saying that the true perpetrator was his friend Marcus, who was also detained. Marcus allegedly brought the girl to his home after meeting her on the street that evening. After sharing a drink, the visitors started displaying interest in the homeowner, so they withdrew to his bedroom. The accused claims that following the private meeting, a furious Marcus stormed into the room, upset that Rachel had opted for someone else. After killing the girl with a knife, he threatened Michael with harm and demanded that he assist in concealing the body and keep quiet about what had transpired. The accused and his attorney swore that this was precisely how events had transpired, but of course no one believed this narrative. But there was no proof that Marcus was involved. He had a New Year's Eve alibi for the crime, and his response upon the body's discovery suggested that he was unaware of the nightmare that had taken place at his friend's house. Trial and sentencing. The precise events of that fatal night could only be partially reconstructed, because Michael never acknowledged his guilt. Little was found to have gone to a party on December 31, 2002, and was getting ready to celebrate the new year with pals there. He was cruelly rebuffed when he tried to flirt with one girl, and the same thing happened with another, leaving him drunk and furious. After leaving the gathering and making his way home, Michael ran into Rachel and let go all of his bottled-up anger. He chose to pursue the girl after hearing her and her mother quarrel. After waiting for his victim to pass by in a dark alley off the road, the thief followed her as they passed Michael's house. He assaulted Rachel and repeatedly stabbed her in the back. He probably took advantage of the poor girl after dragging her inside his house, then killed her with the same knife and hid her body in the garbage chute. Little was found guilty in October 2003 of assaulting and killing Rachel Morin. He was given a life sentence with the prospect of release only after 35 years. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Menajay Starin, 34, a mother of 3, was reported missing by her father on May 1, 2023. Sometime in April 2023, she disappeared from her St. Paul, Ramsey County, Minnesota residence. The St. Paul Police Department's officers immediately began looking for her. They discovered disturbing information that led them to one individual, her boyfriend, 40-year-old Joseph Stephen Jorgensen. As they investigated Jorgensen's participation further, what sinister and terrifying secrets would come to light? Would we eventually learn the truth behind Manager's disappearance? We are examining Joseph Jorgensen's unsettling case today, so let's go straight to the riddle without any more ado. More than 300,000 people live in St. Paul, a thriving city in Ramsey County, Minnesota, that is teeming with both historical and contemporary charm. It promotes a feeling of community and welcomes variety. The Cathedral of St. Paul, the James J. Hill House, and the Summit Avenue area are just a few of the historic landmarks and neighborhoods of St. Paul, one of Minnesota's oldest cities. Statistics show that you have a 1 in 124 risk of becoming a victim of violent crime and a 1 in 24 probability of becoming a victim of property crime in St. Paul. Nevertheless, despite advancements, a horrible and unimaginable crime in 2023 rocked the city to its foundation. On May 23, 1989, Menajay Starin was born. Not much is known about her early years. It is uncertain if she had any further siblings, however records show that she had a brother named Nora Starin. Menajay was 34 years old and a single mother of 3 kids by 2023. She lived in a little apartment in St. Paul, Ramsey County, Minnesota, at 1428 7th Street. Whether she had ever been married is still unknown. Reports from people who knew Menajay at the time portrayed him as a likable person. People who knew her talked about how she was kind, patient, and positive with everyone she met, no matter what their background. Nevertheless, despite these admirable traits, Menajay battled personal issues. She struggled with mental health problems and drug addiction. Her family was aware of these difficulties, which contributed to her children not living with her, since she was having difficulty overcoming her own challenges. Menajay was undoubtedly unable to give her kids a secure upbringing because of the circumstances surrounding her addiction and mental health issues. For Menajay, life went on in spite of the difficulties. Then an unforeseen event occurred. Menajay's father called the St. Paul police in panic on May 1, 2023. He disclosed concerning information regarding Menajay's battles with drug addiction and mental health concerns throughout the call. He said that she had intended to check herself into a drug rehab facility but never did. His last communication with Menajay took place on April 18, 2023. She had looked scared and suspicious. It worried her father that she was afraid of a boyfriend. As soon as the call was over, the police got to work. They went to Manijay's place to find her. Regretfully, she could not be located. The investigators were looking for answers when they came across and spoke with a man who was only recognized as the father of one of Manijay's children. The man broke with her typical pattern by admitting that he had not heard from Manijay either. Because they shared responsibility for their son, she would typically check in on him on a frequent basis. He expressed his worry, pointing out that it was quite uncommon for Manijay to neglect to check on their child's welfare for over 8 hours. The man also revealed that Manijay had previously contacted him using a variety of different phone numbers. However, April 21, 2023 was the last time they spoke. During their discussions, the detectives also located Manijay's neighbor. An unsettling observation was relayed by the neighbor. The neighbor claims that she once saw Manijay with red marks on her neck and a black eye. It's unclear exactly when this occurred, but the neighbor questioned Manijay after becoming frightened by the upsetting scene. "Have you been assaulted?" she asked Manijay. Manijay had verified the neighbor's assumptions, much to her dismay. Manijay begged against calling the police, even though the neighbor's first reaction was to do so, believing that doing so would only make matters worse. The inquiry became more complicated as a result of this discovery, and the cops were left to deal with the unsettling truth that had pervaded Manijay's life. The detectives continued their inquiry by talking to the residential complex manager of Maniji. He gave them some insightful information. They discovered that, although not mentioned in the lease, Maniji had a lover named Joe who frequently visited her residence. The manager then gave a phone number linked to Joe to the detectives. After obtaining the phone number, the investigators carried out their investigations and verified that it belonged to Joseph Steve Jorgensen, a 40-year-old man. They showed the manager Jorgensen's photo to get confirmation, and the manager recognized him as the person he knew to be Maniji's lover. The investigation underwent a sea change after this discovery, which paved the way for a disturbing and strange chain of events. One of the most important pieces of evidence was now an apartment security camera that was located close to Manijay's home. The apartment manager notified investigators on May 24, 2023, that the security footage had been discovered to document a concerning event that occurred on April 21, 2023. The video showed Manijay running out of her residence in obvious distress, with her lover Jorgensen chasing after her. He swung her around violently and led her back into the flat. There was no accompanying evidence of Manijay leaving her apartment, but the video claimed that this was the last time she was seen entering it between 5:55 and 6 p.m. on that fatal day. Subsequent analysis of the security footage showed that between April 21, 2023 and April 28, 2023, Jorgensen entered and exited the residence several times. Remarkably, it was found that Jorgensen entered the residence 28 times in all throughout this time. Furthermore, the apartment management attested to the fact that Manai had only had one set of residence keys. According to the CCTV footage, Jorgensen used a key each time he entered the residence. The investigators were left with a number of troubling questions as all of these findings were revealed. Jorgensen frequently visited Manijay's flat. What transpired during these encounters, and most importantly, where was Manijay? Additional examination of the security tape also showed that at 4:55 p.m., Jorgensen was seen on CCTV leaving the flat on April 28, 2023, with a suitcase and 2 duffel bags. Sitting on the driver's side, he carried the suitcases into a pickup truck with the Minnesota license plate NLV 6177. Jorgensen sped off in his car. Investigators quickly learned that the pickup truck belonged to a man who lived in the Maplewood apartment complex at 89th Century Avenue. Following these events, investigators looked for a family friend who had important knowledge about Manijay's relationships and behavior. According to the family acquaintance, Maniji had never gone more than 24 hours without getting in touch with her loved ones, even if she struggled with drugs and crises. Her abrupt absence had been all the more worrisome because of this regular pattern. The family acquaintance also revealed that he had a phone discussion with Jorgensen after Manijay vanished. At the time, Jorgensen had informed him that Manijay had gone to the store but had never come back. The family acquaintance claims that Jorgensen also voiced worries that Manijay might have been harmed by a man named Cassell. This Cassell had been characterized by Jorgensen as a suspicious person. After that conversation, the family friend disclosed that he had lost communication with Jorgensen. Equipped with this fresh knowledge, the detectives realized how serious the situation was. They were unable to overlook the fact that Jorgensen had not attempted to notify the authorities that Manage was gone. In addition, the evidence showed that after Manage vanished, no one had entered her flat but Jorgensen. Their suspicions were heightened by this information, and they focused all of their attention on Jorgensen as a potential target. The police, assisted by a property manager, made the decision to perform a comprehensive search of Manage's residence due to the developing concerns and evidence, and COP came in. Their focus was quickly captured by the disturbing findings as soon as they entered. The screen for one of the bedroom windows was lying discarded on the floor, as the police and property manager observed. A closer look around the living area also showed a television with several cracks in the screen. Prior to this discovery, the property manager attested that the screen was undamaged. The officers discovered a smashed glass panel on the microwave when they searched further. There were indications that it had been cleaned. They noticed that the bedsheet in Manage's bedroom had been partially taken off, exposing a foam cushion on top of the mattress. The disturbing scene was heightened when they discovered a massive hole in the foam pad that had been purposefully cut and removed. At the foot of the bed were red smears. These discoveries heightened the already mounting anxiety about Manage's abduction and led the detectives deeper into a maze of disturbing hints and terrifying possibilities. The officers acquired a warrant to conduct a comprehensive search and process Manage's flat in order to gather crucial forensic evidence after completing the required legal procedures. On May 25, 2023, the warrant was executed. A disturbing reality was revealed after crime scene technicians carefully inspected the premises. Large volumes of blood were found in the living room, particularly on the floor, the couch, and the kitchen. Someone had tried desperately to get rid of the blood's traces, as seen by the obvious signs of an attempted cleanup. It was becoming more and more clear that someone had been killed or gravely hurt inside the flat. The sad reality was verified by further investigation of the preliminary findings. Manage herself was the owner of the blood samples that were taken at the site. The authorities discovered crucial evidence about Manage's finances as they continued their inquiry. She was found to have gotten aid via an electronic benefits transfer, EBT card, issued by the state of Minnesota. With this card, people who get government assistance, like food stamps, can buy directly from merchants. A warrant to view Manage's EBT account information was quickly acquired in recognition of the importance of this discovery. Following her final confirmed sighting on April 21, 2023, a number of transactions were discovered throughout the investigation. One such instance occurred on May 9, 2023, when Jorgensen made an ATM withdrawal at the Speedway, which is situated at 11th Century Avenue North in Maplewood, using Manage's EBT card. He went to the Dollar Tree store at 7150 Valley Creek Plaza in Woodbury that same day and used Manage's EBT card. He made a really odd buy there: a cleaning bucket, 2 boxes of saran wrap, paper towels, trash bags, liquid cleaner, latex gloves, and disinfectant wipes were among the items on his shopping list. The investigators were intrigued by this odd collection of materials. Jorgensen used Manage's EBT card once more on May 11, 2023, at the Cub Food Store located at 1177 Clarence Street in St. Paul, Ramsey County. Additionally, he used the card at another Dollar Tree location in Oakdale, located at 7085 10th Street North. This time, he bought more cleaning supplies, disinfecting wipes, extra boxes of saran wrap, and paper towels. The frequent acquisition of such goods merely contributed to the enigma surrounding Jorgensen's actions and motivations. Authorities discovered information linking another person, just known as ZD, adding still another level of investigation. This, ZD, made use of Manage's EBT card as well. In order to access data pertaining to Jorgensen's Google and Gmail accounts, detectives then went ahead and obtained a search warrant. The investigators' worries were heightened when they discovered a string of significant Google searches Jorgensen had conducted after analyzing the data they had collected. Jorgensen had looked up the term jugular on April 21, 2023, what do police do with a missing persons report on May 1, 2023, and how to clear cookies from an Android phone on May 3, 2023. On May 27, 2023, he searched for how to remove GPS from a Lime scooter. On June 4, 2023, he searched for lime for soil At this point, it's important to note that lime, the material Jorgensen had asked about, can be used to hasten a body's decomposition process and the smells that go along with it. This fact, which the police were well aware of, made them even more concerned about Jorgensen's possible role in Manej's disappearance. The police took decisive action in light of the strong evidence against Jorgensen. On June 26, 2023, the apartment investigators targeted Jorgensen's apartment and secured a warrant to search it. In anticipation of a potentially explosive situation, a SWAT unit stepped in to execute the warrants. Jorgensen reacted to the police confrontation at his apartment by locking himself in his bedroom. The situation became much more dangerous and urgent when Jorgensen, to the horror of everyone around him, lit a fire. The SWAT unit moved with extreme caution. In the ensuing battle, Jorgensen resisted the officers with great vigor and even tried to take a SWAT officer's gun. The officer eventually managed to capture Jorgensen. He was immediately sent to the local hospital for assessment as a precaution. This was done in order to protect his health and deal with any possible mental health issues that might have influenced his behavior. 2 other people were in the residence with Jorgensen when he was taken into custody. One of them, a girl who wished to remain anonymous, had visible signs of injury. She had a red neck, several bruises and scratches. Jorgensen threatened to harm her, saying things like, "The neighbors won't hear you scream." Later, the woman would tell the authorities that Jorgensen had strangled her. Jorgensen's roommate was the second person in the residence. The roommate had sought shelter in his own bedroom during the police-Jorgensen confrontation. Without any opposition, the roommate was likewise hauled into custody. The roommate later gave a statement in an interview at the St. Paul Police Department. He revealed that his sense of smell had been lost as a result of a catastrophic brain injury. He also disclosed a long-standing relationship with Jorgensen. Interestingly, the roommate explained, he didn't spend much time with Jorgensen or the women Jorgensen brought to the flat because he worked Monday through Friday. Officers spoke with Jorgensen's friend, ZD, after these incidents. The other man who had been seen using Manej's EBT card was this one. It's still unknown when the interview with ZD will take place. ZD made it clear during the conversation that he did not have a close relationship with Manej, revealing that he had only met her once or twice. ZD claims that Jorgensen told him that Manej had been admitted to a mental health hospital when he asked about her. ZD further revealed that he assumed Jorgensen had authorization to use Manej's EBT card because Jorgensen gave him both the card and its associated PIN. Officers also spoke with the apartment management in charge of Jorgensen's home. The manager revealed that there had been several complaints about a foul smell emanating from Jorgensen's apartment around May 15 or 16, 2023. The entire building was filled with the stench. The manager said it looked like the smell of a dead animal. The management provided further context by disclosing that on May 18, 2023, he and a maintenance worker tried to enter the flat to conduct an inspection. But in response, Jorgensen became hostile, both verbally and physically, barring them from a certain bedroom that seemed to be the source of the smell. Unfazed, the manager told Jorgensen and his roommate that they had a week to clean the apartment, and they did just that. The manager then revealed that he and the maintenance worker had seen Jorgensen pull and carry big black duffel bags out of the apartment not long after. Astonished by the scene, they had discussed the likelihood that Jorgensen was carrying a corpse. The St. Paul Police Department's Forensic Services Unit meticulously examined Jorgensen's flat in light of these discoveries. According to their report, a sizable pool of blood was found in the front closet, which was also the spot where the unpleasant smell had been detected. In addition to the blood that had soaked through the carpet and carpet pad, the scene was made even more unsettling by the presence of additional biological material and recent maggot activity. In the closet where Jorgensen had tried to ignite the fire, blood was also discovered. Officers also found 2 padlock keys in Jorgensen's residence after his detention as part of the investigation. After looking through Jorgensen's phone logs, it was found that on May 18, 2023, his phone had pinged near a storage facility located at 8881 Weird Drive in Woodbury. On May 5, 2023, someone started renting a storage space at the facility under the name of Jorgensen's roommate. Interestingly, the unit's access code was used to enter the building just as Jorgensen's phone rang in the same vicinity. On June 28, 2023, Detectives quickly secured a warrant to search the storage facility after realizing the importance of this material. Investigators visited the assigned storage container 2 days after Jorgensen was taken into custody. They were welcomed by a strong and awful smell that was typical of decaying flesh as they got closer to the area. One of the padlocks seemed to suit one of the keys that were taken from Jorgensen's flat, but in order to get in, the investigators finally had to cut both padlocks. They found a number of things inside, including a small carry-on luggage, a blue duffel bag, and a huge cooler that was carefully wrapped in plastic. It is noteworthy that one of these bags was the same one Jorgensen was seen taking out of Managey's flat in the video. Furthermore, a green tote with cleaning materials similar to those Jorgensen had previously bought was discovered on top of the cooler. 2 coolers and a duffel bag were cautiously taken out of the unit while being supervised by the Forensic Services Unit. From these receptacles came a clear and overwhelming smell of rotting meat. The contents were kept out of reach until they were taken to the medical examiner's office for additional analysis because they were enclosed in several layers of plastic. A human body was discovered inside the bag and coolers after being examined using an X-ray machine. The limbs and legs were in the larger bag, and the torso was in the larger cooler. However, there was a head in the smaller cooler. The found remains were then autopsied by the Ramsey County Medical Examiner's office. The torso, the first set of remains, was carefully taken out of the huge cooler, which was heavily wrapped in several bags and layers of saran wrap. It had been carefully hidden and preserved. The head, which was also covered in many layers of saran wrap and bags, was the next group of remains to be removed. The remaining pieces of the legs and feet, 2 arms and 2 thighs, made up the final set of remains, which were then taken out of the duffel bag. Additionally, a significant amount of saran wrap had been meticulously wrapped around these bones. The medical examiner had to spend a lot of time unwrapping the corpses. The remains identified as belonging to Managey was satisfactorily established by the medical examiner after extensive investigations and analysis were completed. The Ramsey County Medical Examiner did identify the remains as those of Managey Staran of St. Paul yesterday, Thursday, June 29. Dental records and identifiable tattoos were used to prove identity. Unfortunately, it was determined that her death was a homicide once the method of death was determined. After this, investigators returned to the CCTV footage taken from Managey's apartment, paying close attention to the luggage Jorgensen had taken from the building. Upon closer inspection, it became more and more clear that Jorgensen had mutilated Managey in her own apartment, carefully separating her remains and packing them in different bags he carried. Jorgensen was charged with a number of crimes related to Managey's death. Given the seriousness of his alleged acts, he was legally charged with 1 count of second-degree murder. Jorgensen was also charged with arson for purposefully starting a fire in his residence while he was arguing with the SWAT squad members. The accusations were expanded to cover actions including disarming an officer and making violent threats. Jorgensen made a brief court appearance on the afternoon of June 30, 2023, to answer to the murder charge. He moved his head back and forth during the hearing in response to Assistant Ramsey County Attorney Eastwood's presentation of the complaint's specifics. Eastwood also asked that $5 million, 0 cents, be established as bail, and Judge Timothy Carey granted this request. Jorgensen simply gave his name when asked, remaining largely mute throughout the court hearing. To indicate that a thorough defense plan was being developed, the defense lawyer chose to postpone any discussions about bail until later. On the same day that Jorgensen appeared in court, St. Paul Police Sergeant Mike Ernster announced a major revelation that came to light during their ongoing investigation at a press conference. Fanta Giovan, a 33-year-old woman who was Jorgensen's previous girlfriend, was also reported missing. The last recorded sighting of Giovan was in July 2021, and Jorgensen was the only person present. Interestingly, no one had previously reported her absence, thus the police recently opened a missing person investigation. Tragically, police said at a press conference on July 7 that they had located the remains of 33-year-old Fanta Giovan in a different storage facility in Coon Rapids, which is 30 miles from the property where Staran's body was recovered and north of Minneapolis. Although more information about this second victim has not yet been made public, it is generally assumed that Jorgensen is also accountable for her murder. In light of these continuing events, Managey's family thanked the police for following up on every lead in their unrelenting pursuit of the truth. Jorgensen faces a potential sentence of 40 years in jail on the charge of second-degree murder, should he be proved guilty. August 21, 2023 is when Jorgensen is expected to appear in court again. Justice is currently being sought in the wake of this horrific tragedy, which has revealed the truth about Manage's premature death. We now have a better grasp of the unfortunate events that transpired thanks to the work of law enforcement. A disturbing thought emerges as we consider the horrifying specifics of Jorgensen's actions. Are we about to discover a possible serial killer? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Consider your knowledge of violent relationships, particularly if you were raised in a loving household where your parents never yelled at you. It's likely that what you comprehend is based on what you've read online or heard from friends or colleagues. Abuse, however, is far more than you may imagine. It all comes down to limiting and controlling someone else. The limitation of human freedom is one of the most heinous forms of aggression, and we will return to it repeatedly throughout this debate. Abusive individuals frequently believe they have the right to dictate every element of their partner's life, including who they speak to, who their friends are, where they go, what they wear, and when they return home. It sounds terrible, doesn't it? Even terrible, though, is that these individuals believe they are being giving. By letting their partner do things that wouldn't even be debatable in a healthy relationship, they are granting their partner independence. Our heroine lost her life as a result of her refusal to follow the restrictions that were imposed upon her. Let's begin the investigation to determine whether the public merely sought to portray the husband as an abuser in order to hold him responsible for the murder of his wife, or whether there was actual abuse in this household. For a peaceful family life, Cary, North Carolina is the ideal town. People quit securing their cars, or even their front doors, after years of living there since it's so safe. Great schools, open highways, amiable, smiling neighbors, and little racial friction or crime are all present. The Coopers decided to establish a happy life and create a family in this town. Outside of their house, Brad and Nancy Cooper appeared to lead the ideal life. Brad was a successful and intelligent IT engineer. Nancy was the best mother to their two young kids and was athletic, attractive, and entertaining. They lived in peace and quiet. Nancy looked after the girls in the house, while Brad worked. As a former competitive runner, Nancy took good care of herself and made sure she kept in condition. July 12, 2008 began as any other day would. Nancy never returned after going for her morning run. The events that followed are complex and unsettling, leaving you to question what actually transpired. The narrative is so heartbreaking that the only things left for Nancy and Brad's family were doubts and a glimmer of hope for justice. Jessica Adam reported her close friend Nancy Cooper missing to emergency services that afternoon. Jessica told the dispatcher, her voice trembling, that Nancy had left for a run at 7 a.m. but had not come home. Nancy never showed up for the planned meeting between the two pals. Even worse, Nancy's house phone and mobile phone did not answer when Jessica tried to call her for hours. Brad didn't give his wife's disappearance much thought because he was at work. Even in the evening, Nancy had not returned, so he figured she had simply gone for a longer walk than usual and would be back shortly. To determine Nancy's possible whereabouts, perhaps some answers will come to light on their own if we examine the Cooper family's past more closely. Harry Renz and Donna Audrey, both graduates of the University of British Columbia, made the decision to formally enter into marriage in the 1960s. They had 3 girls, Krista, Jill, and Nancy, who all lived in Edmonton, and a son, Jeff, during the course of the following few years. They provided a warm and nurturing environment for their kids. Harry and Donna founded an employment firm in 1988 that provided employment assistance, job training, and life management to persons in Alberta, Canada. On October 25, 1973, Nancy Renz was born as her sister's identical twin. In 1998, Nancy was only 24 years old when she met Brad Cooper in Calgary. Nancy was instantly drawn to Brad's height and black hair. She was drawn to his steady, composed demeanor more than his attractive appearance. He was as dependable as a rock. Nancy fell in love. It was a reciprocal emotion. In addition to being tall, blonde, and in good shape, Nancy exuded a subtle charm that won Brad over. Their romance progressed swiftly, and when Brad received a high-profile job offer from Cisco Systems in Raleigh, North Carolina, he wanted Nancy to follow him there in order to stay together and facilitate his immigration to the U.S. The fall of 2000 saw the marriage of Brad and Nancy. The pair had previously been arranging a wedding for the fall of 2002 once they moved to North Carolina, despite the first impression that they were married for immigration purposes, so Nancy could move with Brad. Nancy was compelled to become a stay-at-home mother, while Brad began establishing his career at one of the biggest corporations. Brad's career at Cisco Systems took off. As a VoIP engineer and architect, he specialized in fusing phones with internet technology. Brad was one of only 152 networking technology professionals. The family had a comfortable home. Nancy became a prisoner in her own house, even though each of them had a BMW in the driveway. To be in the United States, you can travel as a Canadian citizen, but you need a permission to work. The couple produced 2 lovely kids over the following several years, Bella in 2004 and Katie in 2006. Nancy, according to her neighbors, was a devoted and active mother who enjoyed spending time at the playground with her children. However, she was unable to work since she lacked a work visa in the United States. Nancy aspired to have a profession and be more than just a wife and mother, even though she was still a Canadian citizen and might have found some illegal work to supplement her income. Let's now discuss Brad Bradley. Graham Cooper was born in Medicine Hat, Alberta, around the beginning of the 1970s. Following high school, he graduated from the University of Calgary with a Bachelor of Science in Computer Science. He was hired as a network engineer at TransCanada Pipelines after graduating. He met Nancy Renz in 1998, and they clicked right away. He became close to Nancy's family over time, especially her parents, and impressed them with his technological prowess by participating in all of their family gatherings and lending a hand with their computers. He soon received a job offer from Cisco Systems in Raleigh, North Carolina, thanks to his skill and knowledge. Brad started pursuing an MBA at the College of Management at North Carolina State University in 2005. After that, he finished the degree with a focus on product innovation. Nancy became Brad's shadow as his career took off and he continued to expand his skill set. She was forced to sacrifice both her work and her goals. Nancy used to be a runner who dreamed of going to the Olympics. She continued to run marathons and other races, despite having a damaged knee, which irritated the more reserved Brad, because she brought new people into the running group and made new acquaintances. Their relationship quickly began to disintegrate. Friends claim that although there were rifts in Brad and Nancy's marriage from the start, Nancy never publicly discussed them, and instead tended to romanticize her husband. Although they still appeared to be the ideal family, Brad's manipulation and control over Nancy increased as he rose through the ranks of the company. She appeared to him to be a dull housewife who had lost her spark, spending her days taking care of the children and cleaning. When Nancy discovered in the spring of 2007 that her husband had been having an affair with her close friend Heather, things became even worse. After months of denial, Brad finally came clean on New Year's Eve, acknowledging the affair but claiming it had only occurred once, as if that somehow made it okay. So it's not a one-time thing? In order to improve their marriage, the pair began attending couples therapy, where Brad acknowledged lying to Nancy about his long-term affair with Heather. Following the revelation of that fact, they made the decision to divorce and sell the house. In retaliation, Brad canceled Nancy's credit cards and ensured she was unable to follow forward with her plans to return to Canada with the children. Brad refused to relinquish custody of the girls or allow them to move there. Nancy, her 2 small children, and no one else were left alone in a foreign country. Let's return to the disappearance of Nancy. Nancy's friends and officials accused Brad Cooper of being involved in her disappearance as soon as they heard about the couple's troubled marriage. When Nancy's parents, Harry and Donna Renz, learned that their daughter was missing, they became even more concerned and promptly organized a trip to Cary to assist in the hunt for her. When Nancy failed to appear, when police arrived at the Coopers' house in the late evening, Brad was asked about his wife. He informed them that she got up earlier than normal on Saturday morning and went for a run with a friend. Brad added that Nancy never brought her keys or cell phone with her. He added that she didn't drive to her running partner's coffee shop as she usually did. It seems that this seasoned runner, who had been preparing for a half marathon, altered her course that day and skipped one of her typical runs. When the police heard Brad's account, they were obviously taken aback, because Brad was the only one who had seen Nancy that day. Brad said that she left the house at 7 a.m., but the police needed concrete evidence to support this claim. Other than her husband, who witnessed her leaving, getting into a car, or even just strolling down the street that Saturday morning, where were the other witnesses? None existed. Nancy had been at a friend's house across the street on Friday night, and no one had seen her since. Later that day, Brad said she was going to meet up with a friend, who was actually her regular running companion. In order to locate the missing runner, a search party was created. Was it possible for her to flee her unhappy marriage? Her friends would have said not without her children. Nancy Cooper's body was discovered approximately 3 miles from her home, outside her usual running path, following many days of frantic searching. She was found face down in a drainage ditch by a man who was out walking his dog. In a storm water drain, he discovered her body. She had a single diamond earring in one ear and was simply sporting a sports bra. Her hyoid bone was shattered, and the medical examiner concluded that strangling was the cause of death. Her body showed no further wounds or evidence of sexual abuse. However, the police had to identify the motive behind every murder. Brad was the most obvious suspect and was quickly blamed by many once Nancy's body was discovered. Investigators determined that Carrie's death was a homicide shortly after she passed away. As part of their investigation, police searched the couple's house and took many items. Although Nancy Cooper's friends told the authorities that she always brought her phone and keys with her, they reported that they were discovered inside the residence. Brad Cooper had some minor red marks and scratches on the back of his neck when he was interviewed by police the day his wife vanished. Although this was mentioned in the police report, no formal justification was provided. After Nancy departed the Friday night party at a neighbor's house, which she went alone, it also became evident that no one had seen her save Brad Cooper. Around 10:30 p.m. that same evening, a friend did talk to her on the phone, but no one else had seen her. Following that, investigators continued to look for proof of Nancy Cooper's killing and moved swiftly to identify their top suspect, which they soon discovered. The investigators were interested in the couple's relationship, but more significantly, Brad was the last person to see Nancy alive. The husband is typically the first person ruled out in homicide investigations before additional candidates are considered. Police used the evidence to get overnight warrants to search Brad Cooper, the Coopers' home, and both of their vehicles. The police were obviously eager to treat the automobiles in the family home as possible crime sites. They looked for additional evidence in the house or one of the cars and used luminol to examine for bloodstains. Brad's hair, fingerprints, and DNA were also gathered so they could compare them to whatever evidence they might uncover at the crime scene or the body's whereabouts. Additionally, they intended to examine Brad's hands and torso for any cuts, scratches, or other markings and take pictures of them. Any physical evidence linked to the crime would first need to be explained in terms of typical family life because the Coopers were married, shared a home, and frequently drove a car together. And strange information did surface. Investigators discovered that Brad had spent the morning vacuuming, mopping the floors, and doing laundry on the day Nancy vanished. The police thought it odd that he was thoroughly cleaning the house the morning his wife vanished, even though he acknowledged that he had purchased bleach and other cleaning goods the day before. Naturally, we don't know if Brad Cooper had any evil intentions when he purchased the bleach. The Cooper residence did yield a number of boxes and bags of possible evidence, all of which had to be examined to see whether they were related to Nancy's passing. According to the police's written evidence, what we learned from interviews with people who knew Brad and Nancy during their marriage doesn't match up with the information Brad Cooper provided about the extensive cleaning of the residence. Additionally, according to the authorities, Brad had cleaned his wife's car's trunk but not the inside. Although Brad claimed to have spilled gasoline in the trunk, neither the gas nor the cleaning fluid smell was detected by the police. The couple, who were both Canadian citizens, were divorcing at the time of Nancy Cooper's murder, according to the prosecution, and Nancy had intended to return to Canada with their children. In order to stop Nancy from leaving, Brad changed his mind in April 2008, confiscated the children's passports, and deleted Nancy's name from their credit cards and bank accounts. Brad's computer was examined for documents that would include instructions on how to murder someone or dispose of a body as part of the investigation. During cross-examination, Detective Adam Dismuck stated that when Nancy came home from the neighbor's party, several parts of the couple's house, such as the front hallway, suggested a potential battle. In an attempt to convince Detective Dismux that Brad was innocent, Brad's attorney, Howard Kurtz, questioned him as they went over dozens of pictures taken at the Cooper residence when the matter was still being handled as a missing persons inquiry. The detective thought a struggle might have occurred in the foyer because of the missing bamboo sticks in a vase and decorative ducks that had been on the credenza in one of the pictures, which revealed that some items had been moved or altered between the afternoon of July 11, 2008, when Nancy was home, and the following day. However, Howard Kurtz maintained that a light and other objects in the hallway were unaffected. He emphasized that the cops never looked for the lost items and that the floor had no scuff marks. Kurt added that other items in the house, such as a computer in the home office and a glass coffee table and lamp in the living area, had also not been harmed. According to Dismux, Brad Cooper stated in a subsequent interview that he believed the detectives had already identified him as a suspect when they searched their house. On the drive home, Brad Cooper strangled his wife in their car and left her body a few miles away, according to police testimony. Detective Adam Dismux stated, "I think Mr. Cooper killed Nancy Cooper when she came home early on the morning of July 12. More than 3 months after his wife, Nancy Cooper, was discovered dead 3 miles from their Cary home, Brad Cooper, 37, was taken into custody in October 2008 after sufficient evidence was gathered. But it wasn't until March 2011, more than 2 years later, that his trial began. The jury heard arguments from the prosecution and defense during the 36-day trial. Brad was given a life term in jail after the jury judged him guilty of first-degree murder, despite his insistence that he was innocent. According to the evidence used in court, Brad had been having an affair and was acting more and more violently and controllingly toward his wife. According to the prosecution, he killed Nancy in order to get rid of her and carry on with his affair. After a while, Brad disconnected Nancy from their joint bank accounts, and she had expressed her desire to move back to Canada with their 2 children. Andy Gilbert, the jury foreman, claims that the jurors entered the trial with an open mind. Until he was proven guilty, Brad Cooper was innocent. 2 FBI agents specifically testified that Brad's laptop had internet searches on it, including maps of the area where Nancy's body was discovered. According to Andy Gilbert, the case's conclusion was impacted by the evidence that Special Agents Chris Chappell and Gregory Johnson provided. It gave much of the other circumstantial evidence greater weight and legitimacy. Brad first consented to the divorce and the division of their assets, but he later had second thoughts after learning how costly it would be. The defense attorneys contended that the prosecutors had bribed the couple to keep the couple from going bankrupt because they were having financial difficulties. They also said he had reconsidered his decision to go to Canada after realizing he wouldn't be able to spend as much time with his children as he would have liked. Brad entered a not guilty plea in 2011, but when the jury considered the evidence, he was found guilty. On May 5, the jury, which consisted of 2 males and 10 women, took almost 10 hours over 3 days to render a decision. After Wake County's longest non-death penalty murder trial, he was given a life sentence without the possibility of parole. Over the course of 36 days, nearly 100 witnesses gave testimony as prosecutors attempted to establish that Brad Cooper, who was fed up with his wife, planned and executed her murder in the early hours of July 12, 2008. Nancy's parents petitioned the court after the verdict. They claimed that Brad had verbally attacked Nancy, yelled at her, and had been engaging in an affair. Additionally, they asserted that Brad was dangerous to the children and emotionally disturbed. Brad had made several attempts at suicide as a youngster and more recently the previous winter, according to court filings. He filed an appeal in 2013 to have his conviction reversed, and a retrial was considered. He entered a guilty plea to second-degree murder while awaiting trial and was sentenced to 12 to 15 years in prison, including time already served. Brad, meanwhile, persisted in battling Nancy's family for custody of their 2 daughters. Nevertheless, his guilty plea resulted in the forfeiture of his rights, so granting custody to Nancy's twin sister. Since the jury was never given access to the evidence indicating Brad's laptop had been tampered with, defense attorneys think they have a good chance of appealing the conviction. Additionally, they said that the police only looked into their assumption that Brad was the murderer of Nancy, ignoring evidence that would have pointed to the real murderer or murderers. Theory: who is Brad Cooper then? A ruthless despot or or a victim of the circumstances. Although Brad Cooper's youthful suicide attempt and winter 2008 threat are well known, suicidal thoughts and behaviors frequently indicate manipulative motivations, a means of proving something to someone when disagreements and the will to fight are gone. Throughout the trial, Bradley insisted he was innocent, but in 2015 he admitted to killing Nancy, saying he strangled her during a fight and disposed of her body in a drainage ditch. In Wake County Superior Court, Brad Cooper, then 40, entered a guilty plea to the murder of his wife, Nancy. He was first found guilty of first-degree murder in 2008, but the North Carolina Court of Appeals reversed that decision in 2011. Cooper was subsequently given credit for the 5 years he had already spent when Judge Paul Gessner sentenced him to 12 years in jail. After successfully appealing the first-degree murder conviction in 2011, Brad Cooper pled guilty to second-degree murder and stayed in the Wake County Justice Center under an agreement that reduced his life term without parole. He was given a minimum 12-year sentence instead. Only a few years after disposing of his wife's body in a drainage ditch while only wearing a bra and reported her missing following a run, did the unfaithful husband admit to killing her. When the judge questioned Brad about whether he had murdered Nancy, the mother of their 2 children, and concealed her body at a building site in Cary, North Carolina in 2008, Brad replied in the affirmative. He has never before confessed to the crime in court. As part of the agreement, Brad, who is now in his 50s, had affairs with other women including a neighbor, while his wife attempted to dissolve the marriage and return to Canada, according to the prosecution. Cooper also relinquished his parental rights to their children, Bella, now 10, and Katie, now 8, so that Nancy's twin sister, Crystal Lister, may adopt them. When we started this process many years ago, I said I wanted the person responsible for this crime to come forward, admit guilt, and acknowledge their actions. Harry Renz, Nancy's father, said following the hearing. That has finally occurred. Nancy was a 34-year-old mother of 2 little kids and an athlete. She had begged her husband to move out and allow her to leave their home because she was in a bad marriage, but he refused and handled the situation his own way. On November 23, 2020, Bradley Graham Cooper was released from the Mountain View Correctional Institution in Spruce Pine, North Carolina, following the completion of his 12-year term. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement detained him as soon as he was released in order to start the deportation process back to Canada. According to reports, he currently resides in Canada but is not authorized to speak with either of his daughters. It appears that he would rather remain anonymous and out of the spotlight these days. Individuals in Brad Cooper's shoes must discover how to satisfy their wants in interpersonal connections. To be honest, kids need to learn how to listen, communicate, and compromise, as well as how to create relationships where they feel heard and understood. Although it's more difficult than using manipulation to acquire what you want, it's much more fruitful and presents a genuine opportunity for intimacy, self-awareness, and release from the crippling burden of loneliness. I strongly advise anyone in a challenging relationship at the moment to take the appropriate precautions to protect themselves, as Nancy's murder is an example of domestic abuse at its worst. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. We'll talk about what happened in Amarillo, Texas. On October 23, 1981, Robin was born in Altus, Oklahoma at Altus Air Force Base. In 1995, she relocated from North Dakota to Amarillo. Robin began working at a neighborhood cafe. She met Jeremy Spielbauer one day while working. When Jeremy told Robin about his experiences in the Army, Robin was immediately impressed. He made her think of her dad. The bond between Robin and Jeremy grew rapidly. They were unable to be separated. The speed at which Robin's connection with Jeremy developed shocked her parents. They still thought their daughter was making the right decision, though. Ultimately, their main want was for their daughter to be content. A few years after they first met, in 2005, Jeremy and Robin got married. It was a momentous day for them both. The couple had 2 kids in the years that followed. At that point, issues started to arise in Robin and Jeremy's relationship. However, they remained close and made an effort to resolve every disagreement. In an effort to improve their marriage, they began attending church. Jeremy and Robin met Katie Yvonne Spielbauer at church. Katie was a young criminal law student. Robin and Katie became friends. She had faith in her. Katie started to visit the Spielbauer home frequently. But Jeremy and Katie's friendship soon expanded into much more. Robin filed for divorce after learning that Jeremy was having an affair with Katie. However, Jeremy was indifferent to the disintegration of his family. Katie was all he could think about. Thus, Jeremy married Katie right away. Once their divorce was finalized in 2013, she adopted his last name. One of the many things that Jeremy and Katie had in common was their passion for guns. They owned a wide variety of firearms and handguns. They frequently used them to decompress and have fun. Because Robin was still active in their relationship, their marriage didn't seem to be ideal. Jeremy frequently needed to see Robin, since he continued to communicate with his kids. The fact that Jeremy was still active in their lives made Katie feel envious and resentful. At the end of 2013, Robin and her kids moved into her parents' home due to financial difficulties. Their relationship deteriorated further when she and Jeremy got divorced. They frequently argued about visitation rights and child support. The $400.00 that Jeremy borrowed from Robin, which she got as child support, was one of the main arguments. He claimed that in order for him and Katie to support their household, he needed the money. Jeremy did not fulfill his commitment to give Robin the money back. The fact that Robin's parents lived on the same street as Jeremy and Katie presented another issue. She was upset about Jeremy and Katie's marriage, but since she was living at her parents' house, she had to see them frequently. Robin was unable to forgive her ex-husband Jeremy for his infidelity. She also felt deceived by Katie, whom she had previously allowed into her home and whom she had formerly thought of as a friend. Everyone knew that there was a great deal of animosity between them. Everyone was aware of it. The situation was bound to spiral out of control at some point. Following a string of messages on her cell phone, Robin put her kids to bed on the evening of April 7, 2014, and informed her mother that she would be coming home later. However, she never returned. On Helium Road, a motorist saw an SUV parked at the curb the next morning. Beside it, something resembling a body lay on the ground. Police and an ambulance arrived at the scene shortly after. When Robin's mother awoke, she discovered that her daughter had yet to come home. Her bed was undisturbed, and her bedroom was deserted, and her automobile was gone. Because Robin occasionally spent time with friends, her parents weren't overly concerned at first. However, they began phoning her after a few hours. Every effort they made failed. There was no response from Robin to any SMS or calls. She also disappeared from her social media accounts after leaving. The more time passed, the more anxious her parents were. As a result, at approximately 11 a.m., Robin's father phoned the police. To collect a missing persons report, Amarillo Police Department officers showed up at their residence. A family acquaintance later that day told Robin's father about a news story about a black SUV stopped at the curb with police cars all around it. When Robin's parents came across this piece online, their worst suspicions were validated. They were able to identify their daughter's vehicle. According to the Post, a woman who had been the victim of a crime was standing next to the SUV. The investigators saw pink marks on Robin's car's window while they were at the crime scene. The window was repeatedly struck by a hard metallic object, leaving scratches and bits of pink material behind. After Robin's body was examined, it was discovered that her face, neck, and head had sustained many blunt force injuries. She appeared to have been severely beaten. There was no ID, purse, or phone at the scene, according to the cops. The authorities identified the victim of the incident after looking through the license plates of the car. The officers thought it was a heist gone wrong, because Robin's phone and handbag were gone. When the police department got in touch with her parents around the middle of the afternoon, they verified that the victim was their daughter, Robin. An investigation was started by the police. Naturally, it was not long before they learned about Robin's personal struggles. They learned that Robin had separated from her husband and that he had wed a lady she had once regarded as a friend. As a result, the investigators went to Jeremy and Katie Spielbauer's home. According to Katie, the only information she was aware of concerning Robin's passing came from other people and the press. The same thing was reported by Jeremy, who claimed to have no knowledge that could aid in the investigation. He claimed that he had no idea what had happened to his ex-wife. The Spielbauers were formally questioned by the authorities in the days that followed. Around 9 o'clock at night, Jeremy informed the police he spent the night at his uncle's house where Robin passed away. That night, he texted Katie. Katie was at a friend's house with her son. Jeremy claims that he dozed off on the couch after returning from his uncle's house. He also remembered that at about 6 o'clock in the evening, he texted Robin, but she didn't reply. Although Robin's phone was not found at the crime site, the police were able to get the information from her network operator. The investigators discovered from her text conversations that Jeremy and Robin were scheduled to meet on the evening of April 7. According to this information, Jeremy lied to the police while they were questioning him. Questioning him once more, they told him that they had read Robin's texts and discovered that he had not given them the complete truth. He was requested to clarify the contents of these text messages by the investigators. Jeremy acknowledged that he hadn't been truthful with them in the initial exchange. "I was supposed to meet Robin that evening," he added. As previously said, Jeremy stated that they will meet at his home. His house and Robin's parents' house were on the same street. According to him, they wanted to talk about some future plans, the approaching school year and kid visits. But Jeremy claims that Robin never arrived at his house. Since the divorce, Robin and his new wife Katie had had a strained relationship. Jeremy kept this meeting a secret for that reason. Jeremy informed the investigators that he opted to meet Robin at his house, since he knew Katie was going to spend a few hours at her friend's house. The investigators were curious as to why Robin and Katie were at odds. There was a reasonable explanation for Robin's behavior toward Katie. She was unable to forgive her old friend for replacing her. Because Katie believed that Jeremy and Robin continued to have a close relationship after the divorce, she mistreated Robin. After all, Jeremy had an affair with Katie when he was married to Robin. Now Katie believed he was having an affair with Robin while he was married to her. Jeremy received around 300 angry messages from Katie 4 days prior to Robin's death. Katie wrote in one of the messages, "I'll take care of this myself." Following the autopsy's findings, this case took an unexpected turn. It was discovered that the original cause of Robin's death was incorrect. Experts discovered a bullet in Robin's head during the examination. Therefore, a gunshot wound from a .22 caliber firearm was the cause of her death. But the bullet that was taken out of Robin's brain was so badly distorted that a complete ballistic analysis could not be performed. The police did not discover the shell casing while they were at the crime scene because they initially thought Robin had died from multiple head injuries. But now that they had the autopsy results, the investigators went back to the SUV's parking spot on Helium Road. The search for the shell casing began. They discovered a .22 caliber case after searching through the parched grass and dirt. However, they discovered other pieces of evidence as well. 2 little metal pieces that seemed to be broken pieces of a weapon or rifle were also found by the cops. They started searching Katie's social media for a TW-22 caliber weapon after sending the cartridge case for ballistic analysis. They noticed a picture of her shooting a TW-22 caliber gun in pink and black. The police required a warrant to examine her home in order to verify this version, even though it might have been the weapon of the crime. They knew what to look for when they arrived at the house with the warrant. A black and pink .22 caliber gun was among the nearly 20 different firearms the police discovered during the search. The pink paint on Katie's gun matched the pink paint on Robin's car window. The gun's upper portion was also chipped off. The metal pieces that investigators discovered at the crime scene matched it. Experts came to the conclusion that someone was using a gun to strike Robin's automobile glass. The weapon sustained mechanical damage, and the hits were so powerful that they left paint and scratches on the window. The cartridge case that was discovered at the crime scene was verified by ballistics to match Katie's firearm. Since Katie was now the primary suspect in the case, the police summoned her in for interrogation. She denied having anything to do with Robin's demise. She did, however, accuse Jeremy of having an affair with Robin in the text message she sent him. According to a text message Katie sent to her husband approximately 8 hours prior to Robin's passing, "I'll take care of this myself." The investigators therefore believed that Katie did in fact handle this. She had a purpose, she possessed a firearm, and she was proficient with it. Jeremy altered his testimony once more when the detectives chose to interrogate him again. He now asserted that he met Robin on Helium Road. They were seated in her car when Katie unexpectedly showed up, surprising them. Jeremy claims that once Katie and Robin started fighting and arguing, he got into his car and left them alone. When Jeremy left, he reported that Robin's SUV's window was undamaged. After he drove off, Jeremy thought that something horrible had happened. Katie admitted to the investigators during the interrogation that she had visited a friend's house that day and departed at approximately 11 p.m. However, this was not confirmed by her companion. Although she was unable to provide a precise time, she believed Katie had gone at around 9 or 10 o'clock. She therefore had ample time to carry out the act. However, Katie denied any involvement in Robin's demise. Additionally, Katie asserted that Jeremy had lied when he claimed to have caught him on Helium Road with Robin. Katie claims that she wasn't present at all that evening. Although Katie acknowledged that they were at odds, she stated that she did not want Robin to pass away. To ensure she was telling the truth, she requested permission from the investigators to take the polygraph test. Police frequently employ polygraph exams to identify or rule out suspects, even though the majority of criminal courts do not accept the results as evidence. Katie failed both of the tests she took. Thus, the investigators made the decision to find out where her phone was when the crime was committed. They found that the location where Robin died was also where Katie's phone was. Furthermore, it was present when the offense was committed. The police arrested Katie Spielbauer and accused her of killing Robin based on this evidence and the findings of the ballistic examination. Katie, however, persisted in claiming her innocence. Before the authorities made the startling discovery that they had imprisoned the incorrect person, she was held in the county jail for nearly a year while she awaited trial. Cell towers have a large margin of error when it comes to locating a phone. On the other hand, data from Wi-Fi phone tracking has a 100-foot margin of error. Katie Spielbauer was not on Helium Road when the crime was committed, it turned out. After expressing regret and vowing to use every effort to identify the person responsible for Robin's death, the authorities let her out of custody. Katie was incarcerated for 466 days. It became evident that Katie was innocent as a result. However, the fact that someone used Robin's black and pink gun to shoot her remained unchanged. Suspicion was directed towards someone else who had the firearm because it wasn't Katie. Naturally, that individual was Jeremy Spielbauer. It's possible that Jeremy told the police all of this in order to deceive Katie into believing a crime he had done. Katie was prepared to assist the police in prosecuting Jeremy after realizing that her husband was the reason she was imprisoned. Katie informed the process that she did not think their city was devoid of surveillance cameras. Additionally, after putting in extra work, the authorities discovered recordings from the bank building's cameras. On April 7, 2014, at 9:21 p.m., Jeremy Spielbauer was seen on camera driving by the bank. He was headed for Helium Road, where he was to meet Robin, his ex-wife. At 9:50 p.m., Jeremy was also seen on the footage heading in the opposite way. Authorities thought Robin was dead by this point. However, more proof was required before the police could file charges. Jessica Huffman, Jeremy's ex-girlfriend, told them she might divulge crucial information if they would shield her from Jeremy. She spoke up when they assured her that they would keep her safe. She disclosed a chat she had with Spielbauer during her testimony. She claimed that when the crime first occurred, she was too scared to report it to the police. Huffman claims that Spielbauer informed her in 2014 about the problems with Robin and his inability to visit their children. To ensure he could see his kids, Huffman advised him to go through the legal system. According to Huffman's testimony, he assured her that he would take care of it himself. He declared his desire to permanently remove Robin from their lives. Spielbauer suggested that it would be preferable if Robin had a gunshot in her skull, and Huffman sobbed as she described this. 5 days after this talk, Robin was discovered with a bullet wound to her head on the side of the road. It rarely happened by accident. Huffman further said that Spielbauer then threatened to shoot her in the head if she told anybody about their talk. In his testimony, Jeremy Spielbauer gave 4 distinct accounts of what transpired the night Robin died. He appears to have become entangled in his own deception. Jeremy claimed during one of the interrogations that the window of Robin's SUV was undamaged when he drove off, leaving Robin and Katie alone on Helium Road. He could not have known, though, that the specialist had discovered scratches on the window when he informed the authorities about it. Jeremy said that he noticed the scrapes when Robin's SUV was close to the sheriff's office, when the detectives questioned him about how he knew about this particular information. It was a falsehood. The window was taken out of Robin's SUV and transferred to the lab before the vehicle was parked next to the sheriff's office. As a result, Jeremy Spielbauer could only be aware of the window scratches if he had left them there himself. The way Jeremy acted during the examination of his home was another intriguing detail that revealed him. The first explanation given by the authorities when they confiscated the Pinkenback firearm was that Robin had suffered blunt force trauma. Only after learning that Robin had been shot in the head did the investigators secure a search warrant. Nevertheless, this information was not made public by the government. They arrived at the Spielbauer residence after obtaining a search warrant. Katie remembered that Jeremy informed her that all of their guns would be taken when the detectives searched their house. He could only be certain that he was the one who shot Robin, since he knew that Robin had died from a bullet wound to the head. It also implied that Jeremy Spielbauer was a cunning individual who intended to frame Katie in addition to firing Robin. The black and pink gun was the only firearm registered to Katie. In addition, it was the most noticeable weapon in their home. That was the main idea. Jeremy went to see Robin after grabbing this rifle. He killed her and ensured that there were still pink paint smudges on Robin's SUV window. The shell casing was not removed from the crime site by Jeremy. He was aware that it would turn out to be an important piece of evidence after all. Spielbauer went back home and replaced the gun, anticipating that the police would soon arrive with a search warrant. His strategy was nearly flawless, but during the probe, something went awry. It was discovered that, in addition to her own Social Security card, Robin also carried their children's cards in her wallet. The children's Social Security cards were eventually discovered by the police in Jeremy Spielbauer's vehicle. Nor was it favorable to him. Katie served as a prosecution witness during Jeremy's trial. She claimed to the jury that Jeremy had taken care of the issue after grabbing her and pinning her against a wall in their home. Katie told jurors that she believed Jeremy was accepting responsibility for denying his ex-wife her life because of the altercation that followed her questioning him about Robin's death. She clarified, "There's no refunds for lost time. I've lost my career, my car, my home, and my kids. Kids are 1,500 miles apart from each other." Even though she didn't shoot Robin, Katie also expressed regret to her family throughout the interview for her part in her demise. In response to the question of whether she firmly thought Jeremy was to blame for Robin's passing, Katie hesitated, rolled her eyes, grinned, and shrugged. "That's not the man that I married. He doesn't even look like the man that I married," she replied. Jurors were informed by Alicia Osborne, who claimed to be close friends with both Jeremy and Robin, that a few days prior to her death, Robin had informed her over the phone that she had found a new lover and was preparing to conclude an affair with Spielbauer. According to Osborne, Robin informed her that she wished to initiate legal action in order to definitively determine the amount of child support that Jeremy was expected to pay. Jeremy Spielbauer was found guilty by the jury after nearly 3 hours of deliberation. He received a life sentence and a $10,000 0-cents fine in January 2018. Spielbauer will be able to request parole in 2046. Robin's children were given to her parents. Jeremy Spielbauer is presently serving his life sentence after failing to appeal the verdict. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The instance of Sheila Labar, an angelic-looking demon. Early life, physical and psychological trauma can have a highly unanticipated impact on an adult's life. Although they do not always result in someone becoming ruthless and trying to harm others, trauma can, occasionally, give rise to a true monster. In his book, Anatomy of Violence, criminal psychologist Adrian Raine goes into great length regarding his belief that a person might become a cold-blooded killer due to hereditary and psychophysical factors. Perhaps our heroine today, Sheila Labar, can be linked to the many serial killers in history who had genuinely terrible upbringings. Because of her angelic look, This woman was able to entice her victims and then execute them with ruthlessness. Criminologists are certain that she committed many more crimes, even if the court was only able to prove 2 of them. Let's now examine this challenging tale from the outset and attempt to determine whether Sheila LaBarre was a born monster or if the abuse she experienced as a youngster caused her to turn into one. Sheila LaBarre is who? On July 4, 1958, Sheila LaBarre was born in Fort Payne, Alabama, a tiny rural community. She grew up with her brother and sister, Lynn, as the youngest of her parents' 3 children. She grew up on a farm surrounded by cornfields in a beautiful but somewhat remote location. According to Lynn's older siblings' recollections, Sheila was a creative, energetic, open-minded, and curious youngster. She enjoyed being the focus of attention, had a sweet appearance and a nice voice. She might have become a well-known singer or actress if her life had gone differently. However, her name adorned the pages of criminal chronicles rather than vivid posters. In addition to his unfathomable brutality, her father, Manuel Bailey, the family's patriarch, was an alcoholic for many years. However, it would be more appropriate to state that his addiction affected his entire family. He frequently went on rampages, becoming a true beast who delighted in mistreating his wife and kids. He beat them with anything he had and humiliated and degraded them. Might shut himself in the house and keep everyone out in the middle of the night when it was freezing or raining. Mothers, daughters, and boys frequently had to sleep outside in the field or in a barn. Manuel started hurling dishes and other items at his family members one day when he was intoxicated once more. Sheila, the youngest daughter, was struck in the head by one of her husband's flower pots, despite the mother's best efforts to shield the kids. Sheila meticulously concealed her temple scar with her hair after suffering a severe concussion that would last a lifetime. The hardest thing the sisters had to go through in their parents' house, however, was not even the taunts and beatings. Sheila and Lin-Manuel recall that they were forced to become intimate from a young age. The topic was never brought up, even though the mother might have known what was happening. Sheila fared well enough in school, though, in spite of the misery at home. She had aspirations of leaving the farm as soon as possible and taking over the big metropolis. The girl had a lot of drive and ambition. She had everything she needed to pursue her childhood dream of being an actress or pop singer. Charisma, a radiant appearance, and a lovely voice. Sheila was only 18 when she entered adulthood, and her first marriage. Although she moved out of her parents' house, adulthood was not always happy. She was not permitted to average her results in order to get into the university, and she lacked the funds to relocate to the big metropolis. Subsequently, Sheila secured a position as a maid at a hotel where her older sister was already employed. Sheila, it should be mentioned, was very lovely and had a slim physique. She had a mess of long, thick hair, a lovely grin, and large blue eyes. Over time, she learned to take advantage of the attention she received from men and control her suitors. A romantic relationship started between LaBarre and Bailey in the late 1970s, after they met a man named Jonathan Baxter. Although Jonathan had a young kid from a prior relationship, he was not quite 20 years old. The child did not, however, become a barrier, and the couple soon married. But this marriage was short-lived. After Jonathan discovered that the young wife had mistreated his daughter while he was off from work, he collapsed after a few months. To be honest, Sheila was irritated with the youngster and would either raise her hand or put her in a closet if she began to cry or misbehave. Jonathan didn't plan controversies or pay attention to justifications. He just put his wife and his possessions outside his home and filed for divorce. He didn't want to see or speak to her ever again. Sheila survived largely off of the men she dated after the divorce, but all of these relationships were short-lived, lasting only a few weeks to a few months, until she met Ronnie Jennings, her future second husband, in the early 1980s. After a turbulent courtship that ended in marriage, Sheila adopted the double last name Bailey Jennings. Two irascible and unstable persons who frequently cheated on one another, scandalized, and even fought, nevertheless, were in an unhealthy relationship. They were married for over 3 years. Sheila requested a divorce from her husband in 1984 following yet another family dispute, but he turned her down. Ronnie actually didn't keep the relationship going at all. He only intended to annoy and anger his wife, and he was successful in doing so. Sheila lost her temper, took a lot of drugs in front of her husband, drank a lot of booze, and then, after this hellish concoction, she got behind the wheel and drove off. Soon after, Sheila lost consciousness due to the effects of the drugs and alcohol, flew off the road, and collided with a tree at a high speed. She had a severe head injury but miraculously survived. Doctors gave no prognosis, and she remained in a profound coma for over a week. Sheila spent several months in a psychiatric facility after she eventually regained consciousness and began to rehabilitate. Later, when she was under a lot of strain, she complained to her sister that one of the orderlies was bothering her all the time and might have been taking advantage of her helplessness. After all of this, Sheila went back to her second husband's house, but she started acting threateningly and aggressively toward him when she attacked Ronnie and jabbed nail scissors into his chest. During another controversy, fearing for his own life and well-being, Ronnie filed for divorce and quickly left the insane woman's wealthy lover. Following the dissolution of the second marriage, the young lady started searching for a partner by placing advertisements in the print media's dating columns. However, Sheila's tendency to control everything and firmly repress their partners in both personal and daily life meant that no guy stayed with her for very long. Wilfred Bill Labar, 60, soon became interested in the picture of a pretty female in the dating area. The man had been married twice before, and both of his prior marriages had produced grown children and grandchildren. He had been living alone on his spacious country ranch since he became a widow a few years ago. Bill was a reasonably well-off individual. He reared horses on the ranch and operated a chiropractic practice in Epping, New Hampshire. At the same time, he needed a strong, powerful woman because he felt lonely. Indeed, he discovered just that. Sheila was drawn to the affluence of her new acquaintance and thought that they would make a perfect match. To make Bill go completely crazy, she started sending him letters and postal mail, adding pictures of herself in the nude to make him laugh. Labara quickly asked a charming pen friend to visit his property. After the trap was successful, they fell in love quickly. She moved in with him in the summer of 1987, since an old man is generous with costly presents for a young mistress. The fact that the doctor suddenly went out in public with a lovely companion who was half his age and suitable for him as a daughter is really flattering. He had no intention of marrying Sheila, however. Sheila, though, isn't waiting for a proposal. Became Labari after changing her name. Despite being taken aback by this development, Bill did not protest. Sheila started to meddle in every aspect of her old lover's life, taking charge of his business, finances, and property management. Furthermore, Bill was growing too old to meet a young woman's intimate desires. Sheila herself claims that after that he gave her permission to meet other men, whom she frequently took straight to their house. Wayne Ennis, a Jamaican, was one of Sheila's frequent lovers in the mid-1990s. Originally employed as an au pair on the ranch, he was significantly younger than Sheila. However, the young man quickly moved into the owner's home in 1995 with Bill's approval, which was most likely obtained under Sheila's insistence. After Sheila and Wayne had made their relationship legal, the husband reflected that he would be her exclusive partner going forward. He quickly discovered, however, that he was mistaken. Wine because his wife kept going out with other men. This did not satisfy Wayne, and one day he leaped on Sheila and her next partner with his fists, hurting them. For the first time, Sheila, who was used to being controlled, was unable to handle her third husband, who fought whenever a competitor came within sight. She eventually filed for divorce, accused Wayne of assault and violence, and requested a court order to prevent him from approaching her. Sheila continued to meet with several boyfriends, changing them like gloves, and her chaotic personal life was unaffected by another divorce. It's true that Sheila's relationship was ending more frequently lately due to lawsuits from men who claimed she was not just nasty but also a menace to their health and lives. As a result, she intentionally struck one of her boyfriends with a car and nearly ran him over. Another scraped his face, leaving him permanently scarred, while another nearly smashed his head. Sheila became increasingly hazardous to others as she grew older. She expected all men to obey her, and when they did not, she became angry. Bill Labar passed away from heart failure in 2000 at the age of 74. The old man's family was certain that Sheila was involved in his death, even though medical professionals and law enforcement did not find any evidence of criminal activity. Even though Bill and Sheila were never legally married, they believed that she had been slowly poisoning Bill for years and had even forced him into the spotlight. The will stated that Sheila would be the only heir to all of his assets. The family members made an unsuccessful attempt to contest this in court. They continued to believe that Bill was coerced into writing House of Temptation, the will that the mistress desired. As I said before, Sheila took full ownership of all of Bill's property after his death. She didn't have to think about what other people thought anymore. With the land she received, she was free to do as she pleased. She described her home as a haven of pleasure and seduction where no boundaries existed. She enticed men to her by meeting them online, in bars and on the streets, then worked to keep them on the ranch for as long as she could. Their age, skin tone, or any other aspect of their physical appearance didn't matter to her. After promising them supernatural pleasure, she tried to repress and control them. Sheila frequently met couriers in the nude and offered them a different way to pay in an attempt to woo them. However, she failed to consider that she was not growing any younger and was not nearly as attractive as she once was. Couriers eventually just refused to deliver to her address. On the property, neighbors saw that LaBar had different guys arrive all the time, but some of them rushed out the same day. Others experienced a little delay as well. It was only possible to speculate as to what was happening within the house. So quickly, where had Michael DeLorge vanished to? Sheila made the decision to find love with men who were addicted or in desperate need of housing money. The most vulnerable group was also the easiest target for the crafty woman, who pretended to be a widowed millionaire everywhere and boasted about the enormous fortune she got in 2004. On one of the city's streets, LaBar encountered Michael DeLodge, a homeless guy. His life was challenging, and his addiction to illegal narcotics caused him to lose everything. When his family attempted to get him to a rehabilitation center, he fled and has been lingering ever since. Sheila was fond of Michael and extended an invitation to him, offering him food, housing, and the required medications in return for intimacy. The man had moved to the ranch and was totally reliant on his former mistress. Sheila rapidly became accustomed to the taste, and her desires grew increasingly complex, but he obliged with all of her requests since he was scared to be on the street again. She enjoyed humiliating, beating, and binding Michael. He made multiple attempts to flee, hiding in homeless shelters and wandering dozens of miles, but he never chose to approach the police out of concern that they wouldn't believe him. In the meantime, Sheila consistently located him and returned him to the property. He desperately attempted to get in touch with his family to inform them of his predicament. When his loved ones heard this upsetting news, they reacted right away, but it was too late. Michael DeLoge vanished into thin air in October 2005. When Sheila was contacted personally by his relatives, she said that she and Michael were no longer together. She didn't know where he was anymore, and he had left her. None of the locations he had visited previously had Michael present. There was no means to get in touch with him, and no one who knew him had seen him. There was no response from the cops, and LaBar stayed outside. Sheila's stories about her extravagant wealth were grossly exaggerated, and as she was suspected of having trusted Kenny County, she was obliged to seek a job in order to maintain the house and car. Sheila, of course, picked a career she liked. She started running a private phone service. Men were seduced by her genuinely captivating voice and offered to meet her face to face. One of these men was Kenny County, who was only 24 years old when they first met him. The young man was open, friendly, and had a nice appearance, but because of his low IQ, he was extremely credulous. LaBar was searching for a man much like this. In fact, Kenny was dependent on his mother, with whom he had a tight relationship. However, Sheila was able to sever this bond and really entice Kenny to her with the use of deft tactics. She promised that they would always be this way, and gave him a night of love that he would never forget. The young man moved into Sheila's home after deciding he had found the woman of his dreams and telling his family about it. After setting up an actual torture chamber in one of the chambers, Sheila soon revealed her true identity to the man. Intimacy invariably resulted in a vicious beating or worse each time. Despite Kenny's numerous cuts, bruises, abrasions, scratches, and burn marks, he was unable to leave the mistress's home since she had total control over him. Sheila prevented him from seeing and speaking to his family and loved ones, could only speculate as to Kenny's condition. Neighbors who saw the man from time to time and were appalled by his frail appearance were the ones who initially raised the alarm. The young man was photographed by a local store clerk using the camera on her cell phone a few days prior to his disappearance, and the photo was eventually included in the court case file. One could characterize Kenny's state in the picture as appalling. He was really slender, his nose was likely broken, and he had large bruises on his cheek and under his eye. All of these wounds had been caused at separate times, based on the degree of healing, indicating that the man had been severely beaten for a considerable amount of time. and his cart's contents were concerning. As it turned out, he rolled 2 big fuel canisters to the pay register for his own cremation. The store staff decided to report the man to the police for potential domestic violence, since they were so perplexed and even scared by his look. However, Sheila got away with it this time, and they were unable to bring any charges against her. Soon after, Kenny completely ceased communicating with his family, and when his anxious mother showed up at Labar's house, the owner acted hostilely and told her to leave Kenny alone. Every other effort ended in the same way, and Kenny County's family reported him missing to the police, citing horrible discoveries, a home cremation, and the possibility that he was being held forcibly at the rural ranch. When police got to Sheila's house, she said the young man had moved out and that Kenny had fled because his mother, whom he was supposedly afraid of, started coming to visit them often. Sheila offered an audio clip as proof, in which she asks her lover if his own mother had assaulted him, and he responds disgracefully in the positive. The following day, an officer who was visiting Sheila obtained a search warrant for the estate since everything seemed more than odd. Although Sheila had previously been on the radar of the police on numerous occasions and her name had been connected to another enigmatic partner disappearance, she had never been questioned and her home and property had never been examined. Labar was not at home when the cops came, but they did notice other fires raging close to the barns. A mattress, pieces of wooden furniture, hay, and other makeshift materials were used to create the odd-looking fires, which were then doused with a flammable mixture. There were bones in one of the bonfires that were obviously human remains. The team asked for forensic specialists to report all the findings as reinforcements. However, compared to what they found later, that proved to be only the beginning. Poorly cleaned blood traces were discovered almost everywhere in the residence. It appeared as though a true massacre had taken place, since there was so much of it. The blood turned out to have come from at least 3 separate individuals. 2 empty fuel cans, the identical ones the child had purchased at the neighborhood store the day before, were laying close by, and the bones smoking in the fire belonged to the missing Kenny. That wasn't all, though. The remains of Michael Deluge, who vanished a few years prior, and some fingers belonging to an unidentified third man were also discovered on the property. Numerous products that belonged to the same group, among other things. At the ranch, eyes belonging to different men were taken from the sump. Their whereabouts are unknown. The hostess herself had worked it out and fled, so she wasn't home when the police arrived. Sheila apparently hoped to get lost when she hitched a ride to Boston. She also wooed a motorist who gave her a ride on the way, and he kindly offered her to live in his home. However, the new boyfriend himself called the police the following day to tell that Sheila was now in his bed after seeing TV news about the hunt for a dangerous criminal. She was taken into custody there. A box of videotapes was discovered during the investigation of Sheila's house, which was another terrifying discovery. Kenny, Michael, and a number of other men admitted to heinous atrocities on the tapes, but based on their looks and state of health, it appears that they were tortured to make these admissions. There have been many concerns about Labarage's mental health since her arrest, thus the court mandated the required assessments. Sheila was diagnosed with schizophrenia symptoms and a delusional illness. She referred to herself as a heavenly angel sent to shield children from sexual predators. Her lawyer attempted to construct a defense based on Sheila's deteriorating mental condition. He referred to his client as gravely ill and attempted to demonstrate that she was unaware of what she was doing. Her childhood trauma, both physical and mental, was the cause of this. According to the defendant, she met God many years ago when she was in a coma near death after a tragic accident, and the deity instructed her to rid the world of those who violate children. Speaking in court, Sheila's ex-husbands and a few of her boyfriends described her as a wild, unstable, and violent woman. The third spouse, Wayne Ennis, also claimed that the ex-wife had constantly urged him to assassinate Mr. Labar so that she could have his property. It was established that Sheila knew what she was doing when she committed her crimes, despite the defense's efforts to persuade the court that she was mad and in need of treatment. She was convicted in July 2008 and given a life sentence without the chance of parole. Her appeals were all turned down. Sheila is currently incarcerated at Homestead Correctional Facility in Florida. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Peggy Carr, 41, was working as a waitress at a neighborhood eatery in Alturas, Florida on October 23, 1988, when her heart started pounding and her hands started to perspire. On March 3, 1989, around 5 months later, Peggy would lose the battle against her illness and die. Until a courageous undercover investigation into Peggy Carr's odd illness and death exposed a dark conspiracy to kill off an entire family, the case remained a mystery. Alturas, a small, tight-knit village in Polk County, Florida, with a population of slightly over 4,000, was where Peggy Carr and her family resided. Alturas is renowned for its lovely orange groves and tranquil atmosphere. Alturas is now a safer neighborhood than the majority of U.S. localities, with a violent crime rate of 21.8%. However, in 1988, when the events of this case occurred, Alturas was a considerably safer neighborhood, the kind where it was acceptable to leave your front door open at night and where neighbors watched out for one another. Peggy Carr, who was born in 1947, had a difficult life. From an early age, she had to go out and find jobs that could put food on the table for her family because her parents were deaf and extremely poor. Peggy's lack of education made it difficult for her to get a decent work. The ones she did find, such as waitressing positions at remote truck stops on the highway, earned pitiful wages or were exceedingly hazardous. Nevertheless, she maintained a bright attitude and tried her hardest to make ends meet. In order to cope with the risks of her work, such intoxicated males trying to prey on a woman waitress working in a remote location in the middle of the night, Peggy has developed a very tough demeanor. For a long time, Peggy's tough exterior made it nearly impossible for her to find a romantic partner. However, she eventually fell in love with a man who is still unidentified, and she married him. Jelena, Alan, and Dwayne were the 3 children that Peggy and her husband would have over the course of the following 2 years. The couple put a lot of effort into supporting their family, and it appeared like Peggy's life was finally taking off. However, Peggy quickly began to have problems with her husband, and the marriage soon collapsed. Peggy was a single mother in her mid-30s by the mid-1000s, 900 AD, working odd jobs to support her 3 kids. Peggy tried to maintain a cheerful disposition at work, but she became more and more depressed and lonely. She had had a difficult life, and it didn't seem like things would ever improve. As her children grew older, they became aware of their mother's loneliness and sadness and desired she would find love and happiness once more. Her children's goal was fulfilled by the end of 1987. Carolyn Carr, who everyone called Pi, was the man Peggy met. Pi had recently divorced his wife, just like Peggy. In addition, he worked at a nearby phosphate mining facility in Alturas, Florida, and had 2 teenage children. When they first met, Peggy and Pi clicked mostly because they were both rigorous individuals who did not tolerate foolish behavior from others. Peggy's children observed a notable improvement in her mood when she and Pi began dating. She felt more at ease, lighter on her feet, and happy. When Peggy and Pi announced their impending marriage to their kids in April 1988, they thrilled them. Following the wedding, Peggy and her 3 children moved into Pi's house in Alturas, Florida. The combined family appeared to get along well, despite Pi's little house being even more cramped with 4 new members. The 5 kids got along nicely and were just glad to see their parents happy. The family also had 2 large dogs. However, Peggy and Pi started experiencing marital problems a few months after they were married. They became more and more estranged from one another on top of their problems, as Peggy had started to hear stories that Pi was still seeing his ex-wife. Their 2 dogs unexpectedly developed severe illnesses about the time Peggy and Pi's problems began. Their fur began to fall out, they were rapidly losing weight, and they were wailing in agony. It appeared as though the dogs had either consumed a poison or contracted an odd illness. The deaths of both pets soon followed, which further depressed the mood in the Carr home. Peggy and Pi grew more apart as their everyday problems persisted. When Peggy and Pi's arguments got so bad that they couldn't abide one another, Peggy and her kids had to leave Pi's house for a week in early October 1988 in order to stay at a motel. The formerly contented family was now being ripped apart as the kids started siding with their own parents. Pi made the decision to take a spontaneous hunting excursion on October 23, 1988, as a way to escape for the day. By now, Peggy and her children were back at the house, allowing Peggy to spend time with the children while Pi traveled. Peggy and her daughter Jelena got ready for work after Pi left. On that particular day, they both worked morning shifts as waiters at a nearby diner. Peggy's heart started to race wildly as she was serving guests and waiting tables. Peggy wasn't working on any demanding or heavy tasks that morning. She was merely carrying the trays with the orders from the clients. Peggy believed her heart would stop pounding so rapidly if she simply relaxed. Her hands began to perspire, and she soon began to experience a tingling feeling in her arms and legs. Peggy was still unsure of the cause of her feelings when it dawned on her that she might be experiencing a heart attack. Instead of losing her mind or going into a frenzy, Peggy made an effort to relax. After washing her face and hands in the staff washroom, she sneaked into the staff break area to unwind for a while. Jelena went to check on her mother after noticing that she had gone into the break room while she was unwinding. With composure, Peggy stated that she thought she might be having a heart attack and that she would go home to rest. Jelena was not startled by Peggy's composed manner, but she was instantly concerned that her mother might be having a heart attack. She thought there was nothing to worry about if Peggy claimed she would sleep off a heart attack, because she knew she disliked setting off false alarms and panicking needlessly. She did, however, get her mother to swear that she would visit the hospital if her condition worsened. Due to her current mood, Peggy told the manager she would be taking the remainder of the day off. Jelena said she would follow up with her as soon as her shift was over. The house was vacant when Peggy arrived home. She went to her bedroom to lie down because Pi was still on his trip and the kids were still at school. A few hours later, Dwayne, Peggy's 17-year-old son, came home from school to discover his mother sprawled in bed. Dwayne was instantly aware that something was up when he saw Peggy napping in the middle of the day. Even when she was sick, Peggy never napped. Dwayne asked Peggy if she was okay, and she replied that she was, his face displaying worry. However, Peggy abruptly blurted out that she was not feeling well and felt awful as he turned to leave the bedroom. She claimed that she could hardly speak because of the blinding pain which seemed like fire being pumped through her limbs and legs. Dwayne's suspicions were validated at this point. Dwayne knew his mother had to get to the hospital right away if she claimed that this was the most agonizing thing she had ever experienced, because she was not a dramatic person. Fortunately, Pi got home from his hunting expedition at that very moment, and Dwayne informed him right once that they needed to take Peggy to the hospital. To his surprise, however, Pi just waved him away, stating that he was certain Peggy was only ill with the flu and would recover in a day or two. Since Pi didn't intend to take Peggy to the hospital himself, Dwayne called his sister right then and asked her to come home so she could do it. Jelena's condition had deteriorated to the point where she was unable to walk or stand, so Dwayne had to assist Peggy to the car when she got to the house. The true issue started when they arrived at the hospital and Peggy was brought into the acute care unit to start treatment, because neither Dwayne nor Jelena knew what might have caused Peggy to feel the way she did. Peggy was now limited to lying down and groaning in agony. Her limbs still felt like they were on fire. Her heart was still pounding, and she was now throwing up and feeling sick. Peggy underwent a battery of tests in an attempt to identify her condition, but every test came back negative or indicated that she was in perfect health. The doctors were genuinely perplexed by this. Peggy was writhing in agony, and since the tests they had performed had revealed nothing wrong with her, it appeared as though her illness had struck out of the blue. The physicians chose to keep her in the hospital and monitor her because they had no other option. Peggy's symptoms appeared to get better after she was in the hospital for roughly 3 days. She was able to communicate, eat, and move around a little, but she still had intense agony in her limbs and her heart continued to race. The physicians made the decision to release her so she could recover completely at home because she appeared to be on the mend. On October 26, 1988, Peggy arrived home and slept in bed to recuperate. She saw that she was getting better. However, all of the symptoms returned after a day, this time with considerably greater intensity. She was feeling sick, her heart was pounding, her arms and legs felt like they were on fire, and she had dropped so much weight that she was a shell of her former self. However, Peggy's family decided it might be better for her to stay at home rather than go to the hospital, because they understood that even the doctors didn't know what was wrong with her. However, it appeared as though Peggy was collapsing before their very eyes. She was unable to eat, sleep, walk, or even speak. The anguish she was experiencing was so great that she was only able to lie in bed, writhing in agony and occasionally screaming into her pillow. Her family finally gave in and agreed to take her back to the hospital on October 30. The physicians recognized Peggy from the week before and that they had been unable to identify the reason behind her symptoms when she arrived at the hospital, but they were doing everything they could to be sure. To find out if they had missed anything, the physicians decided to give Peggy another round of tests. They checked for all the common illnesses that may afflict a 41-year-old woman, including food poisoning, since they believed Peggy had consumed something that was making her stomach hurt. However, the test results once more indicated that Peggy was in perfect health. Once more, the physician's only option was to place Peggy in a room and watch her. Peggy's cries of excruciating pain reverberated through the hospital corridors as she lay in her room, audible to other patients and personnel. Peggy had started to drift in and out of consciousness by October 31. However, things were going to become worse. Dwayne, Peggy's son, and Travis, Pi's 16-year-old son, were both sent to the same hospital as Peggy. The symptoms that Peggy had been experiencing for more than a week had suddenly started to affect them as well. Similar to Peggy, Dwayne and Travis underwent a battery of tests to find out what was wrong with them, but the results were likewise inconclusive. However, one of the neurologists treating Peggy, Dr. Robert Van Hook, observed something about their symptoms that caught his attention right away. Travis, Dwayne, and Peggy were all experiencing hair loss. The neurologist suspected that he understood the precise reason of their disease based on the other symptoms they were experiencing, but first, he ordered a very particular test kit to confirm his assumptions. The neurologist checked Travis, Dwayne, and Peggy after the test kit arrived, and the findings were positive. Each of the three had consumed thallium nitrate, a costly and uncommon substance. Once employed as rat poison, thallium nitrate is a tasteless, colorless, and odorless metal that was outlawed due to its high toxicity to humans, with symptoms including extreme hand and limb pain, nausea, hair loss, weight loss, and irregular heartbeat. Even a minor increase in the naturally occurring amount of thallium, which is present in the ordinary human body in trace amounts, can have deadly results. Dwayne and Travis each had roughly 20,000 times the amount of thallium that naturally occurs in their bodies, whereas Peggy had 50 times that amount. The remaining members of the family were tested by the doctors, and while their thallium levels were not as high as those of Peggy, Dwayne, and Travis, they were all elevated. The doctors had not previously thought that Peggy and her son's conditions might be criminal before the test results. However, they started to view the case differently once the test findings suggested that Peggy and her family might have been poisoned. The hospital informed the Polk County Sheriff's Office about the case and the possible criminal activity occurring there. No one knew where Peggy and her boys had encountered such a costly and uncommon substance. Were they intentionally poisoned, or was it an accident? As the authorities started their inquiry, Peggy's situation appeared dire. Even though thallium poisoning may be cured, Peggy's body had been so thoroughly damaged by the poison that she was unlikely to live even if therapy had been given. As they waited for the poison to kill her, the doctors told her that the only thing they could do was to make her as comfortable as possible. For the boys, however, there was hope. Everyone hoped that the treatment they received would be quick enough to save their lives. Peggy fell into a coma a few days after learning that she was not going to be saved. After 2 months in the hospital, her family opted to remove her from life support on March 3, 1989, although she would stay in the coma for the following 4 months. Dwayne recovered completely. Although Travis would finally recover from the poisoning and spend 6 months in the hospital, the severe damage the poison had done to his limbs meant that he would never be able to walk again. The situation involving Peggy and her sons was extremely difficult for Polk County Sheriff's Office Sheriff Judd. They had a murder and other attempted murders on their hands, and a killer was at large, regardless of whether they were poisoned on purpose or not. There was a chance that the poison's source was still available for other Alturas residents to consume if they had accidentally consumed it. Sheriff Judd was determined to find the truth because the stakes were high. Every surface and object in the Carr residence was examined for thallium by investigators, but the results were all negative. Meanwhile, panic broke out in Alturas as word spread that the Carr family had been poisoned and that the authorities were unsure of the source of the poison. Families feared they might already be dying and not be aware of it, or that the poison may have originated from their groundwater. Because the Carr's well water was connected to at least 2 other homes, detectives looked into it, but they discovered nothing. Furthermore, Peggy and her sons had experienced symptoms that no one else in the town had. The investigation was then joined by prosecutor John Aguero of the Florida State's Attorney's Office, who began investigating the possibility that thallium originated from pesticides, insecticides, or any other plant spray. There were numerous orange groves in Alturas, and the pesticides used to maintain the trees may have contained thallium, but all test results were negative. Police found their first break in the case, an 8-pack of Coca-Cola bottles with tampered-with lids, while searching the car home for anything Peggy and her sons might have eaten or consumed that might have contained the poison. The bottles were sent for testing right away, and the results revealed that the Coca-Cola bottles had high amounts of thallium. The drinks had been filled with thallium before the covers were put back on. The first obvious conclusion was that the bottling firm had tampered with the product. If it was, almost everyone drank Coca-Cola, which may lead to a nationwide thallium poisoning problem. Many inhabitants of Alturas were afraid to drink Coke after learning about this additional lead. But as the investigation went on, it became clear that neither the Alturas Coca-Cola outlets nor the bottling firm were responsible for the poisoning. Investigators came to the horrifying conclusion that, although the bottles had been tampered with, the person who did it specifically targeted the Carr family. Pi Carr himself was the main suspect. On October 23, the day Peggy had started exhibiting symptoms, Pi had abruptly made the decision to go hunting, which kept him gone for the majority of the day. Investigators thought this might have been an attempt to hide his identity. Additionally, Pi had access to a chemical as costly and uncommon as thallium, since he worked for a phosphate mining company. Given that Pi and Peggy had been experiencing marital problems, it appeared highly likely that Pi was the one who poisoned Peggy. But there were some problems with this theory. Additionally, Pi and his kids tested positive for thallium poisoning, indicating that they drank the same Coke as Peggy and her kids. Therefore, it appeared more plausible that Pi would have planned it so that only she consumed the poison, or at the very least he would have ensured that his kids did not get it, if he really wanted Peggy dead. Nevertheless, Pi was taken in for interrogation by the police. Pi swore that the hunting excursion was a coincidence, and told them he had no idea how the poison had entered his house. He casually remarked something during his conversation that did not seem significant at the time, but when police investigated Pi's tip, they would uncover the next significant clue that would enable them to solve this confounding case and identify the person who had poisoned Peggy and her family. Pi was trying to explain himself as he sat in the questioning room when he suddenly recalled an incident that had occurred a few weeks prior to Peggy's illness. One day, Dwayne, Peggy's son, went to check the mail and discovered a printed note addressed to Pi. The note said, "You and your so-called family have exactly 2 weeks to move out of the state of Florida or you will all die. This is no joke." Peggy and Pi thought the death threat was a joke from some naughty teenagers, but now that the whole family had been poisoned, it appeared that the note might not have been a joke. It could have come from the poisoner of the Carrs. When authorities started looking into the note, they discovered a few details that quickly led them to believe that the sender was familiar with Pi and his family. For instance, the sender had correctly typed Pi's name as Pi instead of Pi, which is how most people would spell it. Armed with this fresh lead, police started questioning hundreds of people in Alturas to see if anyone had a motive to despise the Carrs and want them killed. But neighbors looked out for one another in a small, tight-knit town like Alturas. Police decided to approach FBI Special Agent Mark Young, a profiler with hundreds of cases under his belt, to assist in creating a profile of the likely criminal after failing to identify anyone with a motivation to harm the Carrs. Agent Young assumed that a person who killed someone with poison was probably someone who had been wronged and wanted to make amends. Additionally, the undetectable form of thallium was the particular kind that was used to poison the Coca-Cola bottles. It was pricey. You couldn't just walk into the store and buy it. This demonstrated that the offender was bright and had a solid understanding of chemistry. In light of this, investigators eliminated potential possibilities until they arrived at George Trapal and Diana Carr, the Carrs' neighbors. January 23, 1949 was George Trapal's birthday. He had several degrees and worked as a computer programmer and scientist. He established a thriving orthopedic surgery practice in Alturas with his wife Diana Carr, who was not related to Pi Carr. George was a calm man who rarely left the house, but he wasn't always so easygoing. Diana, on the other hand, was more gregarious and had a very strong personality. During his time at Clemson University in South Carolina in the 1970s, George enjoyed using drugs and was always open to sharing his stash with others, whether or not they gave their permission. It became a habit for George and his buddies to pick up hitchhikers and give them cookies or brownies laced with drugs to see how they would respond. He was given a 3-year sentence in federal prison in 1975 for operating a sizable methamphetamine lab. The fact that thallium was one of the results of George's meth cooking procedure was intriguing. George also read police manuals as a habit. He saw himself as an authority on how to handle crime scenes. Living next to George and Diana wasn't exactly the ideal option. From complaining that their dogs were barking too loudly to claiming that Peggy and Pi and their kids were laughing or playing music too loudly, they were constantly having issues with them. The cars were a nuisance to Diana and George, and despite Peggy's best efforts, they were never on good terms. Diana would constantly gripe about the cars, whom she particularly detested. George, however, appeared more amiable. In private, George detested the cars just as much as his wife did, but he waved and grinned at them and did not gripe as much. George accused Pi of breaking zoning restrictions in March 1988 when he attempted to turn his garage into an apartment for his stepdaughter Jolena and her infant daughter. As usual, Diana raced to the car house to complain 2 days before Peggy became ill. When they reprimanded her, she yelled, "You won't get away with this. This isn't over." In addition to being highly successful in their respective industries, George and Diana were exceptionally bright individuals who belonged to the esteemed Mensa organization. A lawyer called Roland Barrel and his buddy Dr. Lance Ware established Mensa in 1946. It is an elite club for very clever people who score in the top 2% of the general population on a particular IQ test. Applicants must pass a battery of unique IQ tests in order to be admitted to Mensa, and passing these tests alone does not ensure membership. After being accepted, members frequently host debates, seminars, gatherings, discussion panels, and other get-togethers to exchange ideas and have thought-provoking discussions. Despite having its headquarters in England, Mensa has locations all over the world. George and Diana were members of the Mensa branch in Florida, which hosted monthly entertaining and thought-provoking events known as murder mystery weekends. Over the course of a weekend, members would alternately plan a crime mystery that the other members would attempt to solve. All of the members would spend that weekend at a remote place, such as a hotel or inn, where they would stay and contribute to the murder mystery. A middle-aged woman called Sherry Gwen joined the Mensa Florida branch in April 1989, just a few weeks after Peggy passed away. Sherry had fled an abusive marriage in Texas and relocated to Florida. She felt a sense of belonging after joining Mensa, and she quickly grew close to George and Diana. George and Diana took turns organizing the murder mystery that would be solved for that month's murder mystery weekend the month Sherry joined Mensa. George, who was currently 40 years old, took this duty very seriously and worked for weeks to craft the ideal crime. All of the members had a difficult time attempting to solve the case and find the murder weapon, but their murder mystery weekend was a huge success. Sherry, however, was captivated when George eventually revealed the murder weapon to the gathering. In an attempt to find out everything George knew about the murder weapon and what would happen if it were used in real life, she would spend hours discussing it with him. George, who was sometimes eclipsed by his wife, was impressed by Sherry's attention and was pleased to respond to all of her inquiries. Diana relocated her medical business from Alturas to Sebring, a nearby town, in December 1989. Thus, she and George also made the decision to relocate there. Since they hadn't sold their house yet, Sherry requested if she might rent it as soon as she heard about it. Almost the whole Alturas Police Department swarmed into the house as soon as Sherry moved in. In reality, Sherry Gwynn was not a divorced woman who fled an abusive marriage in Texas and relocated to Florida. She was an undercover police officer tasked with looking into Diana Carr and George Trappell. Her real name was Susan Gorek. George was interrogated by police as part of their preliminary inquiry. When asked if he knew anyone who might want to harm the Carrs, he appeared modest and reticent, but he claimed that someone must have wanted them to leave the area. The death threat Pi had received weeks prior to Peggy's illness was reflected in this remark. Police became suspicious of George after learning of the fights between the Tripals and Cars. He also resembled the FBI's description of the offender, which was a white man with a high level of intelligence who avoided confrontation and had a meek nature. Susan Gorick had been tasked with looking into them. Susan thought George was probably the murderer when she learned that thallium poisoning was the murder weapon George employed to plot his murder mystery. Additionally, he printed a pamphlet explaining the murder in this mystery, which stated, "When a death threat appears on the doorstep, prudent people throw out all their food and watch what they eat. Hardly anyone dies from magic. Most items on the doorstep are just a neighbor's way of saying, 'I don't like you, move or else.'" She thus requested assistance and directed a search of the house as soon as he and Diana left. The cops discovered a wealth of chemicals, including thallium, in the garage. They also learned that George had machines to take off and put back the bottle caps, since he frequently brewed his own beer. Investigators concluded that George chose to get rid of his neighbors because he had finally had enough of them. He was able to sneak a case of Coca-Cola into the car's kitchen, had the resources and motivation to conduct the crime, and fit the profile. People in the neighborhood of Alturas rarely closed their doors, and it was common to walk by and greet a neighbor. The police had sufficient evidence to bring George in for interrogation. George was bashful and avoided making eye contact with the interrogating officers when he first arrived at the Alturas police station. Despite all the evidence, he insisted he was not involved in the poisoning. The investigators didn't believe it. 1 count of first-degree murder, 6 counts of attempted first-degree murder, 7 counts of food or water poisoning, and 1 act of tampering with a consumer product were among the charges brought against Treppel on April 5, 1990. These 15 criminal charges, which included first-degree murder, 6 counts of attempted murder, food or water poisoning, and product tampering, were tried against George in January 1991. Following a 4-week trial that took place between January 7 and February 7, 1991, the jury found George guilty on all counts. He received a death sentence. George is still incarcerated at the Union Correctional Institution in Rayford, Florida, on death row today. George has appealed the FBI's investigation process and the reliability of the state's witnesses on multiple occasions, but each time his pleas have been rejected. Deanna Carr never faced any charges. She will eventually remarry after divorcing George in 1996. Since learning that the evil mastermind who killed their mother, paralyzed their stepbrother Travis, and almost killed Dwayne has been brought to justice, Peggy's children, Alan, Jelena, and Dwayne, have moved on. Peggy's life had been extremely difficult for a long time, and just as things were starting to improve, a neighbor who simply didn't like her and her family cruelly took her life away. At least her family can finally move on knowing that she received justice. However, do you believe Deanna Carr ought to have faced charges of murder, or at least attempted murder as well? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On January 24, 1991, at 4:45 p.m., 13-year-old Paula Ilera came home from school in East Harlem, New York. As she stepped into the elevator of her apartment building and made her way to her family's 30th floor apartment, her mother buzzed her in. But on that little trip, she unexpectedly disappeared. Paula's lifeless body was found half a mile from her home 3 hours later, at 7:30 p.m. by a man walking his dog. The community was left with unanswered questions as the sun set on that terrible day. What happened to Paula, and who might be responsible for her death and disappearance? East Harlem, sometimes referred to as El Barrio, is a neighborhood in the center of Manhattan, New York City, where Paula and her family lived. This enclave of diverse cultures is well known for its vibrant blend of customs, artwork, and camaraderie, as shown by its vibrant festivals, restaurants, and vibrant murals that line its streets. East Harlem is home to a varied population with a strong Hispanic and Latino background. The renowned Museum of the City of New York, which displays the history of the city, is located in the area. Our narrative started in East Harlem, where the odds of becoming a victim of crime are roughly 1 in 22. In the late 1970s, Paula Hilera was born in Colombia to Cesar and Olga Hilera. Alexandra and Julio were her older siblings. In search of a better life, Paula, her mother, and 2 siblings relocated to East Harlem, New York City, in June 1990. They stayed with Paula's uncle Guillermo Ospina at 420 East 111th Street on the 30th floor of an apartment complex. In order to finally join them in New York, her father, Cesar, continued to work as a taxi driver in Colombia. Paula enrolled in junior high school once they arrived in New York. Paula was a bright student who spent her free time studying math and English, according to her sister Alexandra. She wanted to be a lawyer to help people in need, but she only had a few friends, most of whom were classmates. She was quite smart and advanced for her age, thinking above her years, according to her uncle Gilmo. He added that Paula's passion for the English language was the reason she was so content in New York. As a young girl, she had a lot of plans for the future. According to her uncle Guillermo, Paula and her family seemed to be living a happy life until a tragic incident abruptly altered it. Paula was only 13 years old when she left school on the chilly afternoon of January 24, 1991, and returned to the comforting confines of her apartment complex. She reached the building's entrance at around 4:45 p.m. and called her apartment via the intercom. Olga, her mother, responded and pressed the button to open the lobby entrance, allowing her in. This mundane exchange would be the last Olga would have with her cherished daughter. Sadly, Paula never reached their flat on the 30th floor, even though the door was now open and she went into the lobby and into an elevator. When Paula hadn't returned home after 10 minutes, her brother and uncle became concerned. They decided to go look for her because they sensed something was wrong. They rushed down to the lobby and saw it was deserted. They started frantically looking throughout the area for Paula, but she seemed to have disappeared. Around 7:30 p.m., 3 hours later, a man walking his dog discovered a terrifying find. On a sidewalk beside the East River, he noticed a dead body. Drug objects such as used lighters, syringes, and vials were scattered across the area. Sadly, what he discovered was Paula's thin body, and she was dead. She lived in an apartment building roughly half a mile south of the location where she was discovered. Detectives were confronted with a rather depressing situation when they got there. Upon closer inspection, it was discovered that she had a ligature around her neck and that the stab wound in the middle of her chest was barely bleeding. No hints were found to suggest the identity of the perpetrator. The only items they found on Paula's body were a piece of chalk in her pocket and a new Kids on the Block watch on her wrist. The murder of Paula had a significant impact on the area as a whole, in addition to her family. Olga, her mother, was distraught and had a hard time accepting that her daughter was gone. Following this incident, both teachers and students at Paula's school were in shock. In order to help those close to Paula deal with their loss, teachers met with pupils to offer support. For safety considerations, they also cautioned every student against going out alone. The principal and district authorities refused to meet with media after the incident, and reporters were denied access to the school. Many questions remained unresolved for detectives. In an attempt to locate witnesses who could have seen Paula in the vicinity where her body was eventually found, they visited door to door throughout the 32-story building. Unfortunately, no one who had seen her there could be found. Furthermore, the detectives were clueless regarding the identity of the culprit behind this catastrophe. Whether Paula was murdered at the remote location, surrounded by crack bottles where her body was discovered, or elsewhere, was still unknown. The detectives were able to piece together some crucial information during their investigation. They learned that Paula frequently stayed after school on Wednesdays and Thursdays to attend her journalism program. She had been writing an article on her father on the day of her terrible murder, with the intention of sending it to him as a Valentine's Day present. The detectives also learned that Paula and a buddy traveled north along First Avenue on that fatal day, after Paula left the school after the workshop at about 4 p.m. At 106th Street, they split off, with Paula going on to her family's apartment complex. The cops discovered during their investigations that Paula had entered the same elevator as another kid, Aaron Walford. When they spoke with him, though, he stated that Paula went higher while he got off at the 19th level. Consequently, the detectives stopped considering him as a suspect. The totality of Paula's horrific ordeal was made clear during the autopsy. She had been stabbed 3 times close to her heart, strangled, and molested. Her thighs also had odd, lengthy markings that the medical examiner saw. Paula had obviously fought off an attack with courage, and her assailant had yanked her legs away with such force that the bruises on their thighs resembled the curve of their fingers. Male hair was also taken from her body by the examiner. This was kept as proof. Paula's remains were interred at St. Michael's Cemetery in East Elmhurst, Queens on February 2, 1991. Victim Services, a private group that supports victims of violent crimes and their families in Flushing, New York, provided assistance to Paula's family when they moved to Flushing 4 months after her sad murder. Through counseling at Victim Services Families of Homicide Victims program, Olga found comfort. The family clung to the faith that justice would be served for Paula while they dealt with and recovered. But, as time went on, Paula's situation progressively got less interesting, and finding the solutions became more difficult. In any place at any time, the murder of a 13-year-old girl ought to have made headlines, but this horrible incident in East Harlem went mostly unreported in the violent New York of 1991. Over 2,000 murders were reported in the city annually between 1990 and 1992, with an average of 6 bodies found every day throughout New York City's 5 boroughs. Regretfully, the majority of these took place in underprivileged, primarily minority communities, including East Harlem, the South Bronx, and East New York, Brooklyn. Unfortunately, the media paid little attention to any of these situations. Instead, free from political or media pressure, the media frequently covered more affluent, white victims of more expensive crimes in gorgeous settings. A low-priority homicide was assigned to Paula's case. As a result, her murder was mostly forgotten and unsolved for the most of the 1,990s. New York City's crime rate was declining by the middle of the 990s. Nonetheless, a troubling pattern continued in East Harlem's housing buildings. Regardless of whether they were Hispanic or Black, a string of seemingly unconnected cases started to happen, all of which involved the assault and killing of young, attractive youths with thick skin. In 1994, a 15-year-old girl was attacked by a person with a knife and was the victim. This case exposed a pattern that the attacker would use again throughout the course of the following 4 years. He would come up behind the teenager and lead her to a remote spot. There, he would force her to undress, blindfold her with a piece of her own clothing, and then attack her. The 15-year-old survivor was remarkably able to describe her assailant. He was a muscular, well-groomed young man who exuded an overabundance of self-importance. Incredibly, he even informed the woman that she was lucky to have been attacked by someone as attractive as him. Firefighters responded to a rooftop fire at the George Washington houses on East 104th Street on September 10, 1997, a few years later. Following this, they found the dead corpse of a woman who had been severely abused, hit by a blunt weapon, and severely burned, rendering her unrecognizable. Johalis Castro, a 19-year-old who had relocated to New York from the Dominican Republic with her family, was subsequently identified as the victim. Jo Hollis, a young woman with a daughter, had been attending a Bronx community college to study computer science. The second victim in the same neighborhood was a 13-year-old girl in April 1998, 7 months later. Fortunately, the little victim was able to flee unharmed. Rashida Washington, 17, died tragically 2 months later on June 2, 1998. She had been robbed, beaten, and strangled when she was discovered in a stairway on the 15th floor of a housing project on East 112th Street. Like the previous victims, her dead body, with its bare chest hidden by a shirt, had been placed in a sat position against the wall. Rashida, a 100-pound fashion student who worked at a clothes boutique, was small in stature. Unfortunately, 3 days after celebrating her 18th birthday, she was slain. 2 further young teenagers were assaulted in the same region in the fall of that year. On September 21, 1998, a 15-year-old was attacked, and on November 16, a 14-year-old. Fortunately, these 2 teenagers made it out alive, probably because they were blinded before they had a chance to see the assailant. The likelihood that a serial killer was targeting teenage females in East Harlem was not openly acknowledged by the authorities, despite the growing number of similar incidents. However, the police ultimately made the decision to move quickly in response to the victims' parents' concerns. Since widespread testing of convicted felons had not yet started, The database of DNA samples on file in the 1990s was very tiny, but in the fall of 1998, there had been a major development about the East Harlem cases. Experts in forensics from the New York Police Department reviewed bodily fluid evidence from the murder of Rashida Washington, with evidence from 2 other nearby instances that were comparable. The same offender was unmistakably connected to all 3 crimes by these tests. One rape victim was first thought to be a part of a distinct pattern. However, it turned out that the homicide victim, Rashida Washington, and this rape case had produced a new pattern instead of being part of the previous rape pattern. At last, investigators had concrete proof that a serial killer was preying on kids in Harlem. Police authorities responded by forming a specialist task force of investigators whose only goal was to capture the suspect. In response, the authorities distributed a wanted poster with a sketch of the serial killer. The victim's description served as the basis for this sketch. A tipster who called in shortly after the flyer was posted in East Harlem recommended that the investigators look into a 25-year-old man named Ace, who lived on the 19th floor of the same building Paula had occupied. Ace was promptly recognized by the cops. His true name, Aaron Key, evoked a recollection. In the course of investigating Paula's murder, the name Aaron had first come to light. Aaron Walford, a youngster who had been spotted getting into the elevator with Paula and claiming to have gotten out on the 19th level, was remembered by detectives. In the 1997 murder inquiry of Johalis Castro, the unusual first name Aaron had also resurfaced. According to phone records, Johalis had called a man named Aaron Key multiple times in the days before her death. Police interrogation revealed that Aaron's girlfriend, Jacqueline, had been friends with Joe. He explained his repeated phone calls by saying that on the day of Johalis's death, the 2 women had been organizing a shopping excursion. Jacqueline, who was also questioned by the police, corroborated Aaron's account. The authorities didn't discover that Aaron Key and Aaron Wofford were the same individual until much later. His mother's surname name was Key, while his father's was Wofford. 2 of the 3 victims in the alleged serial killer case were linked to Aaron Key as a result of this finding. He had a lengthy history of phone conversations with Johalis in the days preceding Paula's passing, and he was the last person known to have seen her alive. These links couldn't have happened by accident. Investigators made the decision to learn more about Aaron's past. They discovered that he was a reasonably well-spoken and intellectual person. He was raised primarily in East Harlem and was born on September 18, 1973. He was sharing the same building as Paula, with family members when she vanished in 1991. Aaron was seen as a gregarious individual with a talent for computers. Despite the lack of evidence, he claimed to be involved in the production of rap music. He was only 5 feet 8 inches tall and rather attractive. He had only been arrested once for robbery in 1990, according to his criminal record, and he had served little to no time in prison. But neighbors saw Aaron in a different light. He has a troubling side, they said. He frequently roamed around with a portable video camera, trying to get improper footage, and he had a habit of looking through the peepholes of women in his building. Despite the lack of strong evidence against Aaron at this point, the police recognized the value of a comprehensive investigation. They concentrated on the attacker, who had left behind a gray hoodie and a black boo-boo cap in the September 1998 incident. In search of leads, the investigators made the decision to examine these articles of clothing more closely. When they discovered a laundry tag on one of the clothes, their efforts were fruitful. The cops soon found a dry cleaner close to Aaron's building thanks to this tag. The fact that Aaron's mother, Cynthia, was on the dry cleaner's client list added even more significance to this revelation. Law authorities grew more certain that testing Aaron's DNA would prove his involvement in the crimes, since all the evidence seemed to point to him as a major suspect. There was a major obstacle, though. Since DNA testing for convicted felons in New York would not be required until 2000, Aaron's DNA was not on file. It wasn't as simple as bringing a suspect in and requesting a swab to get a DNA sample in the 1990s. The acquisition of a sample required judicial authority based on reasonable suspicion, and DNA tests were still seen as intrusive procedures. Detectives knew that even while there was a lot of circumstantial evidence suggesting Roan was involved, the laundry tag, phone calls, and elevator ride wouldn't be enough to convince a judge to require Roan to give a DNA sample. As a result, the cops had to come up with another strategy. Their first strategy was to follow Roan Key in the hopes that he might inadvertently leave a sample of his saliva behind, such as when he spit or disposed of chewing gum, but this strategy soon looked like a failure. Detectives finally got a break on February 8, 1999, when Aron was taken into custody for his role in stealing a computer hard disk. In order to get a DNA sample, the police had to use some deceit because there were no regulations in New York at the time requiring DNA testing for anyone who were arrested. They came up with a scheme in which a female detective dressed in white hospital attire and pretended to be a doctor. She went up to Aron and requested a sample of his saliva for what she said was a standard test for tuberculosis. She hoped he would sign a release form as she handed him the documents. Aron, on the other hand, studied the text carefully. He refused to participate when he saw a line that mentioned DNA analysis. He asserted that he was a devout Jehovah's Witness and that he was not allowed to receive any medical care because of his beliefs. Aron knew what the cops were looking for, and he was not going to give it to them. He tore his paper cup into pieces and flushed them down the toilet when he finished his supper that night. He switched his cup with his cellmates to further perplex investigators. But the cops were ahead by one step. Aron had been in a holding cell with a number of other inmates shortly after his detention. They had been given cups of water by attendants while they were there. These cups were found in a waste paper basket by detectives, who then sent them for DNA analysis. A sample taken from the lip of one of the cups discovered in the police holding cell matched the East Harlem criminal's DNA, according to the results, which were returned in a matter of days. Since Aron was merely charged with a misdemeanor computer theft offense, he was already free without bail by the time the DNA test results were available on February 12, 1999. The New York Police Department, meantime, promised to pay $11,000, 0 cents, for any tip that would result in his apprehension. Aron's parents thought they were going on a Valentine's Day date, but authorities quickly found out that he had gone to Brownsville, Brooklyn, and met up with his 16-year-old lover, Angelique. But rather than following their plans, Aron and Angelique got on a bus from Newark, New Jersey, that was bound for Florida. Investigators began to worry that Angelique might be in danger and would end up like the other victims. Aron called a second woman in New York twice after he got to South Florida. His notoriety as a suspected serial killer on the loose had made headlines by this point. When the second girlfriend saw what was happening, she immediately called the police and gave them a tip that Aron was staying at the Miami Sun Hotel on Northeast 1st Avenue in downtown Miami, which is only 2 blocks from the beach. 2 detectives from New York hurried to the hotel in response to this report and started monitoring it. They summoned a Miami-Dade SWAT unit for help when they saw Aron and Angelique moving about inside. Aron and Angelique were found hiding beneath the bed on the 6th story of the hotel as the SWAT team attacked the building. Additionally, Aron was captured and taken into custody on February 19, 1999. Detectives tried to question Aron about the crimes in East Harlem, but he refused to talk and gave no information. But the police had a strategy. Later, they let Angelique into the interview room while they watched and heard from behind a 2-way mirror. Aron and Angelique thought they were saying their goodbyes in solitude. Angelique pushed Aron to give an explanation for his misdeeds during this exchange. Aron's answer was unclear. He claimed to have been ill and said that he had bugged out. Aron was finally extradited to New York to stand trial on 22 felony charges pertaining to 4 assaults and the killings of Paula Hilera, Johalis Castro, and Rashida Washington, following a protracted 4-month legal fight. Aron was linked to 6 of the 7 cases by DNA evidence. Prosecutors John Irwin and Richard Plansky made a strong case against Aron at the trial in the fall of 2000, using a flurry of witness statements and DNA evidence. 2 of Aron's victims were among the 130 prosecution witnesses they called. Aron himself demanded to testify as the first defense witness. Aron showed a variety of emotions during the 2 days of her testimony, from wailing like a baby to grinning like a schoolgirl. He also talked about how angry he was to be charged, pop culture, narcotics, rap music, jail cuisine, and his thoughts on the criminal justice system were just a few of the subjects he spoke in his monologue, which was mostly unhindered by the judge, prosecutors, or his own lawyers. Aron constructed a peculiar narrative to explain why he was charged with horrific serial assault against young women, while many of the relatives of his victims were in the courtroom. He said that a dishonest medical examiner who was involved in the harvesting and sale of human organs had arranged for the police to frame him as a participant in a cover-up. He even asserted that what he called genetic shuffling had been done to his DNA. But his long story did not convince the jury. The courtroom erupted in applause on December 16, 2000, the day the guilty verdict was given. During the sentencing, Aran swore at the family members in the crowd as he was escorted past them. In January 2001, a month later, Aran's victims' relatives had the chance to speak with him face-to-face. Paula's mother, Olga, spoke to him, wishing that he would comprehend the agony of restless nights, appetite loss, being unable to walk or breathe, and the lack of tranquility, while simultaneously reflecting on her daughter's suffering at the moment of her passing. Having brought her kid to the country to pursue the American dream, Olga talked of her ongoing pain. During the sentencing hearing, Aran broke down in tears and apologized when it was his turn to speak. Johalis Castro's male cousin became enraged at this and tried to get over the barrier to attack Aran. The sentence was then pronounced by Justice Jones Sadonic. For the 3 murders, she sentenced Aran to 3 life terms without the chance of release. He was also sentenced to 400 years in prison for 4 counts of abuse. Aran was a prisoner at Dannemora, New York's Clinton Correctional Facility. Legislators in New York and numerous other states had passed legislation mandating DNA testing for anybody detained in relation to serious crimes by the time Aran was convicted. Since then, the majority of felony arrests for both violent and nonviolent offenses are now included in this testing. Additionally, some jurisdictions have started testing people's DNA when they are detained for The pain of losing Paula is still very much there for Olga. She is all too aware that the pain caused by the unexpected and needless death of a loved one never goes away, especially when there are still so many unanswered questions. We are left with the memories of Paula and the other victims. As we get to the end of this heartbreaking trip through her awful narrative, we are left with difficult issues after considering Aran's activities and the repercussions he encountered. What motivates someone like Aran to carry out such atrocities? And how can society recognize and deal with the causes of such behavior? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Imagine living in a peaceful, tight-knit neighborhood where crime is uncommon, and everyone appears to know one another. A teacher, a loving mother, and a devoted member of her neighborhood church. Sarah Starr was always smiling and paying attention to everyone around her. One morning, however, she abruptly disappeared, and a few hours later, she was discovered dead in her own driveway. She was instantly killed by 2 shotgun rounds. The odd thing is that Jason, her ex-husband, was the primary suspect. Despite witnesses' accusations that he had threatened her, he maintained his innocence and even offered a strong alibi. What is actually happening here then? Was there anyone else engaged in this unfortunate turn of events? Why, in spite of the absence of concrete proof, did the authorities still suspect him? We'll go into a multi-year, intricate inquiry today. You will uncover the mysteries that lie beneath the surface of this idyllic community and see the extent to which desperation and a desire for vengeance can drive a person. Are you prepared to learn the truth about Sarah Starr's true fate? It all began on a bright morning on November 27, 2017. Coffee County, Alabama's emergency services received a troubling call at around 9 in the morning. Despite his composure, the man on the telephone made it clear what he was saying. Sarah Starr, his acquaintance, had probably committed suicide, he said. Officers hurried to the location right away, which was a tiny church-owned home. Originally constructed to accommodate the pastor, this house had been rented out to churchgoers exclusively for years. The church had given Sarah Starr, a woman with a complex past, unique terms to live there. After going through a 2-year divorce procedure and being left alone with her 4 children, the house had become her haven. At the age of 38, she was making an effort to move on from the unpleasant memories and disputes of her past. In 1979, Sarah was born in Colby, a small Kansas town. She was always seen as gifted and kind, particularly with regard to children. She decided to become a teacher, and after completing college, she began working as a literature and writing instructor at a nearby school. Many people characterized her as a cheerful and attentive teacher who had no trouble connecting with her students. In 2001, she and Jason got married. She was 22 years old at the time and had recently graduated with a bachelor's degree in education. Jason had just returned from the service and was 6 years older. Their relationship appeared to be harmonious. Both seemed content and had aspirations of starting a family, but, as is frequently the case, problems were simmering beneath the surface. Their marriage appeared to be harmonious at first. After settling in Colby, the couple had twins, then another pair 5 years later, but Jason found it difficult to handle the obligations of parenting. He grew more and more agitated, yelling at Sarah because of the children's commotion, the ongoing mess, and his lack of sleep. He became increasingly irritated with every year that went by, and he didn't think twice about disparaging her, even in public. Sarah took comfort in her beliefs and made an effort to maintain harmony. The local Baptist church eventually became her second home, and she became a dedicated member. She gained friends easily because of her gregarious demeanor and gentle disposition. To escape the chaos at home, Sarah immersed herself in hobbies, taking up gardening and photography. When Sarah's life appeared to be more stable in 2016, she began teaching 4th grade. She was still seen as a kind and amiable individual, but there were hidden problems beneath that kind veneer. Tension in their marriage increased as Jason, who was becoming more and more resentful of his duty as a father to 4 children, became more violent. Sarah ultimately made the decision to file for divorce after multiple attempts to keep their relationship intact. She left the house to Jason and took sanctuary in a house that the church provided. She thought moving to Alabama would give her a new beginning, but her financial condition deteriorated, and the divorce process took a long time. Jason claims that Sarah started to spend excessively, which made her problems worse. It didn't go as well as she had planned, even though the relocation was meant to be the start of a new chapter in her life. Sarah asked 2 close friends, Dana and Lawrence, to assist her with the move the day she left Jason's residence. They remembered her being agitated, rushing around, losing stuff, and pacing back and forth. Dana and Lawrence felt Sarah was terrified of something because of her erratic conduct. That was her biggest worry, that Jason might arrive and start a fight, and her worries weren't unjustified. Despite the help of her church, Sarah, a single mother now, felt that her life was getting harder and harder. She was lonely and had a lot of debt. Jason did actually show up when Sarah and her kids eventually made it to the new home the church had supplied. He went to the front door, but Lawrence refused to let him in, knowing that a confrontation would not be beneficial. After a while, Jason departed. However, Sarah reacted as though she had seen a ghost, according to Lawrence. She was crying and trembling. Jason had threatened her, she said, and now her darkest nightmares were real. The divorce process was eventually completed 2 years after the incident. The court decided that both parents will split custody of the children. Jason's financial condition was severely disrupted when he was ordered to give Sarah child and spousal support. He was forced to forfeit over half of his salary. While Jason relocated to a different adjacent property and stayed with his mother, Sarah remained in the residence supplied by the church. With one significant exception, Sarah didn't arrive for work. The morning of November 27, 2017 began as any other. Her co-workers, who were aware of her exceptional punctuality and responsibility, were instantly alarmed. Sarah's disappearance appeared totally out of character, and she was not returning calls or reading messages. Concerned, one of her co-workers drove to Sarah's residence to see how she was doing. Her co-worker discovered Sarah's lifeless body on the driveway when she got there. Blood and many bullet wounds suggested a violent crime. Although emergency personnel were immediately contacted, Sarah had already lost her chance. When the police first got on the site, they thought it might have been self-harm, but after looking over the crime scene, they soon determined it was an act of hostility. It was later discovered that the shots were fired at close range by an unidentified assailant who had been waiting for Sarah with a shotgun at around 6:30 a.m. as she was leaving her home. Her head was struck by the second bullet, and her chest by the first. The gunshot were heard by the neighbors, but they paid little attention. Such noises were not unusual in the rural area where hunters were prevalent. Nobody thought they were listening to Sarah's last moments. When forensic specialists got to the location, they couldn't find any tire tracks or fingerprints. Although the offender had exercised caution, the police's suspicions naturally shifted to Jason, given the recent divorce and the strained relationship between Sarah and her ex-husband. Detectives initially spoke with Dana and Lawrence, Sarah's acquaintances. They acknowledged that Sarah had had an especially difficult few months. She frequently talked about how afraid she was of Jason, and even implied that he might do anything to get even with her. Their remarks made the probe more tense. Jason, Sarah's ex-husband, lived a short stroll from her house, so he had enough time to go there early in the morning and then sneak out. Investigators who were suspicious of Jason kept looking into the incidents, concentrating more and more on his possible role. Jason, however, maintained his innocence when they brought him in for interrogation, saying that he was eating breakfast at a cafe with his children when the crime was committed. His alibi was supported by surveillance footage and witness statements, but the police were still hesitant to rule him out. His reasons were obvious: a difficult divorce, child support, and debts that were seriously affecting his finances. Police were regularly informed by Sarah's relatives and acquaintances that she was terrified of Jason. They believed that he was the only one who could have gone to such lengths. He was not directly connected to the crime, though, according to the authorities. Authorities urged the public to come forward with any information that could aid in the case's resolution during a number of press briefings. The governor of the state even offered a $5,000 0-cents prize for information that would result in the offender's arrest, and a local citizen contributed an additional $500 0-cents to the total. The inquiry stagnated in spite of the police's efforts and extensive media coverage. For a number of years, the case remained unsolved, and police didn't pick up steam again until December 2021. They were sure that Jason might have been indirectly involved, perhaps by hiring someone to commit the murder, after learning fresh facts. After the divorce, he had a compelling reason for doing so. He had to pay child support, which now accounted for over half of his salary and had become a significant financial burden for detectives. As they started looking through Jason's digital files, they saw some odd things on his computer. Notes that appeared to be written by him for a book. He expressed his feelings about his relationship with Sarah, the unfairness of the court's ruling, and his dissatisfaction with paying child support in these posts. The police suspicions were heightened by the text's disparaging statements about women. His pre-crime bank dealings were also examined by the cops, who discovered a number of odd payments. Jason sent a woman named Lily $2,600 0-cents between September 7 and November 15, 2017. She turned out to be a friend of Darren, Jason's brother. The fact that there had never been any transfers between them, and that, according to Lily, they hardly knew one another prior to that, made this even more suspect. During Lily's interrogation, police learned that Jason had given his brother a 2016 motorcycle, a costly vehicle, ostensibly for repairs following an accident. He said that the bike required extensive repairs, which would have cost about $5 0-cents, and he made plans to send modest amounts of money to his brother via Lily. Detectives thought this was strange. Why did Jason, who was already having financial difficulties, decide to give his brother such a costly item out of the blue? And why was he conducting these transactions with Lily, a lady he hardly knew? These payments may have been tied to the crime, but detectives assumed that Jason and Darren were hiding them as repair expenses. They started keeping a careful eye on Darren. A rugged and reclusive man, Darren had spent the majority of his life alone in a trailer in Texas. He has previously been caught speeding and found in possession of prohibited narcotics. The investigators made the decision to examine the brothers' phone conversations and text messages. After seizing their phones, they discovered some important information. As it happened, Darren had definitely visited Coffee County, Alabama prior to Thanksgiving of 2017. His phone kept pinging close to Sarah's residence during his 10 days there, which began on November 18. His phone was turned off at midnight the night before the crime, which sparked suspicion. It wasn't switched back on until 10 in the morning the following day, by which time he had returned to Texas. This implied that Darren might have made a conscious effort to conceal his location at the time of the crime. In the evening of the same day, Jason received a text message from Darren that seemed to be coded. He told of a deer hunt that went well. According to the police, the brothers were communicating using coded language. Sarah's neighbor remembered seeing Darren's motorcycle close to Sarah's house. Prior to the incident, Several local people had noticed this unusual bike, but nobody gave it much attention. When investigators looked at video from a security camera on a shed close to Sarah's house, they discovered another important piece of evidence. Shortly after the gunshots were heard, the camera caught a motorcycle that matched the description of Darren's ride, departing the area. The research took a significant turn in December 2021. With sufficient proof, the police accused Jason and his brother Darren of plotting a crime and filed charges against them. Jason was arrested first, and he promptly asked for a lawyer in spite of his brash assertions of innocence and defiant demeanor. But his self-assurance was fleeting. Shortly after being questioned, he suddenly admitted to killing Sarah. In spite of this admission, he was granted bail and required to wear an electronic monitoring bracelet. Darren fled after finding out about his brother's arrest. He was put on the most wanted list after the police and FBI began a manhunt. An initial $10,000 reward, later raised to $22 was given for information that resulted in his capture. On February 5, 2022, over 2 months later, Darren surrendered in Texas. In contrast to Jason, he declined to post bail and stayed in custody for the trial, denying any involvement. The paucity of concrete proof and the volume of circumstantial evidence caused the hearings to go on for months. The lawyer for Darren contended that there were no tangible signs connecting his client to the scene of the incident. He emphasized that the surveillance film was too hazy for a certain identification and that the weapon used in the incident was never located. He also underlined how the prosecution's case was undermined by the lack of motorbike tire traces and fingerprints. The prosecution responded by providing proof of Jason and Lily's transactions, emphasizing the money transfers that had taken place in the preceding months. Following the crime, they contended that the motorcycle that was delivered to Darren was utilized for the journey to Alabama, and that these payments were for services rendered. The security film from the shed, which showed a motorcycle similar to Darren's leaving the area soon after the crime, was an important piece of evidence. The prosecution maintained that, in order to hide their traces, the brothers transferred money through Lily. Lily said she was only complying with the brothers' instructions and had no idea what their goals were when she was questioned in court. Her evidence was crucial in establishing the case against the brothers, even though all of the accusations against her were ultimately dismissed. Each side tried to influence the jury during the trial, which lasted for several days. The restaurant video that showed Jason with his kids at the scene was highlighted by Jason's attorney as unmistakable evidence of his alibi. Additionally, he emphasized that Jason had willingly given the police his computer and phone, which he claimed was unusual for someone attempting to conceal their involvement. Jason's own confession and the gathered circumstantial evidence persuaded the jury in spite of the defense's attempts. On January 4, 2024, the jury convicted both brothers of conspiracy to commit murder, following 6 days of testimony and 6 hours of discussion. Jason and Darren were given life sentences without the chance of release in June. This ruling was viewed as a show of mercy because the jury was unable to agree on the death penalty, which would have been appropriate given the nature of the offense. Additionally, Jason has been forced to pay a $25,000 fine. Jason's defense team decided not to appeal the verdict because of his confession, while Darren's lawyer declared that he would. During the trial, Sarah's parents had assumed custody of the Star children. The older twins publicly declared they no longer wanted to have any contact with their father. There is currently no verified information regarding the status or result of any possible appeals, and both brothers are still incarcerated in federal prison. There is more to this story than jealousy and familial strife. It serves as a reminder of how emotional and financial problems can turn tragic. The most tragic aspect is that the defenseless kids Jason was meant to watch over lost their mother because of their own father and uncle. This example emphasizes the terrible truth that sometimes people closest to us can be more harmful than we think, as well as the significance of spotting aggressive and manipulative behavior in relationships. We are prompted to consider how well we know the individuals in our lives by stories such as this one. Maybe you or a loved one is now in a difficult relationship. Never disregard warning indicators because, regrettably, anyone could experience what happened to Sarah. Look after yourself. This instance serves as a sobering reminder that even the people we trust the most can be dangerous. So don't be scared to ask for help or to look out for the welfare of those you care about. How do you feel about it? What took place? Can such a heinous deed ever be justified by financial pressure and resentment? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Parents teach their children from a young age not to trust strangers, not to get into unfamiliar automobiles, and never to go anyplace with someone they don't know, regardless of what they may say, because the world is big and full of hidden hazards. Regrettably, people with bad intentions frequently exploit both the trust of the innocent and the precarious circumstances that some adults find themselves in. Young medical student Mia Steven went to a party with her pals. She thoroughly enjoyed the evening and the companionship of those around her. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary, and nobody could have foreseen what was about to happen. Sadly, Mia never made it back home. When she vanished, the entire community rallied in the hopes of discovering her uninjured and alive. But when a sobering discovery was discovered in a neighboring woodland, something so startling that even the most experienced investigators found it difficult to comprehend, those hopes were dashed. On January 15, 2000, Mia Steven was born in Aalborg, a sizable harbor city in northwest Denmark. She came from a loving, close-knit family as the youngest. She grew up her adolescence in this small town, which is well known for its low crime rate and feeling of security. Mia did exceptionally well in school, demonstrating a natural aptitude for subjects like biology and chemistry. Her teachers believed she was a talented student and had high expectations for her. Mia knew she wanted to become a doctor even as a teenager. She always wanted to assist everyone around her and was incredibly kind and perceptive. Mia was well liked by her peers because of her gregarious and intelligent nature. She was loved for her warmth and approachability and had a wide network of acquaintances. Attention was also drawn to her elegant manner and remarkable looks. While still in school, she started modeling, participating in several campaigns, and winning people over wherever she went. Because of her uniqueness, Mia frequently had admirers fighting for her attention. Mia achieved her dream of enrolling at Aalborg University's Medical program, one of Denmark's most esteemed universities. After graduating, she kept modeling while attending school, doing fashion publications and commercials. Mia maintained a close relationship with her family by continuing to live at home with her parents in spite of her achievements and increasing independence. Mia was in her second year of college when the COVID-19 epidemic struck. The limitations and lockdowns drastically altered her life. Social media, phone conversations, and video chats took the role of her face-to-face connections with pals when classes shifted to online. A vibrant, gregarious, and outgoing young woman found the lockdown period to be rather difficult. Because of this, Mia Steven anxiously got ready for her first party in years when all restrictions were finally relaxed in early February 2022. Unfortunately, that night would be her last on February 5, 2022. For the first time in almost 2 years, there were no social restrictions due to the pandemic on Saturdays in Denmark. College students in particular were ecstatic to be able to enjoy the nightlife they had sorely missed. Parties were organized all around the nation because it was a reason to celebrate. He was really looking forward to the night. She made a call to her friends and meticulously planned the location for their eagerly anticipated night out. She went through her clothes at the same time, selecting an ensemble that would draw attention to her body and set her apart. This was more than simply a trip to the pub for her. It represented the return to everyday life. She wanted to celebrate her recent completion of her second-to-last semester at university with close friends she hadn't seen in a while. She put on makeup, fixed her hair, and wore a stylish black dress and high shoes. She added a cropped leather jacket and other sophisticated accessories to finish off her ensemble. Even though it was cold in February, she looked gorgeous. Mia thought her friends would drive her home after the event, but as the evening wore on, plans changed. Young people anxious to make up for missed time crowded the bars and clubs throughout the city's central streets that evening, but it was so chilly that the streets themselves were almost deserted. After spending several hours catching up and having a good time, Mia and her pals began the evening in a bustling pub. They later relocated to a local tavern, and an hour later they changed locations once more. The group evolved as they went from bar to pub. A few friends went home, others encountered pals and joined other groups, and they were replaced by new acquaintances. The evening was, of course, full with dancing, laughter, and copious amounts of alcohol. Witnesses claim that although Mia drank wine, she wasn't too drunk. She talked to everyone around her, laughed and danced. The companions she had first arrived with made the decision to depart by 3 a.m, but Mia decided to stay, telling them she would find her way home eventually. She was spotted conversing with an unknown man who seemed interested in her at the moment. The club ended for the evening around 6 a.m. Only one of Mia's friends remained after that. The two went out into the chilly, overcast morning. The frigid temperature was made even worse by a chilly breeze that blasted across the deserted streets. The two made the decision to take the bus home, but they had to go in different directions. They split up and went to their own bus stops. Mia never came home that night, and no one ever saw her alive again. Her parents initially assumed she might have gone to stay with one of her many friends and were not alarmed. But when they noticed that her phone was going directly to voicemail, something that was completely out of character for her, their worries intensified. Unable to wait any longer, Mia's mother called her daughter's best friends and classmates at midday on February 6. One by one, they all responded with the same response. They couldn't get in touch with Mia, and they hadn't seen or heard from her since the previous evening. Her parents were so alarmed that they rushed to the local police station and reported her missing. They were concerned that law authorities may postpone their search by waiting the customary 24 hours. Because Mia was an adult and had attended a party, they were relieved that the police took the matter seriously and started looking into it right away. Investigators began by speaking with every friend and acquaintance Mia had made at the different pubs that evening. Although Mia had been drinking, witnesses attested that she wasn't too drunk. They also gave a thorough explanation of her attire, which included a light jacket and a stylish evening gown. Investigators initially thought she might have died from the weather because it was so chilly in February. They promptly ruled this out, though, because no further relevant reports had emerged. Security footage from the bars and clubs Mia had frequented was examined by police. Although Mia seemed to be in a good mood and turned down her friends' offers to bring her home, nothing else in the video seemed suspicious, and the packed venues made it nearly hard to follow one specific person. The enigmatic man Mia had been spotted dancing with that evening quickly came into focus. Finding him and questioning him was crucial. Luckily, it was easy to identify him. He was an aspiring athlete with a bright future who was a fellow student at Mia's institution. He volunteered to be questioned and disclosed that he had taken a taxi to his house across town after leaving the bar at around 5 a.m. The taxi driver acknowledged dropping him off at the specified place, allowing police to establish his alibi. Mia had no known adversaries, conflicts, or anybody who would want to harm her, according to her family and friends. She had never engaged in criminal behavior, used illegal substances, or had any symptoms of mental illness. Although no one in her network had ever heard of a stalker or obsessive admirer, this prompted investigators to think about the possibilities. After Mia exited the pub, investigators looked at video from street surveillance cameras to expand their search. She and her companion had left the venue together, and after walking roughly 300 feet, they paused to bid each other farewell. Each then made their way to their designated bus stops. Investigators were looking through the video when they spotted something strange, a dark automobile that seemed to be pursuing Mia after she split up with her friend. Mia went another 500 feet or so after saying goodbye to her companion and then paused to wait for her bus. Regretfully, it never came. Mia was trapped because it was early on Sunday morning and the public transportation schedule hadn't fully resumed after the shutdown. She couldn't call for a ride or get in touch with anyone for assistance at 6 IE Menning, since, to make matters worse, her phone had died earlier in the night, something she didn't notice until she was outdoors. The streets remained empty and dark. At the bus stop, Mia, wearing an evening gown, stood freezing and hoped her bus would arrive soon. However, as time passed, it became evident that it was not going to happen. A black Volkswagen Golf came up close to the road at about 6:15 AIEMM. The vehicle stopped and probably offered Mia a ride, but she declined. Mia was left alone when the automobile drove away. She waited for more than an hour in the bitter cold at the bus stop once more. The identical vehicle came again and pulled to a stop at the bus stop about 7:30 AEMM. This time, following a 5-minute conversation with the driver, Mia apparently reluctantly decided to get into the car. By that time, the cold is thought to have affected her so much that she chose to accept the stranger's offer. However, the issues still stood. Where did they take her? Who was driving? And who owned the car? Investigators needed to know the answers quickly. The surveillance footage's poor quality made the inquiry more difficult. Experts did their best, but they were only able to determine the car's make and model. It was unable to make out the driver's face or the license plate. Detectives looked over footage from nearby cameras to follow the car's movements, and shortly they got a break. The Volkswagen Golf was seen parking close to a 24-hour convenience shop a few blocks from the bus stop. Luckily, the car's license plate was photographed by the high-resolution camera in this business. Investigators quickly identified the owner, a 37-year-old man named Thomas Thompson, by searching the license plate through the vehicle registration database. The nightlife area where Mia and her pals had been going out was close to Thompson's home. Adam, a 30-year-old roommate of Thompson's who had previously drawn the attention of the police, lived with him in his leased house. Both men had a history of infractions, including posing as police officers in a scheme. The stakes were considerably higher this time, even though they had previously simply been fined for their acts. Both males were arrested so they could be questioned. Adam, however, had a strong alibi and was quickly freed. The day before Mia vanished, he had left town to see relatives, and he didn't come back until February 8. This information was confirmed by investigators, and Adam was exonerated. Thomas Thompson was the main suspect in the inquiry. To get a better picture, investigators started by looking into his past. Born in Kolding, Denmark in June 1985, Thomas was raised in a modest household. His parents moved him to live on his grandparents' tiny farm in the southeast countryside when he was a teenager. Thomas enlisted in the military after high school, where he signed a contract and established a solid career. He finally rose to the rank of sergeant while serving in highly troubled regions of the world. After leaving the military in 2015, he went back to school and graduated with a degree in engineering. Thomas had been employed as an engineer at a nearby industrial firm and renting a house in Aalborg in recent years. He was characterized as a competent, quiet, and hard-working professional by his coworkers and superiors. He was quite reserved, though, hardly ever disclosing personal information or developing strong bonds with coworkers. Thomas's legal background was problematic. He had been charged with violent altercations, domestic violence, and injury on multiple occasions. He was nevertheless able to reach an out-of-court settlement in every case. According to his ex-partners, he was irritable, hostile, and dangerously violent. Thomas appeared to lose control during angry outbursts, acting in a way that worried others around him. Some even thought he could be able to commit a major offense. Thomas obviously had a darker side that he found difficult to control. However, did that imply that he may have singled out Mia, hurt her, and perhaps even committed a crime against her? More importantly, where was Mia? In his car, Thomas, for his part, said nothing. An integrated GPS system was discovered by investigators. They looked at the data, hoping to track his movements that evening. They found that Thomas had attempted to turn off the GPS tracking on February 6 at around 2 in the morning. The attempt, however, resulted in a glitch, and the machine started to record position data every 30 seconds rather than shutting off. According to the GPS, Thomas left his house at 2:45 a.m. and drove about the city for several hours, apparently searching for a target. This mistake made it possible for detectives to piece together his actions in great detail. He stopped close to the bus stop where Mia was waiting at around 6 in the morning and had a quick conversation with her. For the next hour and a half, he drove away after she turned down his offer of a ride. Before heading back to the bus station, Thomas kept driving in a directionless manner through the streets. Mia was clearly freezing by this point and perhaps desperate. Apparently believing she had no other option, she grudgingly got into his car. Before driving into a remote road, the vehicle departed the city and drove through a few tiny neighboring villages. GPS data revealed a series of short pauses near each other in the wooded region, followed by a lengthy wait, during which the vehicle stayed motionless for approximately an hour. Search dogs and an operations team were sent to the location. They soon found that Mia's phone was broken. Nearby, they discovered a ripped necklace she had been wearing that evening, followed by a hair clip. Additionally, pieces of her clothing and strands of her long hair were discovered tangled on the branches of trees in the area. The scene presented a bleak image. As someone harried after her, Mia appeared to have attempted to flee into the woods, tripping, losing objects, and hooking herself on branches. But hundreds of feet farther into the jungle, the most terrible discovery was still to come. Areas of disturbed dirt were pointed out by the search dogs, indicating that something had just been buried. Investigators found human bones after excavating beneath roughly 3 feet of loose dirt. 231 pieces of the remains were broken apart, some of which were left on the surrounding land. To the dismay of her loved ones, the victim could only be identified by DNA testing. It was established that Mia was the owner of the remains. Law enforcement was forced to issue a public statement as news of the gory discovery swiftly spread to the media. The community was reassured that the dangerous criminal had been caught. Terrifying details were uncovered via forensic analysis. Bone marks indicated that a power saw-like instrument had been used to dismember the body. Given the condition of the remains, pieces of tissue displayed signs of having been bathed in a chemical solution, perhaps in an effort to destroy them or get rid of any DNA traces. It was challenging to pinpoint the precise cause of death. Medical examiners, however, thought mechanical asphyxiation was the most likely cause. Most likely a rope or tiny strap, rather than bare hands, had been used to strangle Mia. Although Thomas Thompson's car had been partially cleaned, blood traces were discovered. Mia's blood was identified through DNA analysis. Her body looked to have been dismembered, and more blood traces were found throughout his house, especially in the toilet. Thompson first attempted to defend his actions when presented with the evidence, saying he had no malicious intent and had no plans to hurt anyone. He claimed that he tried to turn off his car's GPS because he was being stalked by a dishonest police officer who was extorting him, but he was unable to give his name or any supporting documentation. Thompson also related how he saw a woman in light clothing at the bus station early that morning and offered her a lift out of courtesy, but she declined. Then, he said, he drove off to run other errands. On his way back about 90 minutes later, he noticed the same woman, who was now obviously chilly, still at the stop. He claims that this time she agreed to take him for a ride. Thompson described how the young woman was drunk, acted flirtatiously, and supposedly promised intimacy in return for his assistance. He said they took his car out of town to a remote location where they had consensual sex. Thompson then claimed that Mia unintentionally tugged on the car door handle during this interaction, causing the door to swing open. He stated she died instantaneously after falling out and breaking her neck. In a panic, he tried to protect himself by getting rid of her body rather than calling the police. Doubts were immediately raised by the story. The strewn personal belongings and strands of Mia's hair discovered in the woodland were among the many discrepancies that detectives pointed out. When questioned further, Thompson changed his account, saying that Mia accused him of being abusive, threatened to file charges, and started to sober up after their encounter. He claimed that despite his attempts to soothe her, she went into a frenzied state, escaped the automobile, and dashed into the woods. According to Thompson, he followed her out of concern that she may freeze to death and planned to take her back to the car so he could drive her home. He claimed that she stumbled during the pursuit, struck her head, and instantly passed away. After he took her body home, Thompson confessed to dismembering it in his bathroom and soaking the remnants in chemicals in the hopes that they would completely dissolve. But after a few hours, the procedure had little impact. The remnants, which were still whole, now smelled bad. He drove the corpses to the wilderness, buried them, and packed them into bags out of desperation. He maintained that the death was an accident and that his sole transgression was trying to hide the evidence because he was afraid no one would take him seriously. He insisted that his actions were motivated by panic rather than malice. Further investigations at Thompson's property turned up incriminating evidence behind his house, despite his contradictory claims. Investigators discovered a temporary solution, burn hole, with some dirt and rubble covering it. He had tried to destroy Mia's pocketbook, personal things, car floor mats, and blood-stained clothes there. The majority of the goods were severely destroyed, but her purse was largely undamaged, including the thin strap that still contained remnants of Mia's skin cells and blood. This strap was the tool used to strangle her, according to forensic authorities. The prosecution's claim that Thompson had acted maliciously and with premeditation was successful. He planned his actions ahead of time, as evidenced by the fact that he had made a conscious effort to turn off his car's GPS system. According to the prosecution, he He was a predator who went hunting that evening and eventually targeted a young woman who was alone and in danger. His perfect victim was Mia, who was cold and alone. The second time he contacted her, she accepted his offer of a ride since she was so desperate. Thompson's claims of innocence were further weakened by his conflicting explanations and attempt to remove evidence. The jury found that, in spite of the evidence, he had taken steps to hide his activities after purposefully luring Mia into his automobile with malicious intent, but the court's surprisingly light penalty caused a great deal of indignation. Many wondered how someone who had done such horrible things could be punished less severely than the law permitted. Thompson probably took Mia to the remote woodland after threatening her with a firearm once she was inside the vehicle. She tried to flee there, but he caught up to her. There is evidence that he assaulted her and then strangled her with the strap of her purse. He dismembered her body and tried to dissolve the remains in chemicals after bringing it to his house. Thompson's conduct demonstrated that his crime was planned and executed without regret. For example, he ordered pizza to be delivered to his house twice on the same day that he committed these heinous deeds, and he even went to a neighboring store to buy candies. Witnesses from the area said he seemed perfectly at ease, grinning and talking to people, while the young woman's body floated in his bathroom. Unfortunately, because the chemical solution destroyed DNA, the court was unable to verify proof of an intentional assault. During questioning, Thompson himself asserted that their interaction had been voluntary. Thompson's disturbing history of voyeurism was also discovered throughout the examination. He had been seen taking pictures, watching ladies undress, and peering through windows of other women's houses. Nevertheless, the victim's concerns were unanswered, and he was never charged. Thompson was convicted in June 2023 of premeditated murder and defilement of a body by dissection. He received a life sentence in prison. He will, however, be eligible for parole after only 10 years, and history indicates that there is a good possibility he will be released. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On the pleasant evening of October 30, 1975, it was summer in the Belhaven, Greenwich suburbs. The night before Halloween, Martha was doing her best to persuade her mother to let her go out for mischief night, where she and her friends would pull harmless practical jokes around the neighborhood. Dorothy, Martha's mother, eventually listened to her cries and allowed her to leave after some tenacious persuasion. As the hours passed, Dorothy called some of her acquaintances out of concern for her missing child, only to discover that nobody had seen Martha. It didn't take long to begin looking for her. Martha would be discovered bludgeoned to death with a golf club over 200 feet from her home beneath a pine tree. What took place on the evening of October 30th? What secrets lie behind the walls of exclusive Belhaven? And who could have done something so horrible to such a young soul? Rich in culture and history, Greenwich is one of Connecticut's oldest communities. This seaside town offers you both the lively and thrilling city life and the quaint New England ambiance. And it's only a 50-minute train ride to New York City. No one would have imagined that such a wealthy society would have its hands defiled behind the bar golden doors, and the residents of Belhaven were well known for their wealth and status. Martha Elizabeth Moxley, a social butterfly, was well known for being outgoing and having a good time. Along with her older brother John, Martha was the youngest of Dorothy and John David Moxley's children, born on August 16, 1960. In 1974, the family moved to a large new estate in Connecticut after Martha's father was transferred from his job in Piedmont. It may have been a significant adjustment for everyone when Martha moved to the affluent neighborhood of Belhaven, 3,000 miles from her home, but she was incredibly flexible. She quickly gained a large number of friends, and her lively demeanor and self-assurance frequently attracted peers. She was chosen as Western Junior High School's most popular girl in just 9 months of living there. Martha became well known among the males as a result of her quick rise to fame. One lady who had everything going for her was Martha. She was well known for being gregarious, athletic, and artistically gifted. Martha looked to have an easy time of it. In an interview, her brother John recalled that she was a pleasant, cheerful, and easy to get along with child who was pleasant to be around. Martha was characterized as a family-oriented individual despite her enormous popularity. She would frequently spend her free time playing with her cat Tiger or drawing about the house. She did, however, have a wilder side. Like any other adolescent child, Martha would spend most of her days at the Belhaven Club in the summer of 1975, either swimming or playing tennis. She would frequently mingle with other kids from upscale clubs beside the pool. It was said that the children of these groups were of a distinct breed. They attended prestigious academies and boarding schools and were wealthy, even by Greenwich standards, in contrast to her other pals. One family in particular stood out among these children, the Skakels, who were the notorious Kennedy's cousins. It was well known that Martha had a close relationship with Thomas and Michael Skakel. The Moxleys lived next door to the Skakels. Ethel Skakel and her husband Robert F. Kennedy had two nephews, Michael and Thomas Skakel. Additionally, the families were related, and Robert was the late President John F. Kennedy's brother. Rushton, Ethel Skakel's brother, and his wife Anne had 7 kids. These included Michael Skakel and Thomas Skakel, who were 15 and 17 years old respectively when Martha was murdered in 1975. The Skakels were not a contented family. Later, Michael Skakel would point to a repressive Catholic morale and sexual attitude, chronic illness, and drunkenness as recurring reasons for domestic strife. After Anne Skakel died of brain cancer in 1973, her alcoholic husband Rushton Skakel continued to deteriorate. He frequently left the kids unattended at home, with unrestricted money and little supervision. According to Michael Skakel, his mother's passing caused an even greater degree of disorder to take over our home. They were only 150 yards away from the Moxleys. Because there was no parental supervision, the Skakels frequently had a steady stream of teenagers at their house. In the privacy of Belhaven's gated enclave, Martha was enjoying her best summer days. She smoked, had a few beers, and occasionally sneaked out throughout her adolescent years. Martha wrote about a few incidents that occurred during these holidays in her diary. A lot of them were about the Skakel boys. Martha was particularly worried about the improvements Thomas was giving her. On that date in 1975, she wrote, "Dear Diary, me, Jackie, Michael, Thomas, Hope, Maureen, and Andra. When driving in Tom's car, I was practically sitting on Thomas's lap because I was only steering. He kept putting his hands on my knee, then I was driving again, and Tom put his arm around me. He kept doing stuff like that." Martha also left a message for Michael on September 19, 1975, stating, "Michael was so totally out of it that he was being a real asshole in his actions and words. He kept telling me that I was leading Tom on when I don't like him except as a friend. I said, well, how about you and Jackie? You keep telling me that you don't like her and you're all over her. He doesn't understand that he can be nice to her without hanging all over her." It was clear that Martha felt conflicted about the Skakel brothers and frequently questioned whether she should leave their home. Although she continued to worry about her personal comfort and safety, nobody could have predicted what would happen next. The Hour of Mischief, October 30, 1975. Martha tried to persuade her mother to allow her to go out with her friends. Martha did everything she could to win her mother's approval, while her father, John, was away on business. Dorothy finally caved in to her daughter's persistent pleading and allowed her to spend the night out. Belhaven was a safe neighborhood. Since everyone entering and leaving the area was thoroughly screened, crimes were extremely rare in such a secure area. Along with her pals, Helen and Jackie Jeffrey, Martha went out. In order to meet with Kennedy cousins, the 3 of them headed to the Skakels' house. As the night wore on, midnight finally arrived. Dorothy's worry didn't kick in until 2 in the morning because she was accustomed to her daughter occasionally skipping her curfew. She initially believed Martha might have simply spent the night at her friend's house. When she called Sheila, Martha's best friend, to ask where she was, she discovered that she hadn't seen Martha since 9:30 p.m., which was around the time when all of the children returned home. When 3:30 a.m. arrived, Dorothy was so anxious that she called Thomas Skakel, their neighbor, who gave Sheila the same response. She eventually gave up about 3:35 a.m. and ended up phoning the cops for assistance. Almost soon, the local Greenwich officers were dispatched to the Moxley residence. Dorothy and they quickly looked around the neighborhood and found nothing unusual. In the end, the officers reassured Dorothy and requested her to wait until morning. However, just before they left, they forwarded Martha's information to all the stations in the area so that they may be on the lookout for any Martha sightings. Dorothy quickly dozed off while she waited for her daughter to arrive by the window. When Dorothy hurried to Martha's room the next morning, October 31, 1975, she discovered her bed was vacant. A strong, eerie feeling had begun to wash over her as the cops were brought in once more. She was aware of a problem. Dorothy was unable to wait, so she and her son John began to search the area. The first place they looked was the Skakel home. Dorothy had never visited her neighbor's house in the 15 months that they had been here, and the first thing she saw there was their hostile dog. She knocked on the door, somewhat frightened by the terrifying experience, and Michael, the younger Skakel sibling, opened it shortly after. Dorothy insisted on finding anything, though, so she asked to peek at the camper parked outside. She thought Martha might have merely slept off in the camper's back, but when she looked inside, she discovered it was also empty, shattering her hopes. By this point, the local community had heard of Martha's disappearance, and the police, accompanied by friends and neighbors, had arrived to examine Belhaven's grounds. Shortly after, shaking with terror, Martha's friend Sheila hurried to the Moxley home. She struggled to find the right words to express what she had just seen while crying. Sheila begged Martha's mother to dial 911 in order to get assistance. She claimed that Martha is not moving and that a horrible incident had occurred. They needed assistance since she had been attacked. Jean, Dorothy's companion at the moment, requested her to remain still while he returned to see what had transpired. Jean arrived at the scene and discovered something horrifying. The missing teen was laying face down beneath a large pine tree at the border of the Moxley property, 200 feet from her home. The shattered golf club was protruding straight through the back of her neck, and the back of her head was bludgeoned. Martha's slacks and underwear were pushed down to her ankles, and her clothing was covered in bloodstains. A broken 6-iron golf club was found close to the teen, and it was used to repeatedly hit Martha in the head. The club was discovered broken into 3 pieces due to the power of the contact. Except for the handle's grip, the parts of a broken golf club were scattered on the ground close to her body. When the body was found, the police officers were taken aback. In the past 30 years, Greenwich had not seen a violent crime case, much less one as horrible as this one. Given the gravity of the issue, the local police were ill-equipped to deal with it. A crew from the Connecticut County Station was assigned to conduct a more in-depth inquiry. Martha's body was transported for an autopsy. After forensics at the scene tried their utmost to collect as much evidence as they could, the autopsy revealed no signs of sexual assault, and the first cause of death was determined to be the blunt force of her head. Later on, it was found that young Martha Moxley lived out her days as a virgin. In order to determine the precise timeline of the homicide, Greenwich local police officers began collecting alibis from every witness they knew while the inquiry was still underway. The Skakel brothers were the first on the list. Both lads gave their separate alibis for the time of the murder when they were questioned by the police on the same day. Thomas Skakel told investigators that he last saw Martha outside his home at 9:30 p.m. He claimed that after saying farewell to her, he immediately went inside to watch The French Connection with Kenneth Littleton, the family's new live-in instructor. Soon after, Thomas returned to his room to finish a paper on Abraham Lincoln for school. However, his teachers denied ever assigning such a task. Eventually, 2 polygraph tests were administered to Thomas. Thomas cleared the second one, but the first one's findings were still unclear. Michael Skakel said investigators that he had driven to his cousin Jimmy Turn's residence at approximately 9:15 p.m. and returned at approximately 11 p.m. Although they lacked concrete evidence to establish Michael as a suspect, the police were instantly suspicious of his statement. In the fall of 1976, Kenneth Littleton, then 24 years old, was also the subject of an investigation. Before leaving the residence, he reported to the police that he heard sounds outside sometime between 9:30 and 10 p.m. Michael, his older brother, Thomas, and 2 other Skakel boys were not at home when Littleton checked on the 7 Skakel children. According to Detective Solomon's statements, he claimed he did not see anything when he was out, but he did hear some sounds, like rustling leaves coming from the bushes on the property. Littleton went on to say that it wasn't until 10:25 p.m. that Thomas joined him in front of the television. Within half an hour, The other Skakel guys returned home. According to reports, Littleton was unaware of Martha Moxley's identity. Despite failing many lie detector tests, Littleton was never charged with any involvement in the case, even though the night of her murder was really his first night at the Skakels. Two shocking pieces of evidence were discovered by authorities throughout the ongoing inquiry. A Tony Payne golf club had been used to stab and beat Martha Moxley. Upon closer examination, the same golf clubs were discovered at the Skakel residence, but one was missing. These golf clubs bore Anne Skakel's initials etched on them. When their father, Rushton Skakel, learned of Martha's death, he hurried home after spending the previous day hunting. He was very cooperative with inspections and statements at the start of the inquiry, but he quickly ended his interactions with the police. On the recommendation of their lawyers, the Skakels stopped cooperating with investigators on January 22, 1976, and refused to answer any further questions. The alibis Martha's friends provided were the second item that caused a lot of people to wonder. Martha Moxley and her friends went out on the evening of October 30, 1975, to take part in Mischief Night, where the locals would ring bells and play practical jokes like toilet papering houses. Her pals claimed that Martha was spotted kissing her elderly escapee brother, Thomas, after flirting with him. Shortly afterward, one of her companions said that they had last seen Martha and Thomas fall inside the fence near the pool in the Skakels' backyard at approximately 9:30 p.m. Over the next few months, police are planning to conduct more than 200 interviews. To finish the process, each of them takes many polygraph tests. No one has an obligation to cooperate with the police, but in most instances, individuals who have some knowledge that may lead to the identification of an individual who has committed a violent crime are more than pleased to contribute that information to the police. So it's most unusual when an individual possessing information decides that he does not want to give information to investigators, stated Donald Brown, the state's attorney for Fairfield County at the time of Martha's murder. Initially, a lack of information caused the case to become cold for nearly 20 years. Following a suggestion that William Smith Kennedy, another member of the Kennedy family, might have been involved in the murder, Martha Moxley's case was revived in 1991. Although his ties to the Martha Moxley case were eventually severed, William was on trial for assault charges, and the entire incident ultimately resulted in the case being reopened with fresh leads. Dr. Henry Lee, a famous forensic pathologist, was brought in by the police the same year. Technology was not available in 1975, but Dr. Lee was able to use it. Clothes discovered in the Skakel family's trash soon after the murder were among the things Dr. Lee looked at. Dr. Lee concluded that the hair belonged to a Caucasian male. "We found some hairs and fibers. Some of the hair is microscopically similar to hers, other hair is dissimilar to hers." He was unable to produce a match since he lacked a hair sample from any of the potential suspects. However, Dr. Lee was able to offer a potential explanation for Martha's murder after looking through the photos taken at the crime site. Someone attempted to apply force, as seen by the blood stain on her body. It implies a murder with a sexual motive. Michael soon emerged as the case's main suspect. Rushton Skakel reportedly engaged a private investigator shortly after to discreetly clear his family name. He hoped that material would surface that would raise doubts about other individuals, including Kenneth Littleton, a past suspect, but his scheme failed miserably. The Martha Moxley investigation now involved private investigators Jim Murphy, a former FBI agent, and his sidekick, Willis Billy Krebs, a former lieutenant in the NYPD. It was discovered that both Tom and Michael Skakel had lied to the police when the two men questioned them about what they had done the night of Moxley's death. It was actually closer to 10 p.m. when Thomas Skakel last saw Martha outside his house, not 9:30 p.m. Additionally, Thomas and Martha did some inappropriate things outside of his house before he returned inside. Krebs claims that once Thomas acknowledged this, he started to cry, but his attorney interrupted him before he could say anything more. When Michael Skakel got home from his cousin's house at about 11 p.m., he told the investigator that he didn't go to bed. In fact, he had climbed a tree outside the window of Martha Moxley's bedroom and done something improper. Dominic Dunn, a writer and author, obtained the investigator's report and forwarded it to state inspectors. Even though Frank Garr, a former officer on the case, expressed his suspicions regarding Michael Skakel, they were previously disregarded for lack of evidence. His theory would gain further impetus from this report. The Moxley case was covered in 1982 by Leonard Levitt, an investigative writer for Newsday, a newspaper based in Long Island. He had a similar hypothesis regarding Michael as well. He revealed that she recognized her assailant because there were no resistance wounds. The fact that she was repeatedly struck with a golf club suggests that she was angry, which made this situation unique. It also suggests that the two must have known each other, making it a crime of passion. It took Levitt 20 years to cover Martha Moxley. According to the report, the police were presented with shocking admissions from Thomas and Michael Skakel. On the night of the murder, Thomas and Michael both admitted to the investigators that they had misled the police about their testimonies. Thomas informed them that he went inside his home after 9:30 and then out again to spend an additional 20 minutes with Martha. He now says that at around 10 or 10 o'clock, he left Martha after they had a sexual encounter. The story he told doesn't make sense if you go back and look at it today. An investigator and a one-person grand jury were tasked with reviewing the Martha Moxley case in 1998. Judge George N. Thim determined after reviewing the evidence that Michael Skakel should be charged with her murder. In his late 30s, Michael was charged with Martha's murder. The court took nearly 20 years to provide justice. After a 3-week trial that mostly relied on circumstantial evidence, he was finally found guilty. Part of the golf club, a 6-iron, had been found by investigators from a set that had belonged to Michael's mother. Regretfully, though, authorities lacked tangible proof linking Michael to the murder inquiry. He said he was watching Monty Python's Flying Circus at a cousin's house, miles away from the murder site. Nevertheless, jurors subsequently stated that his inconsistent behavior and the incriminating remarks he had made had persuaded them. Skakel's old classmates later provided testimony throughout the trial. It seems that Michael had even admitted to them that he had killed Martha while he was a student at a lawn institution, a specialty institution designed to help problematic teenagers get back on their feet. Gregory Coleman, a former classmate, testified during the June 2000 pre-trial hearing that Skakel told him, "I am going to get away with murder. I am a Kennedy." Coleman also claimed that Michael had mentioned that he was attempting to make advances on the girl, but she was not complying, so he drove her skull in. However, Coleman passed away from a heroin overdose in August 2001, therefore he did not return to testify in Michael's murder trial in 2002. Although the Skakel secrets were kept carefully guarded, Michael in particular was known to have a troubled history. There was quite a stir when rumors circulated that Michael had stayed inside a lawn school. It was during a group session at his reform school that Michael confessed to killing Martha on the evening of October 30. Joe Reese, the proprietor of the school, denied that any such claims had ever been made. Nevertheless, during the Skakel trial, numerous witness statements supported the story. 2 of Michael's old Elan school classmates came forward to testify. John D. Higgins was one of them. Michael claimed he only remembered bits and pieces of the crime, and Higgins characterized the experience as a weeping, dazed, and bewildered confession. However, Michael boldly declared that he was certain he would get away with killing Martha because of his family name, according to Gregory Coleman, the other witness. Robert Kennedy Jr., Michael Skakel's cousin, became a fervent supporter when Skakel was sentenced to prison in August 2002. He only thought that his relative was being falsely accused by political propaganda and had never committed the murder, Kennedy stated. "I know Michael Skakel and I know he didn't commit this crime." During a 1997 interview with CBS 48 Hours, with the help of ghostwriter Richard Hoffman, Michael Skakel recorded his autobiography, Dead Man Talking, A Kennedy Cousin Comes Clean. One particular audio that was played during the trial was especially damaging. Michael claimed to have been intoxicated, smoked marijuana, and had abnormal cravings on the night of Martha's death. Skakel was terrified when Dorothy Moxley knocked on his home that morning. On the tape, he stated, "I was still high from the night before, a little drunk." Michael claimed to have asked himself, "Did they see me last night?" because he was afraid that someone from the Moxley household would catch him in the act. He claimed that when he was on their tree, he committed a few improper behaviors. However, the prosecution contended that Michael was speaking of being observed using the golf club to beat Martha. Michael's defense countered that he had an alibi for the period of time Martha was murdered, and that there was no tangible evidence to convict him. However, Michael was portrayed by the prosecution as a jealous teenager during the trial. According to them, Michael was under the influence of drugs and alcohol when he was angry at being rejected by his crush, and he ended up acting on his ideas after obtaining the murder weapon. The jury returned a guilty judgment on June 7, 2002. Skakel received a prison term ranging from 20 years to life. Shortly after the commencement of its fourth day of deliberations, the State Superior Court jury declared its judgment shortly after 10:30 a.m. In the crowded, quiet courtroom, Skakel and Rush looked nearly incredulous as the foreman announced the verdict. It was one of the most terrible and complex cases in the Northeast, encircled by a whirlpool of celebrity and fortune, and the people celebrated the justice served. The Moxley family's 27 years of agony came to an end. Mrs. Moxley broke down in tears as she addressed a large crowd of reporters and television crews outside the courthouse. Mrs. Moxley claimed to have prayed in front of the judge. "My prayer started out, 'Dear Lord,' again today, like I have been doing for 27 years. I'm praying that I can find justice for Martha. You know, this whole thing was about Martha." She added, "This is Martha's day. This is truly Martha's day." Michael's attorneys and supporters battled to get his conviction reversed while he was incarcerated. All 4 of the appeals that were submitted were rejected. Then, on October 23, 2013, Michael was given a new trial because his defense lawyer, Mickey Sherman, had not represented him in a way that was constitutional. Consequently, on November 21, 2013, Skakel was freed on $1,200,000 0 bond. The prosecution made every effort to have Skakel's conviction upheld. They were successful. The Connecticut Supreme Court ultimately decided by a vote of 4-3 in December 2016 that his representation was, in fact, legitimate. But the dispute didn't end there. In a subsequent 4-3 verdict in May 2018, the court overturned its earlier result, finding that Mickey Sherman, Michael's attorney, had not presented any proof of Michael's alibi at the initial trial. Retrying Michael is still an option for the prosecution, although it will undoubtedly be challenging given the deceased witnesses and other issues. In a statement released, Michael's legal team commended the court's ruling, stating that it had made the correct choice. Michael, who insists he is innocent, has been wrongfully imprisoned, according to the attorney. But the Moxleys are still convinced that Michael is guilty, Dorothy declared. "I have no doubt that he did it." After hearing the evidence against Michael Skakel, the jury in the 2002 trial returned a verdict that John Moxley, her 59-year-old son, claimed still gave him comfort. "There's a comfort level on our part that we know what happened," he stated. Now 55, Michael Skakel resides in Westchester County, New York, with his aunt. In addition to trying to get over the trauma of his previous conviction and incarceration, he spends his day caring for his 15-year-old son, George. Legally, he must request permission from the court before leaving Connecticut or New York. "I'd like to put this nightmare behind me so I can begin to have some semblance of a life with George, without all of this hanging over my head," he wrote in his email. "I lost 11.5 years of my life. I miss George's childhood altogether. I know I will never get those years back. But I feel lucky to spend time with George now." For more than 40 long years, Martha Moxley's death was a constant source of anxiety for the Greenwich neighborhood, as well as her family and friends. Although many still maintain that the verdict against Michael was contrived, the state of Connecticut did not receive fair justice for Martha's death, and a mother lost her daughter as a result. Many people think that because of his wealth and connections, Michael left as a free man. John David Moxley, Martha's father, fought for his daughter's justice until his death in 1988. Even now, the Martha Moxley affair continues to bring the Kennedy family notoriety. The 2016 book Frame Up: Why Michael Skakel Spent Over a Decade in Prison for a Murder He Didn't Commit was written by Robert F. Kennedy, Jr. Martha's 84-year-old mother, Dorothy Moxley, said she was at a loss for words after reading the book. She went on to say that in her whole life, truth had never been so perverted and controlled. She continued to suspect Michael of killing her child. A whole chapter of Kennedy's book was devoted to defaming Martha's father, John. He made many accusations against the Moxley family and questioned his whereabouts on the night of the murder. And as of December 2019, Michael Skakel is still at liberty. The people of Greenwich will always remember Martha Moxley. Before she could fully mature from her adolescent years, a young, attractive girl was deprived of her youth. The Kennedy men have buried victims of tragedies before. Although there is still a lot of conjecture surrounding this case, we offer our sincere sympathies to the family of the dead. The trial between Michael and the Moxley family was a war fought by the entire United States. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. Known for its opportunities, innovative businesses, and beautiful beaches, California is one of the most popular states in the United States. Some people find that California fulfills their aspirations for a better life. People come here to look for new chances, education, employment, and opportunities. They are prepared to put in a lot of effort to fulfill their dreams and reach their goals. Some of them go on to become prosperous business people, athletes, or artists, while others find contentment in raising a family. Dreams aren't always intended to come true. California turns into a destination of disappointment and unfulfilled dreams for some people. After graduating from high school, Maribel Ramos worked in security at a department store with the long-term objective of becoming a police officer. But in order to pay for the college education she would require, she enlisted in the Army. Maribel was on the verge of earning a criminal justice degree from Cal State Fullerton after serving 2 combat deployments in Iraq. When Maribel Ramos failed to show up for planned events on May 3, 2013, friends filed a missing persons report in the spring of 2013. She was last captured on camera delivering her rent check. Maribel and her roommate, Kwang Choi Casey Joy, lived in an Orange, California apartment. The fact that Maribel had called 911 a week and a half prior to her disappearance added an unsettling element of mystery. In the taped call, she expressed her fear and threatened to take drastic actions to protect herself. After 8 years of service, Maribel Ramos, a 36-year-old veteran of the U.S. Army, wanted to return to civilian life. She had the will and perseverance to accomplish her goals, since she knew what she wanted to do. Maribel quickly turned her attention to other areas of life when her military career was over. Her decision to attend university was one of her major choices. Before her mother passed away in 2009, she and her mother moved into an apartment in Orange, California. Maribel asked her sister Lucy Gonzalez if she would move in, since she had the place to herself. Regretfully, Lucy declined, stating that she and her daughter were content with their current residence, and that they would move in if Maribel was unable to find a roommate. Maribel made the decision to post a Craigslist ad looking for a new roommate, and she quickly got a few responses. However, one in particular caught Maribel's attention. A man named Kwang Choi Joy contacted her to ask about the apartment. Kwang wrote in his message that he was a laid-back man seeking lodging in Huntington Beach while he looked for work. Maribel Gonzalez and Lucy Gonzalez met Kwang and found him to be a modest, polite man. In addition, he disclosed to the sisters that he was childless and had never been married. The prospect of having a calm, isolated roommate sounded too tempting to resist for Maribel, who was almost done with her degree. It became evident that Kwang had no one in his life in the weeks following his move-in with Maribel Ramos. Kwang rarely left the apartment and was always alone at home. Maribel soon began inviting Kwang to family gatherings. He became acquainted with the majority of Maribel's family as he accompanied her to various meals, games, and gatherings. Maribel Ramos and Kwang's relationship gradually developed into a friendship. The two frequently went grocery shopping together and took their dogs for walks. Maribel Ramos did not show up for a weekly softball game on May 3, 2013, which was unusual for her. Maribel's friends and relatives made multiple fruitless attempts to get in touch with her. She wasn't in her apartment when the family checked. Since they couldn't locate her, they filed a missing persons report, and the police started looking into it right away. Maribel's residence was visited by the police. Her car was parked next to the home when they got there, but no one answered the door when they knocked. According to the neighbors who were interrogated, nothing unusual had been heard or seen. From the outside, everything appeared to be completely normal. No shattered windows or other indications of a break-in were observed by the officers. They made the decision to enter and check on Maribel. Everything in the house appeared to be in its proper place. Nothing at all suggested that a crime had been committed there. But there was light in Maribel's bedroom. One of the pillows had no pillowcase, and the bed was not made. It was kind of weird. Lucy said her sister would never leave a mess like this. Upon examining the room, it became evident that Maribel had no plans to travel. She had all of her clothes on. Her wallet, ID, and cell phone were the only items gone. The investigators had specific tasks because Maribel's car was parked close to the residence. Maribel Ramos had been trained extensively in the military. She had good discipline. Everyone assumed Maribel was in trouble because she was not the kind to simply vanish without a trace. When the investigators got to the residence, Kwang Choi Joy, Maribel's neighbor, showed up out of the blue. He stated that he had not seen Maribel since approximately 10 p.m. the day before. An hour later, he had returned from his walk, but Maribel had already left. Surveillance video recorded at 8:15 p.m. Maribel was seen dropping off her rent payment the night before she vanished. That was her final public appearance. She left after dropping off the envelope. She doesn't appear to be afraid or anxious about anything in the video. She seemed perfectly at ease and was not in a rush. Maribel's family chose to use social media to solicit assistance while the detectives went through all of the accessible camera evidence. They encouraged anyone with information regarding Maribel's whereabouts to get in touch with them after sharing a photo of her online. Involving as many people as possible in the hunt was their goal. When the investigators attempted to track down Maribel's cell phone, it was unreachable. The police were investigating her personal life when they learned that she had recently been romantically involved with a man called Paul Lopez. On the day before Maribel vanished, he was the last person to call her. Naturally, he had to show up at the police station to respond to certain inquiries. Paul acted with great assurance. He said that he and Maribel were still in the early stages of their relationship and had not yet become sufficiently intimate. In addition, Paul claimed to be seeing other women. Paul claimed that he had not questioned Maribel about whether she had dated anyone besides him. Additionally, Paul attested that he had not spoken to Maribel on the phone since Thursday night. Paul stated that he was employed for the gas company and that his shift began at 4 p.m. They didn't see each other on Thursday until midnight. Although Paul was forthcoming, the detectives could not be certain that he was speaking the truth. But there was a GPS tracker in Paul's truck. All of his movements that evening were monitored by the cops. This information indicates that Paul was not in the vicinity of Maribel Ramos' residence. During his discussion with the investigators, Paul brought up Maribel's roommate, Kwang. Maribel's relationship with Kwang had recently worsened, according to Paul. In talks, she frequently brought up her roommate, lamenting his lack of funds to make the rent payments on time. Furthermore, Maribel was arguing with Kwang on Thursday when Paul spoke to her. Maribel told Kwang she wanted him to go, and Paul overheard her say it. She informed him that the following day was his move-out date. Paul threatened to evict Kwang and his belongings if he didn't move out the following day while he was on loudspeaker. Maribel said that there was no need for that and that she was going to bed when Paul offered to help and that he would drop by if needed. They didn't talk again after that. The investigators turned their whole attention to Kwang after they heard about the arguments between him and Maribel. Kwang was 54. As a teenager, he traveled from South Korea to the United States. There was nothing to suggest that he had a criminal history, and his record showed no serious transgressions. But as they dug deeper, they found a history tainted by rage. His sister claimed that Kwang was so violently angry that she had to file for a restraining order against him. An examination of his social media profiles revealed a close relationship between him and Maribel Ramos. But after talking to Maribel's relatives, the investigators discovered that her relationship with Kwang was not as ideal as it appeared in many social media pictures. Kwang and Maribel Ramos appeared to be the ideal roommates, until Kwang made the decision he wanted more. Kwang called Lucy Gonzalez during the summer of 2012. He told her that he wanted to marry Maribel and start a family with her because he was in love with her. Although Kwang deserved what he sought, Lucy Gonzalez informed him that Maribel had no interest in him in that sense. Later, Lucy informed Maribel about the phone conversation and suggested that she reject Kwang right away to avoid a heated argument. According to reports, Maribel told Kwang that she had no romantic interest in him. Kwang first appeared to have handled the rejection well, but as time went on, he began taking extreme steps in what appeared to be an effort to persuade Maribel Ramos to reconsider. He reportedly spent over $10,000, 0 cents on plastic surgery to look younger, purchased an entirely new wardrobe, got a tattoo, and paid to take Maribel on a cruise. It quickly became evident that Maribel Ramos and Kwang Choi-joy's connection had changed, from friendly to compulsive. A desperate phone call Maribel made to 9011 just 12 days prior to her disappearance was eventually discovered by the authorities as a graphic piece of evidence. In the call, which was recorded 12 days prior to Maribel Ramos' disappearance, Maribel stated that she felt unsafe around her roommate, saying, "I'm just calling to let you guys know that if something happens that I did it because I was trying to defend myself." Given her strong physical training, it was clear that there were reasons why Maribel was afraid of Kwang. Maribel served 2 combat tours in Iraq, as was previously mentioned. This might have contributed to her psychological issues. Military members deal with a lot of challenges, which frequently impacts their civilian lives later on. The detectives called Kwang in to question him in order to determine what transpired between Maribel and him. He appeared affable and at ease. Kwang claimed that he was deeply concerned about Maribel's disappearance because she was a close friend. Kwang claims that he had a wonderful time living with Maribel for around a year and a half. They enjoyed parties, danced in clubs, and on a trip together, the investigators requested Kwang to explain Maribel's 911 call because they knew that things were not as great as he claimed. According to Kwang, they got into a fight when they went to karaoke together that evening. According to him, Maribel was typically either very amiable or hostile when she was intoxicated. Kwang claims that she began screaming at him and claiming that she didn't like and wasn't attracted to him at some point that night. Since they were enjoying themselves, he said that he did not see the crux of the issue. And then she dialed 911. Kwang responded that he and Maribel got into a dispute on Thursday night over the rent. When asked when they had last argued or quarreled, Kwang believed the investigators ought to examine Paul more closely. Kwang claims that he last saw Maribel at approximately 9 o'clock in the evening, when, following a disagreement, he took a vehicle excursion to decompress. Maribel was gone when he got home, and since her car was still there, he assumed that Paul or someone else had taken her up. Although Kwang's account appeared credible, the investigators were concerned about one aspect of his look. The detectives noticed large scratches on his arms, which were covered by a t-shirt. They appeared pretty new. In response to a question about where the scratches came from, Kwang said he scratched himself on some bushes while strolling through the park. Even though this raised suspicions, Kwang was freed since, at this point in the investigation, there was no proof linking him to Maribel's disappearance. A few days after it started, the inquiry into Maribel Ramos' disappearance came to a standstill. The likelihood of discovering her alive was dwindling over time. The investigators decided to bring in forensic specialists to conduct a thorough examination of Maribel's home in an effort to find any new hints. They believed that with the aid of contemporary technology, they would be able to see things that the human eye could not. Kwang was actively assisting the police at this time. For a more thorough inspection, he gave them permission to search his rental automobile without a warrant. A police dog trained to look for human remains was also employed by the authorities. However, neither Maribel's car nor Kwang's car had any scent that the dog could identify. In the meantime, Kwang was spending a lot of time online in the days following Maribel Ramos' disappearance, posting comments on forums pertaining to her case to express how much he missed his friend. However, in spite of his efforts to portray himself as the distraught roommate on the internet, Kwang had oddly begun to distance himself from Maribel's relatives. Kwang claimed to be collaborating with the authorities in a number of interviews. When the detectives noticed this habit, they started to monitor him around the clock in the hopes that he would make a mistake and lead them to Maribel. After handing over his laptop and phone to the police to investigate his presence, Kwang went to the public library to access the internet. The investigators want to see CCTV footage. His actions didn't seem out of the ordinary at first. Like other guests, he took a laptop and used it. He returned the laptop and departed after spending almost 2 hours there. His laptop's internet history was something the police were eager to examine. In order to protect their privacy, visitors' browser histories were deleted after they returned their laptops. The police, who were trying their hardest to locate Maribel, were disappointed once more. Everybody has times in their lives when everything seems to fall apart. When Maribel Ramos abruptly vanished, her family experienced precisely this. Nobody was aware of her whereabouts or potential fate. Her family was in dire straits. In the hopes that someone had seen her or knew where she was, they posted posters across the town. But this was insufficient. The family understood that in order to get the message out, they needed to employ contemporary technology. They set up a social media page explaining the circumstances and requesting assistance from anyone with information about Maribel. The family's social media activity quickly caused a lull in the investigation. Maribel had been missing for about 2 weeks, and the authorities were still unsure of her whereabouts. But on May 16, things took a surprising turn. On social media, Maribel's family shared that they were organizing a search for Maribel in Peters Canyon, as well as an awareness walk. Meanwhile, the detectives discovered that Kwong had given back the rental automobile. They had previously inspected the car, but this seemed odd, so they decided to do it again. Recall that a dog trained to detect human remains did not detect any scent in Kwong's vehicle during the first search. However, a dog responded swiftly to the trunk's odor this time. The detectives realized they were on the right track, even though this was insufficient to apprehend Kwong. Kwong returned to the library to use a laptop after seeing on Facebook that Maribel's family was organizing a walk and searched in Peters Canyon. He was unaware, meanwhile, that the police had secured a warrant that allowed them to remotely examine the laptop Kwong was carrying. The investigator's monitor displayed the information he was seeking. One of Kwong's search terms was, "How long does it take for a human body to decay?" Then, using Google Maps, he located the location in Peters Canyon where Maribel's family had organized a gathering for anyone interested in joining the search. Then he zoomed in and out on a fairly ordinary area of Modjeska Canyon. Peters Canyon was 10 miles away from the place he looked up on Google Maps. The officers who were observing his conduct at the time were in shock. The only thing on everyone's mind was, had Kwong simply revealed them where he had hidden Maribel's body? The investigators wasted no time in going to that location. As you can see, there are no residences in the area, making it a somewhat remote location. The cops searched for 30 minutes before finding a shallow grave. Although they were certain of whose bones they had discovered, they still needed to await the forensic analysis's findings. The police came to Maribel's residence on May 17 in order to take Kwong into custody. He attempted to escape by jumping out of the window when he noticed the authorities coming, but he was apprehended and sent to the police station. Kwong no longer appeared to be the kind and self-assured individual he always was. He persisted in denying any involvement in Maribel's disappearance and denying any knowledge of her whereabouts. He was unaware that the remains had been discovered by the police. Using dental records, the forensic specialists were able to identify the victim. Maribel Ramos was the owner of the discovered remains. It was unable to pinpoint the precise cause of her death because of variables including the weather, the degree of decomposition, and the fact that the body was in an animal's habitat. Kwong was accused with several offenses. Death is usually tragic and leaves a lasting impression on the loved ones of the deceased. This sorrow was experienced by Maribel Ramos' family when their sister and cherished daughter vanished out of thin air. They had no idea where she might be or what had transpired. They made a social media page explaining the situation, posted flyers across the city, and solicited assistance from anyone who might have information on Maribel. However, the family's hopes were dashed 2 weeks after she vanished. Despite experiencing sorrow, suffering, and hopelessness, they managed to find the fortitude to go on. They love Maribel and remember her. The trial was held in 2014. The authorities could only conjecture as to how Kwong might have killed Maribel Ramos because her remains were too decayed to establish her cause of death. Joy, according to the authorities, was in love with Maribel Ramos, who had other feelings for him. On May 2, 2013, Kwong and Maribel got into a fight over rent. They surmised that Kwong must have ambushed Maribel because she was combat trained and could have easily defeated him in a fair fight. According to the detectives, he smothered her while she was sleeping after sneaking into her room in the middle of the night. After that, he drove her to a distant place while placing her body in the trunk of his rental car. He had to navigate through stretches of barbed wire there, which caused his hands to get scratches. There was a chance that Kwong had moved Maribel's body more than once because the police dog did not pick up the scent during the first check of his vehicle. But there was no proof to support this notion. Forensic evidence linking Kwong to the crime was scant. But during his trial, the jury was told how Kwang had developed an obsession with Maribel, how she had called the police to tell them she was scared of him, and how Kwang had used Google Maps to locate the precise location of her grave. During the trial, Kwang entered a not guilty plea. "I miss Maribel more than anyone. I think about it. I've been here about 440 days in jail. I think about it almost every day." He added that he had never Googled the location of the gravesite in Modjeska Canyon. "Family wants me to apologize, which I cannot apologize for something I haven't done. Maybe someday truth will come out. Maybe I'll just die inside prison." "No," he replied. Kwang claimed that although they went on a single vacation together, they slept in different beds. "In my assumption, I was set up straightforward. We always maintained we were good friends. We were platonic friends. She was like my sister," he stated. He said he didn't know who killed Maribel when questioned about it. During his opening statement, Adam Vining, Kwang's attorney, termed him strange but maintained that his client was not involved in Maribel's death. "A crime will be proven here," stated Adam Vining, "and the crime that will be proven here is improper disposal of a body." According to Vining, Ramos was prone to paranoia after returning from years of fighting PTSD. He also suggested that she might have passed away from a medical issue. Prosecutors concurred that the case was circumstantial. Kwang's online search at a public library, which focused on the exact location where Maribel Ramos's body was discovered, was the crucial piece of evidence. Kwang Choi Joy was convicted of second-degree life deprivation on July 30, 2014. His sentence ranged from 15 years to life in prison. Kwang insisted on his innocence in dozens of letters to the judge. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The Akaya's home in Besiktas was distinguished from the others by its tasteful exterior and immaculately kept grounds. Tall gates, a broad driveway, and a pricey car were all representations of the success Halil Akaya had fought so hard to attain over the years. All of this demonstrated the affluence of its owners, but there were also skillfully hidden tensions behind those gates, in addition to money. At 42, Halil's narrative was one of tenacity and diligence. He was raised in a tiny town in southeast Turkey and assisted his father in operating the family's vehicle repair business. Halil had modest beginnings, yet he always had aspirations of greater things. Following his military service, he relocated to Istanbul and began working as a mechanic. He ultimately launched his own repair shop after gradually gaining the trust of his consumers. His company prospered and grew into a prosperous chain of vehicle repair shops. Halil gained notoriety as a self-made guy, but his prosperity also brought with it new goals. His wife, Elif, was 7 years his junior. She had aspirations of being an actor as a child, but life had other ideas. She was brought up to project a flawless image by her affluent family before relocating to Istanbul to seek a job in marketing. She had met Halil at a business function. They appeared to be the ideal match. She was attracted to his self-assurance and power, while he was enthralled by her composure. Although Elif, his beautiful and graceful bride, rapidly adapted to high society, her heart remained distant and their marriage was more of a formal arrangement. He was a wealthy businessman. Their marriage seemed perfect at first. Behind closed doors, Elif believed that their relationship was more of a partnership than a marriage. Despite the fact that they kept the appearance of a successful couple, attended social events together, and gave liberally to charity causes. They rarely spoke unless absolutely required, and spent their time in various parts of the house. While Elif concentrated on upholding their public image, running the home, and taking care of exterior family matters, Halil was preoccupied with his job. Elif decided they needed a housekeeper a few months earlier. She explained that she was too busy planning charity events, but in truth, she was just sick of doing the same old things. She discovered Isha, a young woman from a rural location who had traveled to Istanbul in quest of employment through acquaintances. Isha seemed like the ideal option for Elif at the age of 24 because she was kind, humble, and diligent. Isha rapidly became accustomed to the Akaya household's rhythms. In a tiny community in the country's east, Isha was born. Finding a position with Halil and Elif felt like a lucky break for her, who had come to Istanbul with big expectations and a determination to make enough money to support her parents. She was able to make plans for the future because of her stable income. Ace avoided involvement in her employer's issues and maintained a low profile. She was only responsible for cooking, cleaning, and maintaining order in the home. She made an effort to keep herself out of the spotlight, but it wasn't always feasible. From the day Isha started working, Halil started to express interest in her. Even though he didn't say anything outright or show any displeasure, the way he observed her and his presence near her place of employment said a lot. Isha tried her best to avoid any contact with Halil, but the tension in the house was growing stronger. Elif either didn't notice or appeared not to be preoccupied with her social obligations. Isha soon became aware that Halil appeared to be seeking reasons to speak with her. While she was cooking, he would appear in the kitchen and start making strange inquiries about her life and future goals. She gave a prompt response and made an effort to complete her task as soon as possible, but she could sense the pressure mounting. Elif felt uncomfortable with her employer's attention, but she was unsure of how to respond since she was afraid of losing her job. As a result, she was oblivious to everything that was going on in the house when she was out. Halil was dependable and predictable to her. Because their marriage was based on mutual agreements and every action and word had a purpose, she trusted him. The household went about its daily business while an invisible fissure started to grow within this steady world. Halil was working more, while Elif was occupied with organizing events and getting together with friends. Isha followed her routine and performed her housekeeping responsibilities. However, this routine was becoming increasingly disturbed. On the days when Elif had meetings, Halil was spending more time at home. His attention became obtrusive and his actions persistent, but he was cautious to hide this from his wife. Elif and Halil had no idea that their cozy lives would soon be upended. Ace continued to carry out her duties, making an effort to blend in whenever Halil was there. She saw that he was way too frequently present around her these days, as though he was purposefully looking for an excuse to talk to her or be in the same space. Although her gut urged her to stay away, she couldn't afford to leave the job that had grown to be her sole reliable source of money. She didn't want to burden her relatives in the village with her personal problems, so she sent money home. Isha continued to attend work in spite of her employer's disturbing actions, but she was finding it more difficult to conceal her worry. She was making dinner one evening when Halil suddenly entered the kitchen and stood uncomfortable near her. A shiver went down her spine when she smelled his fragrance. His tone made the query sound more menacing than friendly when he inquired whether she needed any assistance. Ace gave a fast response and hurried to a different room, trying not to make eye contact. None of this was noticed by Elif. She was too preoccupied with her own problems to notice such minor nuances. Ace sensed that her position in the house was growing increasingly awkward, but she dared not express her feelings. Her fear of losing her career and not being able to provide for her parents made her consider leaving. She was held back by her fear of Halil, and her hands would begin to shake whenever he suddenly showed up. After a few days, the tension was at its highest point. Ace grew more wary. She steered clear of lengthy discussions with Halil. When he approached too closely, he hurried out of the room, being careful not to linger at the residence too long. Halil, however, stayed at home one day when Elif was gone all day. He had offered no warning, and he was waiting for her in the living room when Ace got there in the morning. She made an effort to remain calm and carried on with her daily activities, but his presence was like an unseen burden on her shoulders. Halil started interrogating her, getting very intimate. He wanted to know where she went after work, who she talked to, and who her friends were. Ace gave her brief, evasive responses, but she was alarmed by his perseverance. He pressed too near at one point and took her hand, making her freeze. She was able to pull away and quickly went to the kitchen, apologizing that she had to return to work. Fear was thumping her heart. Ace began to really consider resigning as these encounters became more frequent, but she was unsure of how to approach Elif about it. She feared Halil would find a way to hurt her if she left. She couldn't contain her emotions when she contacted her mother one evening after a particularly trying day. But even then, she dared not tell her the truth, The ramifications were too terrifying to bear. It began like every other night until it ultimately reached a breaking point. Halil remained at home as Elif attended another meeting. As Ace prepared to wrap up her work and head out, Halil unexpectedly showed up at the kitchen doorway, obstructing her path. Although he spoke quietly, there was a hint of danger in his tone. When he attempted to move closer, she felt confined, and, in a moment of fear, she said something without even considering whether it was effective. Halil took a step back, but it was obvious from the expression in his eyes that this was far from finished. Isha failed to appear for work the following day. Though shocked, Elif reasoned that perhaps the young lady was ill and hadn't had time to tell her. Another day went by with no sign of AIS. Halil appeared composed, even unconcerned, when Elif asked him if he had seen her. In a quick response, he said Ace had most likely gone back to work or home. However, days went by and Ace had not been contacted. Her phone was off and she was not returning calls or messages. Elif started to worry, but she was unable to connect with anyone through shared acquaintances. Isha's parents were terrified and equally perplexed when she eventually made the decision to phone them. They had also lost touch with their daughter and were unable to comprehend where she might have disappeared to. The absence of Isha was unexpected by all. Elif felt even more nervous because she wasn't the kind of person who would disappear without saying anything. After a week, Isha was still unable to be found. Elif tried to acquire information from an acquaintance of Isha's who occasionally helped out around the house, but the friend said they hadn't seen each other in a long time and didn't know where Isha might be. Elif sensed something wasn't quite right, but she wasn't sure what to do. When Isha's parents called to ask if there had been any problems at work that could have led to their daughter going missing, the situation got even more urgent. Elif was put in an awkward situation, but she assured them that she would notify them right away if she found out. In the meantime, Elif began to suspect Halil. Elif started to remember how he had started staying at home more frequently, and how he had responded to Ace's departure too coolly and without showing any signs of worry, displaying an odd fascination with Ace. However, she hadn't given it any thought at the moment. Her mind was now racing with disturbing ideas. The sense that she was missing something persisted. It was one thing to have suspicions, but quite another to discover concrete evidence. She had no choice but to wait while Elif fumbled with how to contact Isha. In the early stages, the young woman's parents made the decision to call the police. Despite speaking with friends and family, investigators were unable to make any progress. They contacted Elif, who provided them with all the information she was aware of regarding Ace's dependability as a worker. Nothing was wrong, but she hadn't been seen for days and nobody had been able to find her. The police started their investigation, but it was progressing slowly because there were no signs of aggressiveness or that Ace had been abducted against her will. Even though Halil didn't typically return home so late, things took a turn when a neighbor reported seeing his car parked close to the house late at night before Isha vanished. Although it was the first tiny hint, this phrase did not yet provide a complete picture. Elif's confusion grew, and she began to question whether or not to believe her own suspicions. Halil came up to Elif one evening while she was trembling and tinkering with her phone in the living room and proposed that they speak. He brought up the rumors regarding Isha's absence, telling her to quit worrying about it because they might harm their reputation, particularly his business. Elif wanted to confront him about what he knew, but she lacked the confidence to do so. Halil had a knack for exerting pressure, and any opposition was frequently crushed by his composed, certain demeanor. She became more concerned that asking too many questions would have unintended repercussions. She agreed and promised to try not to think about it, but her nervousness persisted on the inside. Detectives began examining security footage from the area surrounding the Akaya residence and the route as the inquiry proceeded. On the day she was last spotted leaving work, Ace often took one of the cameras that recorded her. As usual, she was strolling along the sidewalk. What followed, however, remained a mystery. Her departure that evening was also captured on camera at Halil and Elif's home, but no further troubling information was found. Elif started to wonder why Halil was so composed about her leaving. What did he conceal? Elif attempted to divert her attention with her regular activities while all of this was going on, but she couldn't help but think about the young woman who was missing. She saw something strange in the garage one day after coming home from a conference. This time, some items had been moved around, as though someone had been looking for or attempting to conceal something, but otherwise everything was clean and orderly. She wanted to look more closely, but she was startled by how abruptly Halil emerged. His expression appeared harsher than normal when he questioned her why she was there. Halil maintained eye contact, while Elif muttered that she only wanted to make sure everything was in order. Then, calmly, he informed her that there was nothing interesting in the garage and that it was best not to interfere with his affairs. Although it was only a brief incident, Elif believed she was aware that Halil was supposed to be in charge of everything in their house, so why did he appear so agitated when he spotted her in the garage? She felt uneasy about something. She couldn't accuse him of anything, though, without evidence. She watched his actions even more intently throughout the course of the following several days, looking for any sign of dishonesty. But Halil was as composed and self-assured as ever. Reporters started looking into Isha's disappearance when it made the local news. They found that Isha couldn't have simply left without taking her possessions from the apartment she rented or bidding farewell to her family. As they questioned her more, the police increasingly concentrated on the people who had last seen her. With more targeted queries, they went back to Elif and Halil. Elif gave an honest response, but when Halil's turn came, he once again remained cool and collected. However, there were indications of mounting anxiety beneath his composed appearance. He became uneasy when he became aware that the cops were probing further than he had expected. Elif heard him on the phone one day and heard a few odd-sounding phrases that she couldn't understand. He assured someone that there was no need to worry and that everything will be handled. When the police arrived with a search warrant, Elif realized that their lives would never be the same. She stood at the doorway and watched as investigators searched every area for anything that might provide a clue as to why Isha had vanished. But she couldn't help but feel that something was slipping past her. They then made their way to the garage. Taking a brief break, Elif immediately observed Halil, who was standing close by, tensing up. Nobody anticipated seeing anything unusual as they opened the garage door. It was merely a spot for the car and a few tools, but the tension in the room nearly reached a breaking point when one of the investigators spotted a big wooden container in the corner and requested that it be opened. Elise stopped. It seemed like everyone could hear her heart thumping so loudly. Halil moved closer, but the investigator motioned for him to open the crate before he could speak. Everyone waited motionless, waiting to see what might be inside the wooden crate as the investigator opened it. Unable to control her curiosity and anxiety, Elif moved closer to try to see what was within, while Halil clenched his fists in an attempt to keep his cool. His face had turned a little pale. It just took a few seconds to open the crate, but when the lid was removed, it seemed as though time had stopped. All that was inside were some dust-covered antique tools. A mixture of relief and disappointment pervaded the atmosphere. Halil pretended to find the entire situation humorous as the detectives proceeded to other areas of the garage, but Elif's suspicions increased as she observed how firmly his fingers held the phone in his pocket. After several hours of searching, nothing was discovered that might help explain Isha's absence. Elif experienced a peculiar sense of relief as the officers departed one by one, as though a significant issue had just been avoided but not fully settled. Halil appeared to regain his self-assurance and told his wife that they should put the incident out of their minds, calling it a misunderstanding. However, Elif couldn't get rid of the thought that whatever she was unaware of was still concealed in that mansion. Halil started acting differently after the search. He became increasingly reclusive, frequently leaving late at night and never revealing his destination. Elif began to worry about her personal safety, because this wasn't like him. She was aware that her husband enjoyed controlling everything around him and would stop at nothing to keep the truth from being revealed if he had something to hide. In the meantime, Isha's disappearance was still being investigated. From kidnapping to voluntary disappearance, the police investigated every potential scenario. Nothing specific came up throughout their interviews with Ellie's friends, neighbors, hallelujahs, and co-workers. Nevertheless, the detectives suspected that this case was more nuanced than it first appeared. Their main concern was still the disappearance of a young woman who had abruptly stopped communicating, and their suspicions were only getting stronger. When Alif got home from a business lunch one day, he discovered that Halil had left, and that, unusually for him, his phone was on the kitchen counter. She saw the garage keys next to the phone just as she was ready to go upstairs. Her pulse started pounding once more, but this time she couldn't help but check the garage. Trying not to make any noise, she went out in silence. The garage appeared exactly as it had previously, tidy and well kept, with some tools and antiques piled in the corner. This time, however, she spotted something that had escaped her notice before, a little stain on the floor that appeared to be dirt or paint residue. Before realizing the stains led to the garage's back wall, she didn't give it much thought. How had these strange marks escaped the investigators' notice during their search? Elif drew nearer, her breaths becoming more rapid. She hadn't realized there was another junk-filled area behind the wall. It was a tiny space secured with a brand-new padlock. Everything started to make sense when she remembered tidbits of discussions she had heard when Halil believed she was absent. She was aware that she had to discover what was behind that door before she could depart. Elif retrieved the keys, unlocked the padlock, and cautiously pulled the door open. Even though she had only partially opened it, the contents sent a shiver down her spine. Only a little light filtering through a ceiling crack illuminated the cramped, narrow space. The building had a gloomy, unsettling atmosphere because of the plastic bags on the floor and the old newspapers covering the walls. The room was cold and quiet, as though it had been neglected for ages. Elif felt her breath stop in her throat as her gaze fell upon one of the bags. Almost stumbling, she took a step back and rushed out of the garage, shutting the door behind her. She knew she needed to move fast, but she wasn't sure what to do next. She needed to convey the issue to someone she could trust, but each time she tried to dial a number, her fingers shook and her mind raced with the possibility that Halil might return at any time. Elif claimed nothing had happened, but the following day she went straight to the police. While Halil got home later than normal and shared her observations, it was her only opportunity to protect herself and find out what was going on. After hearing her account, investigators promptly returned with a search warrant, this time allowing them to do a comprehensive examination of the entire property, including the secret compartment in the garage. Everything that had been hidden was exposed when they opened the door. They discovered plastic bags filled with Isha's possessions, including her phone and personal documents. But the most concerning finding was the bloodstains found throughout her belongings, which indicated that she had been there and that a horrible incident had taken place. The police started putting the pieces together when the room that Halil had obviously attempted to conceal turned out to be the key to the riddle. That night, Halil did not return home. He was no longer there. Knowing he had nothing left to lose, he tried to escape as soon as he heard that Elif had told the police what she had discovered. But the police had already installed monitoring at every exit from the city. When his vehicle was discovered on an outlying side street, he gently turned himself in to the authorities without protest. After Halil was taken into custody, detectives started looking into his role in Isha's disappearance in great detail. Halil initially remained composed and calm during the hours-long interrogation, but gradually signs of exhaustion and frustration emerged as the investigators purposefully put him under pressure, asking him questions about why he had been acting strangely in recent weeks, what had actually transpired between him and Isha, and what was concealed in that tiny room in the garage. Halil insisted that he had no idea where she was and that he would never hurt her, continuing to deny any role in her absence. However, the investigators persisted. They arranged everything they had discovered in the garage, including Isha's possessions, her papers, her phone, and the bloodstains on the walls and floor, which had been cleaned but still had tiny, incriminating stains. All of these suggested that Halil had attempted to hide the fact that a horrible incident had occurred in the garage. Halil eventually broke down after being questioned for several hours. He knew it was pointless to reject the obvious. He let out a deep sigh and appeared more worn out than he has been in a while. Quietly, he admitted that they had been alone in the house the night before Ace vanished. Elif had used the opportunity to try to get closer to Ace again when he was out at a meeting. She told him that she would not put up with his approaches and threatened to report him to the police and his wife if he didn't stop. As he described how, in a moment of wrath, he seized Ace and tried to silence her, his face clouded. She succeeded in escaping and promptly started packing her belongings, leaving the house and making her way to her own location. He spoke slowly, as though he were repeating every detail out of distaste. Investigators initially believed Ace had indeed departed and was on her way home when they started extensively examining security camera footage that showed her leaving the Akaya residence for the final time. but after more research and examination of more camera footage, the police found that Halil had employed a cunning ploy to conceal the facts that night. Although Isha did leave the house, she was in danger. She was seen on CCTV strolling down the street before vanishing from view. At this time, the investigators saw that Halil had left the house in his automobile a few minutes after she had departed. This appeared to be a coincidence at first, but then they observed something odd. His vehicle came to a stop in a remote, dark area of the neighborhood that was out of sight of most cameras. Halil waited for Isha there, having made arrangements in advance to drive her home, and persuaded her that he wanted to speak with Isha and repent for his action. Thought a quick drive wouldn't hurt her, so she got in the car without expecting anything negative to happen. However, Halil took her back to the house via a rear entry that was not guarded by security cameras, departing from the standard path. Seldom used, this entry was out of the neighbor's line of sight. Halil did his deed through the back door once they were inside. He attacked Ace first, then slammed her head into the wall so hard that she died instantaneously. He intended for the police and others to think that Isha had left the house and vanished somewhere on her way home, and that his car movements could be explained as unrelated errands. He was aware that the cameras at the front entrance had captured her leaving, which he hoped would provide an alibi if anyone began to question him. Isha was killed by Halil, who then carefully carried her body to the garage, where he had already set up a secret location in a plastic bag. Late that night, he removed the body from the garage and moved it to an abandoned warehouse, concealing it in an abandoned warehouse. His intention was to conceal the body and fabricate a story to justify his actions. Old container, in the hopes that the questioning would not detect this position. After a protracted period of denial, Halil eventually acknowledged, under pressure from investigators, how carefully he had organized everything to deceive the authorities and hide his tracks. Although he was confident that his plan would succeed and that no one would link him to Isha's abduction, he misjudged how closely the police would examine his driving patterns and compare them to the time frame of her disappearance. Isha's body was discovered in a horrible condition. Halil had obviously attempted to hide all evidence, but the hints discovered at the garage scene proved his guilt. After closely examining Isha's body, the medical examiners discovered several injuries, including the deadly blow to the back of the skull, but the abrasions and bruises all over her body showed that it was a sustained attack rather than a single blow. Other concerning indications were discovered upon closer inspection. Indirect proof that Isha had experienced violence before to her death was provided by DNA analysis, which revealed residues of Halil on her body. The test results were unmistakable. He was the owner of the biological samples discovered. The interrogations continued for days. Halil maintained over and over that he had not wanted things to spiral out of control, and that he was doing everything he could to keep his reputation intact. He attempted to persuade the investigators that his acts were motivated by intense emotion, but they were able to observe that his post-event behavior was planned and intentional. He tried to disguise his tracks, cleaned up the evidence, and carefully considered how to conceal the body. This was a well-planned crime to avoid being exposed in court, not a desperate act. Despite Halil's calm and collected demeanor, every action and statement seemed to be the defense of a guy who had nothing left to lose. He attempted to win people over by saying that he acted out of fear and that the situation got out of hand, but nobody took him seriously. The unrelenting facts that came to light destroyed his attempts to portray himself as a victim of his own feelings. The prosecutor presented each piece of evidence against him individually, including surveillance footage, neighbor witness accounts, blood traces, and items that Isha had not been able to delete. Although she was in court, Elif's face was unreadable. She realized her life had fallen apart as she stood in the audience, listening to the testimony. By arguing that she couldn't have known her husband was capable of this, she attempted to defend herself. However, she secretly felt bad for ignoring the warning signs and for letting Halil get away with it while she was preoccupied with her social life. She realized that the life she had created with Halil was lost forever, but she also knew that she would need to learn how to live again after everything. Halil received a life sentence from the court. He made several fruitless attempts to get a lower sentence. There was no possibility of acquittal given his confession and the evidence that was acquired. He listened stoically to the verdict while sitting in the defendant's cell, but his face was filled with anguish as he was escorted out the courthouse. He realized that everything he had worked so hard to build, his business, his reputation, his freedom, was gone forever. Isha's story was not forgotten, and everyone who followed the case continued to remember her name. She fell prey not merely to Halil's heedless passion and fury, but also to the ease with which she may have been forgotten till she vanished. It was a shock that would never go away for her family. The loss would never go away, even though they had obtained justice. Elif is looking for a new mission. She relocated to a different city after leaving Istanbul and started working with groups that supported women's rights. However, her internal wounds continued to bleed in spite of her external attempts to transform her life. She was aware that she would always be asked if she could have stopped everything if she had realized sooner. After standing unoccupied for a while, the Beşiktaş house was sold. Its walls, which had formerly concealed the appearance of a prosperous and contented life, now remained empty like a specter of the past, serving as a constant reminder to everyone that nothing is ever truly as it seems. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On February 26, 1984, a neighbor living below Susan Agin's apartment at 3412 Ocean Harbor Drive in New York called the Nassau County Police Department with a worrisome report. When the authorities arrived on the site, they discovered something very terrible. Between the bedroom and the hall, they discovered the lifeless body of Susan Agin, a mother of 3 who was 41 years old. In an even more horrifying discovery, the police also found Susan's 17-year-old son Richard's lifeless body in the master bedroom. Richard may have been the one who committed these horrible crimes. What could have motivated someone to carry out this unimaginable tragedy? Today we're exploring the horrific and puzzling double killing of Susan Agin and her son Richard Agin, which rocked the country in 1984. Let's get started without further delay. With its magnificent waterfront residences and expensive properties, Ocean Harbor Drive is a charming coastal highway that is tucked away along New York's shoreline and radiates elegance and peace. The wealthy and those looking for a tranquil coastal lifestyle are drawn to this highly sought private area. But occasionally, the charm of New York's Ocean Harbor Drive can mask the dark sides that lie beneath its splendor. The tragic and eerie story of Susan Agin and her son Richard serves as a sobering warning that evil may lurk even in the most bucolic places. Born in 1942, Susan K. Agin experienced a turbulent life. As her marriage to L. Agin broke down, she had the courage to stand up for herself and leave her spouse. Alongside her 3 children, Richard, Karen, and Michael, she started living on her own and starting over. She accepted hope for a better future at 3412 Ocean Harbor Drive in Long Island, Fresh York, where her fresh beginning began. She gradually blended in with the neighborhood and made friends with her neighbors in her tranquil surroundings. Her attempts to make a fresh start appeared promising, and she felt a feeling of community when neighbors would periodically stop by her house. She had no idea that the appearance of a typical life she had laboriously built would soon be cruelly destroyed. On February 26, 1984, 11-year-old Michael Agin was returning home from a local hockey game when the innocence of a normal Sunday was shortly to be transformed into a nightmare. He was confronted with a horrible and terrifying scene instead of the comforting embrace of his mother. His mother, Susan Agin, was lying dead in the hallway. The young youngster would be haunted by the unthinkable scene of her body being brutally battered and strangled for years to come. He hurried to a neighbor's house right away and begged for assistance. The Nassau County Police Department responded to the distress call from Susan's downstairs neighbor, whose identity was withheld. Upon entering the house, they saw Susan's motionless body in the hallway on the 2nd floor, directly in front of the master bedroom. It was immediately apparent to the cops that she had been assaulted, but as the police entered the master bedroom, the most sinister discoveries were still to come. The police discovered Richard, Susan's 17-year-old son, dead when they entered the bedroom. Officers Otto Cole and Myron Ed Carter of the Nassau County Police Department asked for help after making sure the area was secure. Following his arrival at the crime scene, Detective Herb Dobb began a thorough investigation. A white bedsheet that was found near Susan's body and smeared with blood was recovered by the forensic team. They also gathered pieces of hair from the bandana that had been used to choke her. Additionally, bodily fluids were discovered within the house and gathered as proof. The bedroom looked like it had been ransacked, like a scene from a failed heist. A pocketbook's contents were strewn all over the bed, and the doors to the dressers were left open. 2 latent fingerprints were found by the forensic team during the crime scene examination. The first was taken from a banker's seat that was discovered among the strewn-about objects on the bed, and the second was taken from the plastic bag that Richard Eigen had been suffocated in, which was still covering his face. The collected evidence was then forwarded to the lab for additional processing and analysis. Investigators conjectured that Richard had suddenly returned home during his mother's assault. In light of this notion, he was killed after seeing the crime in order to stop him from speaking. Although this notion appeared to be supported by the preliminary evidence, it would be difficult to prove. Forensic analysis did not have the sophisticated and advanced methods that are now available in 1984. Because of this restriction, it was more harder to draw firm conclusions from the material that was gathered. The traditional procedures and technologies that investigators had to use might not have yielded as accurate and comprehensive information as contemporary forensic techniques. Detective Charlie Costello of the Crime Lab's Fingerprint Division was testing latent fingerprints taken from the bag used to strangle Richard and another from the bankruptcy taken from Susan's purse in August 1984 because he thought they might be those of the intruder. Costello used the Automated Fingerprint Identification System, AFIS, to process the prints, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not discover a match in the system. The detectives chose to expand their investigation by getting fingerprints from local residents who had a history or background in burglary because there were no prior criminal records related to the murder. The goal was to find a possible match, or lead, that would assist them reduce the number of suspects by comparing these fingerprints with those recovered from the crime scene. Despite being time-consuming, this approach was meant to broaden their investigation's scope and raise the likelihood of discovering a link to the offender. The investigators tested a large number of fingerprint samples from possible suspects over the course of months, but they were unable to match the fingerprints recovered from the crime scene. They brought in as many samples as they could throughout time, but none of them produced any findings. Unfortunately, they ran out of fresh fingerprints to analyze after over a year of thorough investigation, and the case ultimately ended without any clues or potential suspects. Detective Charlie Costello decided to try his luck again on January 22, 2002, after 18 years, and ran another fingerprint through AFIS in the hopes of making a breakthrough. He was quite relieved to receive a favorable outcome this time. Costello was able to match a fingerprint from a school bus driver application with the fingerprint on the evidence. Louis Talisi was the applicant's name. Investigators discovered that Louis Talisi was 42 years old at the time of the incident and had a history of drug use after finding this match. Detectives were cautious and patient, choosing to obtain more tangible evidence before making an arrest. After Louis Talisi was named as the cold case's lead suspect, in order to identify body fluid stains on the evidence gathered from the murder scene that would otherwise be invisible to the human eye, McCarthy used an ultraviolet beam in February 2002 for DNA analysis. McCarthy collected the fluid successfully and used it to recover a partial DNA profile. With this partial DNA profile in hand, the investigators realized they were one step closer to a conclusive case, a sample of Louis Talisi's DNA to compare with the extracted profile and verify the match was now the only thing lacking. The time has come for them to locate Louis Talisi. Detective Tony Graziano, a talented and well-prepared undercover agent from the Nassau County Police Department, was tasked with obtaining Louis Talisi's DNA on May 10, 2002. Without telling Talisi about the investigation, he had to surreptitiously collect a secret DNA sample from the suspect. 11 a.m. Detectives Graziano and Sergeant Guido began their investigation by walking through Louis Talisi's home on May 10. This walkthrough was intended to help them become acquainted with the house's layout and collect any information that would be helpful when they spoke with Talisi. Detective Graziano took the initiative to build a relationship with Talisi after the walkthrough. In undercover operations, developing rapport is essential, since it helps you win the suspect's trust and confidence during the encounter. In order to establish a relaxed and welcoming environment, Graziano conversed with Talisi on a variety of subjects. The detectives were conscious that they needed to handle the matter tactfully and make sure Talisi didn't know what they were really trying to do. Gaining Talisi's trust sufficiently to get a secret DNA sample without arousing suspicion was their aim. Detective Graziano and Sergeant Guido continued their informal tour of Talisi's house, and Talisi smoked a cigarette while they spoke. They then went out onto the street, where Talisi finally threw away the cigarette butt without thinking anything was wrong. Their carefully crafted scheme was going according to plan. Sergeant Guido recovered the abandoned cigarette butt in a discreet manner after Talisi had left the area. Detectives Guido and Graziano lost no time in heading straight to the crime lab. Saliva and epithelial cells were meticulously separated from the cigarette butt filter in the crime lab. To ensure that any possible impurities were eliminated, the DNA included in the sample was isolated and purified. Now that the cigarette butt's DNA profile was ready, it was time to compare it to the partially extracted DNA profile that had been taken from the crime scene evidence earlier. When the time came, as anticipated, the comparison showed that the two DNA samples were an unquestionable match. The findings unmistakably connected Louis Talisi to the crime scene and the killings of Susan and Richard Eigen, proving that he was the murderer. Louis Talisi was ultimately taken into custody on June 5, 2002, following the development of a strong case and tangible evidence against him. He was taken downtown by law authorities to the Nassau County interviewing room to be questioned. The detective's evidence, which included the vital fluid sample that connected Louis Talisi to the crime scene, was presented to him. Talisi showed his slyness by spotting a possible defense tactic right away. He admitted to knowing Susan and shrewdly asserted that he was physically involved with her. He said that this clarified why his bodily material was found in Susan's house and implied that it had nothing to do with the killings. Talisi added that he was a Brooklyn resident at the time of the killings and had met the Igners through acquaintances who shared a residence with them. Afterwards, Talisi had previously met the Igners multiple times. He was not an invited guest on the day of the murder, the detectives claimed. Although the cold case detectives didn't trust Talisi's statement, they were aware of the possible complications it could cause in court. They knew it was important to handle it carefully. However, they had one more piece of information that was crucial, a trump card that, if used properly, would prevent Talisi from fleeing. 2 hair strands, obtained from the bandana used to strangle Susan Eigen, were turned over to DNA analyst Terry Melton on July 3, 2002. Melton then used the hair samples to create a DNA profile. Comparing this freshly acquired DNA profile with Louis Talisi's pre-existing DNA profile, the Eigen double murder case was turned over to the Nassau County District Attorney's Office following the conclusion of the investigation and the development of a compelling case against Louis Talisi. The team led by the district attorney went over the evidence and got ready for the trial. Trial proceedings started when the case was added to the court's docket. For Susan and Richard Eigen, Assistant DA Robert Biancavilla created a painting depicting death that Talisi fashioned. Louis Talisi refused to admit to the killings in spite of the growing evidence against him. Michael Washore, his defense lawyer, presented a plan to raise a reasonable doubt in the jury's mind. Washore offered an alibi to refute the prosecution's case by claiming that Talisi was trying to have a family get-together on the day of the killings. Washore also raised the idea that other people who knew the Eigners might have committed the crimes in an attempt to disprove Talisi's involvement. Louis Talisi had the chance to make a brief appearance in court during the trial. He acknowledged the great loss experienced by the families of Susan and Richard Eigen and offered his sincerest condolences. He did, however, continue to stand by his claim that he was innocent of the crimes for which he was charged. In his speech before the court, Susan's son Michael Eigen described a disturbing memory that had plagued him ever since the killings. He described an instance in which he and his adolescent companion ended up on a boat with Louis Talisi 4 years after the horrific events. This unexpected meeting happened after Michael disclosed that Talisi's cousin lived next door to him. Michael's testimony indicated that Talisi seemed distressed, smoking and drinking, and spoke extensively about himself and his apparent sorrow in life. Michael proceeded to speak to the jury in the courtroom. Behind him, poster-sized pictures of his brother and mother. He talked about how the defense's representation of his mother during the trial had a profound impact on him. By bringing up other possible suspects and alternate situations, Louis Talisi's defense lawyer had tried to raise a reasonable doubt. They had so presented a skewed and unfavorable image of Susan Eigen. During the sentencing portion of the trial, 3 additional victims' family also spoke to the court in a stirring and poignant courtroom scene. Richard's father and Susan's ex-husband, Al Eigen, turned to Louis Talisi and told him bluntly how devastating his actions had been. He said the killings were the most horrifying crime he had ever seen, tearing a family apart. No term, Al Eigen said, could ever make up for the loss they had suffered. Nevertheless, he pleaded with the judge to give the convicted murderer the harshest punishment possible. He spoke with the sorrow of a parent who wants justice for his son and his beloved ex-wife. Susan's brother Eugene K. also spoke to the judge in tears, finding it difficult to express the profound hurt caused by Talisi's heartless behavior. He cried and inhaled deeply as he pleaded with the judge to take into account the defendant's extreme callousness and cruelty when deciding on the proper punishment. Karen Eigen, Susan and Richard's sister and daughter, was unable to attend the sentencing in person due to an emotionally stressful event. Rather, Wendy Woods, her closest friend, read a moving speech on her behalf. By stating that Karen had essentially lost her childhood on the day of the tragic occurrences, this comment demonstrated the profound impact that the killings had on her life. In her statement, Karen voiced her confusion and incredulity that someone who was capable of such horrible atrocities could continue to claim innocence while on trial. Robert Bianca Villa, the assistant district attorney, made a strong argument against Louis Talisi. He claimed that Talisi intended to rob the Eigeners specifically to fund his cocaine addiction. The prosecution's argument states that Talisi entered the Eigeners' house with the intention of stealing money and valuables. But when he found Susan Eigen inside the house, the break-in took a terrifying turn. During the robbery, Susan was brutally attacked by Talisi, who then killed her. When Richard Eigen unexpectedly entered the house during the break-in, the situation became much more heated. The prosecution argued that Talisi killed Richard as well because he was afraid his crime would be discovered and didn't want to leave any witnesses. Louis Talisi's defense was ineffective due to the prosecutor's strong case during the trial and the substantial evidence acquired by the cold case detectives. He had no way out of the dilemma because the evidence clearly showed that he was involved in the heinous crimes. In the end, Talisi was charged with aggravated assault, burglary, kidnapping, and second-degree murder. The victim's brother and son, Michael Eigen, spoke to the court one more during the sentence hearing on June 2, 2004, making a tearful plea. He talked about how the killings had a significant effect on his life. Michael revealed that among the other items that Talisi took from him were his mother, his sibling, and his house. Judge Joseph Calabrese of Nassau County Court sentenced Louis Talisi to prison in light of the horrible nature of the murders and the terrible losses endured by the Eigen family. For the 1984 killings of Oceanside mother and son Susan and Richard Eigen, the judge imposed 2 consecutive sentences, ranging from 25 years to life in prison. Talisi was informed by Judge Joseph Calabrese that he did not see any justification for extending any kind of indulgence or tolerance to him. The judge stressed that Talisi had killed his victims in a way that was purposeful and meant to bring them the most agony and suffering possible. In addition, Calabrese noted that Talisi had shown no remorse for his crimes during the trial. Following the sentencing, Michael Eigen talked to media about his feelings on Louis Talisi's persistent claims of innocence. He claimed that Talisi's failure to acknowledge his guilt was in line with a pattern of conduct that he had displayed throughout his life. Michael suggested that Talisi's actions could be interpreted as a sign of his reluctance to accept accountability. Michael admitted that a part of his mind took comfort in the fact that Talisi would be imprisoned for at least 50 years because of successive life sentences, and that the offender would be living with the consequences of his crimes for a considerable amount of his life. Michael was prepared to start letting go of the tragedy that had plagued them for so long. Louis Talisi died while incarcerated in 2005, 1 year after being found guilty of the murders of Susan and Richard Eigen. The court sentence was shortened by his death, which signaled the end of his time in prison. What do you think about this instance then? After only a year in prison, do you believe the Eigen family has fully come to terms with Tulsi's passing? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. The case of Loretta Jones leads us to Price, Utah in the United States. With fewer than 9,000 residents according to the 2010 census, Price is the biggest city in Carbon County. The majority of its citizens own their homes, giving them a suburban feel. Price is a stunning area for outdoor activities and is well known for its cavernous gorges, expansive deserts, and intriguing rock formations. Statistics show that there is a roughly 1 in 56 probability of becoming a victim of crime in Price. Our story starts here, in this quiet village. Loretta Jones and her 4-year-old daughter Heidi Jones resided at 460 E 400 South in Price. She put in a lot of effort there to support herself and her daughter. She was young and single, but she gave everything she had for Heidi, who recalled all of their wonderful times together. Heidi's dolls and much of her childhood clothing were handcrafted by Loretta. Their wonderful life together would soon come to an abrupt end on the evening of July 30, 1970. Unaware that it would be the last time she would see her mother alive, Heidi bid her goodnight with a kiss on that beautiful July night. When Heidi Jones awoke on the morning of July 31, 1970, she discovered her mother, Loretta, dead on the floor of their living room. Heidi, too young to properly understand, stepped outside. There she noticed Sue Ann Hovert, her neighbor, excavating worms at her flat. Hovert asked Heidi what she was doing after noticing her beckoning her closer. In response, Heidi said, "I can't. I think my mommy is dead." When Hovert heard these words, she instantly stopped what she was doing and went inside with Heidi to see how things were going in Loretta's house. Hovert discovered Loretta laying face down, her back and hair matted in blood, and she was completely nude from the waist down. Police Chief Art Poloni arrived at the site after Hovert phoned the police. On July 31, 1970, at approximately 11:40 a.m., the police arrived and verified Loretta's death. The living room was covered in blood, and Loretta had been stabbed 17 times. Since there was no evidence of forced entrance, the detectives concluded that she had known her assailant. Additionally, Loretta had no defensive wounds, suggesting that she had not attempted self-defense throughout the assault. The medical examiner determined that Loretta had body fluid on her and that she had been slain by a short, narrow knife. Unfortunately, there were no CCTV cameras to record the events, and DNA testing was only in its infancy at the time. Investigators looked to Heidi for answers because a young girl was there in the house when the crime occurred. Heidi informed them that she was warned not to leave her room by her mother after she had put her to bed. She added that on the night of the murder, she didn't hear her mother struggle or scream. The detectives were alarmed by what she said, though. Heidi had told the investigators that Tom did it. "Tom killed my mom." As they searched the house during the investigation, the cops started looking for explanations. This notepad contained an entry from Heidi's grandma, who was recording whatever Heidi said at the time. When the body was recovered, Heidi told her grandma, "It was Tom that killed my mom." Later, they located Loretta's diary, which had a name that sounded a lot like the one Heidi had mentioned, Thomas Egley. Before her death, Loretta dated Thomas for 2 months, according to the diary. They were only able to learn this about Thomas. The name that 4-year-old Heidi, who was asleep at the time of the murder, mentioned was the only other clue the investigators had to piece together the case. But the police soon had another lead to pursue. 10-year-old Kula Fennell, who lived 3 blocks from Loretta's home, was outside with her brother at 9:30 p.m. riding their bikes. As night fell, Kula's brother abandoned his bike and entered, and Kula chose to follow suit, leaving her bike outside. A man grabbed her from behind and covered her lips with his palm as she made her way to the main door. Fortunately, Kula was able to release her mouth from the assailant's hold and scream loudly. The man ran away in fear. Kula could see her assailant and the path he took. She informed the cops that he ran toward Loretta's residence. Since Thomas Egley was already a suspect in a murder investigation that same evening, His image was later included in a lineup at the police station. Thomas was taken in for interrogation after Kula identified him as the one who attempted to abduct her. The investigators thought Kula and Loretta's cases were connected. Thomas denied any involvement in either of the two occurrences when they questioned him about them separately on August 1, 1970. According to Thomas, he got a lift with other teens the night of the murder and was dropped off at a fast food restaurant in Price, where he ate hamburgers. Around 11:30 p.m., he claimed to have gone to Highway Rendezvous, a pub on Spring Lane Road, before returning home. He said that day, he didn't see Loretta. When the investigators went to the pub to inquire about if they actually saw Thomas that evening, the proprietor acknowledged seeing him. He had red spots on his shirt and appeared frightened and shaky, she observed. Thomas informed the detectives that since he had been painting all day, the red specks on his shirt must have been paint. The detectives took samples of Thomas's hair, blood, and fingerprints, as well as the clothes he claimed to be wearing that evening, regardless of what he stated. They felt they had sufficient grounds to arrest Thomas as a result, and they did. While Thomas and his fiancée, who was 8 months pregnant, were staying at a motel in Helper, Utah, Thomas was detained. However, prosecutors called witnesses who gave Thomas an alibi during the preliminary hearing on November 5, 1970. Since Thomas was known to have visited Loretta's house before to the occurrence, the prosecutors claimed that the fiber evidence resembled the rug she had at her house was insufficient. However, Thomas was charged with attempted kidnapping and jailed for 90 days after Kula Fennell named him as the man who attempted to kidnap her. In 1971, Thomas relocated to Rockford, Colorado, following his parole. For years, however, Loretta's case remained unresolved. After her mother passed away, Heidi had to cope with the trauma. Her grandma, who had taken her in right away after her mother passed away, would listen to her talk about the incident. She kept saying to her grandma that she didn't think Tom killed her mother. Her grandmother kept a journal in which she recorded everything Heidi said. Heidi added that Tom was cruel to Loretta and would frequently strike and slap her. The grown-ups in the family eventually sought to dissuade Heidi from talking about the incident and try to help her forget it. Heidi never forgot what had happened to her mother in 1970, even if she stopped talking about it. As Heidi got older, she realized that Loretta had to have suffered through the attack in order to keep her safe. Heidi decided that she owed her mother justice as a result, and she would obtain it for her. Heidi never forgot her mother's case, even if decades went by and she moved on with her life. Even though she still had a soft spot for her mother, she didn't advocate for the case to be reopened, until one day, after being inspired by the television program Unsolved Mysteries, she launched a large letter campaign, writing to the Carbon County Sheriff, Price City Police Department, and FBI. She wrote letter after letter, but none of them answered. David Brewer, a friend from high school, responded to a social media post made by 43-year-old Heidi in 2009. After a while, the two got back in touch, and Heidi found out that David was collaborating with the Carbon County Sheriff. Heidi saw this as a chance to revive her mother's case. In order to talk about her mother's cold case, she deliberately ran into David at a local arts festival. As David heard Heidi's story, he was struck by her tenacity and shocked that he had never heard of it throughout their high school years. Heidi told the story of how her mother kissed her goodnight, and then, when the door to her room opened, she told her not to leave, as though she knew something terrible was about to happen. She described how she thought her mother had been murdered by Tom. Despite her hazy recall, Heidi vaguely remembered what appeared to be Tom forcing her mother to have sex with him or stabbing her, but she missed her mother's cry. David chose to assist after hearing her story. At last, Loretta's case was reopened. The odds were stacked against David Brewer when he began working on the case. He attempted to use the crime files, but they were no longer there. He just had Heidi's hazy recollection and previous media attention. For additional interrogation, David located Thomas, who was residing in Rockford, Colorado. In response to his question concerning the evening of July 30, 1970, Thomas described his meals and activities for the day, but stated that he was unable to recall Loretta's name. Although David was certain that Thomas might be the murderer at that very moment, he was forced to depart without making an arrest, since there was insufficient evidence to indict him. In order to question her, David Brewer also located Thomas's ex-girlfriend, Marcia Hidalgo. When Thomas arrived home late on the night of the murder, Marcia informed David that he immediately showered while still clothed. When Thomas got home from the laundromat the following day, A number of his clothes were gone. Marcia claims that Thomas told her that he gave hamburgers to a woman and her daughter when she questioned him about his whereabouts. Despite his inability to understand the material, David grew increasingly certain that Thomas killed Loretta. Exhumation was the final remaining choice after David had exhausted all other options. After David expressed his opinions, Heidi unexpectedly stated that she would even fetch a shovel to dig the grave herself if it would bring justice for her mother. He wasn't sure how Heidi would feel about exhuming her mother's body. Heidi sobbed several times as they carried out the exhumation, but when the body was excavated, they found that the entire body had been ruined by water, which prevented them from getting the necessary evidence. In spite of this, they inflated the results for the public, saying they had discovered fresh evidence that offered a lead. After the news spread widely, David soon got a call from a woman named Linda. Linda clarified that she made the decision to contact the detectives after recalling the details of the exhumation she had seen on television. She informed David Brewer that Loretta had used her blood to write the murderer's name. David was shocked and inquired as to how she knew this, given that the police had forbidden anyone from entering the scene of the incident. Linda clarified that throughout her high school years, when the murder occurred, she resided at Heidi's grandmother. Heidi's grandfather instructed Linda and one of Heidi's aunts to go to Loretta's house and pack Heidi's things the day following the event. Linda claimed that after the police let them in, she spotted a capital T and a O with her own eyes. This was a significant development in the case, but they required a picture of the crime scene to support their claims. David visited with Heidi and gave her the update. He complained about how difficult it was to locate any pictures of the crime scene because they were all gone. Heidi instantly recalled that a picture might be in a box of items her grandma had stored for so long. Everything connected to the case, including the notebook in which her grandmother recorded everything Heidi had said about the case, was discovered when they searched her grandmother's home for the box. The picture of Heidi standing close to her mother's body shape was the most eye-catching thing. Although the image was unsettling, it ended up being really helpful. The letters T and O were in Heidi's and her mother's blood in the picture. David Brewer started assembling the pieces. He noticed in the journal that Heidi had talked about how cruel Tom had been to her mother and how she had informed everyone that Tom was to blame. The most significant detail was that while fighting for her life, Loretta was attempting to write her killer's name with her blood, but she was only able to write O. Despite this picture, the detective still needed more to apprehend Thomas Egley, who was now thought to be Tom. The case was put on hold once more until someone made the decision to assist. Lisa Carter, claiming to be Thomas Egley's neighbor, called the police department. She claimed that after watching the exhumation film, Thomas came up to her and asked if she could monitor his dogs because the police could soon face him. Lisa Carter volunteered to assist in the investigation, since she thought Thomas was Loretta's murderer. In order to obtain Thomas's confession, she asked to wear a recording device. After the cops gave their approval, plans were formed. Lisa lied to Thomas, claiming that her husband had been in Utah undergoing detective training. She informed Thomas that he had already been mentioned as the murderer of Loretta Jones. Thomas was shaken by these remarks, but he held off on confessing right away because he still didn't trust Lisa. On July 26, 2016, 2 days after earning Thomas's trust, he started discussing the events of the evening of July 30, 1970, with Lisa. According to Thomas, Loretta opened the door when he knocked. He felt unworthy after Loretta rejected his assertion that he was in her home for intimacy. He claimed that after Loretta returned from leaving him in the living room to fetch something from the kitchen, he grabbed a little knife and stabbed her. Thomas proceeded to have sex with Loretta after stabbing her, saying it was consensual. After Loretta denied, a perplexed Lisa questioned how it was consensual. However, Thomas responded that Loretta never declined him during that period. When she questioned him what happened after, he replied that he slit Loretta's neck because he had lost it all after becoming intimate with her. Lisa claims that Thomas expressed all of this without expressing regret for his actions. He seemed to be concerned exclusively with his personal security. The investigators only needed the confession to take Thomas into custody. Thomas Egley is not well recognized. Caroline Kendall, Loretta's sister, claims that she was only aware of Loretta's one blind date with Thomas. Loretta informed Caroline that she didn't want to interact with Thomas since she didn't like him. That's why Loretta turned down Thomas's approaches that evening. Thomas Egley, 76, was a local vagrant who had lived in a variety of locations both before and after killing Loretta. His home life was never steady. He had been married 3 times and lived with numerous women. The majority of his time was spent alone, despite having 5 children. Thomas Egley was charged in August 2016 with both forced intimacy, a first-degree felony, and the legal equivalent of first-degree criminal murder in the 7th District Court. Criminal homicide or murder in the 2nd degree was Thomas's formal charge. At the time, Utah law considered murdering to be a statutory violation. On August 18, 2016, Thomas was apprehended without incident near Rocky Ford, Colorado, pursuant to a $1 million 0-cents warrant. Thomas's assault case was withdrawn after he entered a guilty plea to the murder. On November 22, 2016, he was subsequently given a sentence of 10 years to life. A written statement given by his lawyer, David Allred, stated that Thomas was sorry for what he had done, although it didn't seem to be genuine. Other than that, Thomas never expressed regret. Thomas stated in court that he couldn't understand why the deceased's family decided to restart a case from 46 years ago, even though he felt he should be released because he hadn't committed any crime since killing Loretta. Even after 46 years, Thomas didn't appear to regret what he had done. Thomas claims that when he killed Heidi's mother, he was unaware that she was present. Because Loretta was aware of this, she never resisted or yelled as he was stabbing her. If Thomas had known Heidi was present, he probably wouldn't have spared her. He protested to the judge after being sentenced that he didn't like his incarceration, which was Salt Lake County's state prison, since it didn't let him have visitors. He might appeal, the court informed him. Heidi, who suppressed her pain for more than 40 years, had the chance to express her entire thoughts to the person who killed her mother. She talked about how painful her mother's passing was, and how she hoped Thomas Egley would stay in prison and never have to see his loved ones again. Even if he were eligible for parole after 10 years, she also promised to ensure that he never walked free. Heidi referred to it as justice, even though others called it closure, claiming that nothing could provide her with the relief and closure she required. For her, it was crucial that justice was done. As this tragic tale of Loretta Jones's passing draws to a close, we are reminded that not all wounds, particularly those of the heart, can be healed with time. Additionally, we are reminded of the evil that exists inside our nature. We are left with the intriguing question of why Thomas Egley decided to orphan Heidi at such an early age, given his clean slate with the law. Before we leave, I would like to ask you a brief question. How did you feel about the way Loretta's case was initially handled? Considering everything that was accessible to them at the time, do you believe that law enforcement could have performed better? And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments what part of this story shocked you the most. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video. Hey guys, welcome to my channel, and today we're going to take a look at another horrible case with you. On October 26, 1998, on a dismal day, a terrifying find was discovered near the Columbia River. When a body was found floating close to Lower River Road in Vancouver, the neighborhood was rocked. In an attempt to identify the sad person who had met their premature end, authorities rushed to the scene. The strong stench of decomposition hit them as they got closer to the body, indicating that the man had been in the water for a long period. Since there were no clear hints as to the identity of the man, they took his body out of the water with caution and took him away from the scene to start the difficult process of autopsy and identification. They had no idea that this was the beginning of a mystery that would trouble them for years to come. A disturbing reality surfaced as the medical examiner's office started the autopsy on the unnamed man's body. According to the autopsy, he was shot in the head and died as a result. However, after examining the material, detectives found more questions than answers. Did the man commit suicide? Had the trigger been pulled by someone else? There was still doubt surrounding the reality. That wasn't all, though. Authorities were left to cobble together a timeline of events leading up to the man's unfortunate death, because it was thought that he had been in the water for anywhere between 6 months and a year. The man's age of death was likewise estimated by the medical examiner's office to be roughly 53 years old. Notwithstanding the passage of time, the case's enigma was only heightened by these discoveries. How had this man ended up in such a gory way, and who was he? In their attempt to learn the truth about the man's terrible demise, the detectives encountered a formidable obstacle. They were aware that figuring out who he was the first step, but it was not always easy. Because the individual had been discovered without any kind of identification, officials had nowhere to start. In an attempt to locate a lead, the investigators looked through the local missing persons records, but they were unable to identify the possible owner of the remains. They expanded their search for answers, alerting authorities across the Northwest in the hopes that someone might be able to identify the unidentified body. But their quest was unsuccessful despite their ceaseless attempts. Fingerprints were another element that might have assisted investigators in identifying the man. The advanced degree of the body's decomposition, however, put an end to this dream. The investigation felt like it was hitting a brick wall as the days stretched into weeks. The investigators were no closer to unraveling the enigma of the man's identity or his premature death, and frustration started to set in. He continued to be an unidentified John Doe, a somber reminder of the case's numerous unsolved mysteries. The case eventually faded into obscurity despite their best efforts, becoming just another mystery in a world full with them. The truth was still tantalizingly out of grasp, despite the detectives' best efforts. When it comes to investigating cold cases, time can occasionally be a double-edged sword. Even though it might seem like there is less chance for a case every year, new technology and developments in forensic science can give a case that was previously deemed to be unsolvable fresh life. Armed with the newest forensic instruments and methods, the case's investigators made the decision to examine the material again in 2008, in the hopes that the advances in DNA profiling would provide them with the answers they so urgently needed. They contacted the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification. Using samples from the autopsy, the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification was able to create a DNA profile of the unnamed male. Investigators were reassured by the DNA profile and quickly submitted it to the National DNA Database in the hopes of finding a match. But they looked everywhere, but they couldn't find a match. In addition to providing them with a fresh lead to pursue, the DNA profile served as a reminder of how challenging it may be to solve a case in the absence of clear-cut evidence. Nevertheless, the investigators remained optimistic. They were aware that the likelihood of finally solving the riddle of the man discovered in the river increased with every advancement in the field of forensic research. Investigators were desperate to find the truth, after the mysterious man case remained unsolved for years. In 2021, they made the decision to try something different and sent a sample of DNA from the bones to Bode Technology, a forensic DNA laboratory in Virginia that is well known for its ability to recover DNA from difficult material. The challenge was warmly accepted by the Bode Technology scientists. They were aware that they could discover the identity of this enigmatic John Doe by examining the DNA sample. DNA from the remains was utilized by a forensic genealogist to determine the individual's lineage. The forensic genealogist found an ancestry connection to a California family through careful investigation and comparison. The genealogist identified one individual in particular, the son of Ruth Marie Henson and Chelsea Johnson Jr., as the promising lead. It's interesting to note that since 1998, this person, Michael Johnson, has not engaged in any traceable activity. The detectives were aware that they had hit gold and were now one step closer to figuring out who the enigmatic John Doe was. Thus, Nikki Costa, the medical examiner's office operations manager, achieved a breakthrough in the case of the unnamed man in October 2022 as the fall foliage began to fall. Russell Johnson and Kathy Bergen, Chelsea and Ruth Johnson's two children, were located by Nikki and provided some shocking facts. It seems that their brother Michael had severed all ties with the family and vanished almost 20 years ago. Could this be the piece of information that investigators had been looking for years? Nikki was determined to solve the mystery surrounding the unnamed man. She worked frantically to prove that Michael was the owner of the DNA sample. Determined to uncover the missing piece of the puzzle, Nikki contacted many authorities to corroborate her concerns. The Washoe County Sheriff's Office obtained a DNA sample from Johnson's sister, Kathy. and the California Department of Justice Missing Persons DNA program analyzed family reference samples. In the meantime, California's Missing Persons program, created in 2008 by the University of North Texas Center for Human Identification, which it compared to all the evidence collected. Dr. Martha Burt, the chief medical examiner for Clark County, ultimately determined that the unnamed man was in fact Michael. The man now had a name and a chance at justice because, to Nikki's perseverance and the combined efforts of several authorities, investigators have yet to learn anything about Michael's actions before, to the body's discovery. Thus, the enigmatic circumstances surrounding his death continue to baffle them. Nevertheless, learning who he was a significant development in the investigation, providing detectives with a foundation from which to work. Authorities are now requesting assistance from the public in the hopes that someone may come forward with knowledge that could clarify Michael's fate. Authorities want to solve this puzzle case because even a small piece of information could make a big difference. Over June 19, 1970, two young guys chose to take a leisurely walk over Independence Pass in Twin Lakes, Colorado, on a lovely summer day. The day was ideal for hiking because of the clear, brilliant sun and cool air, but when they discovered something horrifying, their journey took an unexpected turn. They saw a man's decomposing body in a ditch on the north side of the road as they were strolling along it. Rocks that had fallen from the hill above partially hid it. It wasn't the worst part, though. The two men approached and saw that the body's left arm and rib cage were completely gone. Their hearts pounded in terror and bewilderment at the gory scene. The scent of rotting was overpowering, and the body was wearing gray pants and a ragged sweatshirt. This dude was who? Where had he gone? As they stood there, astonished by what they had just learned, questions gnawed at their thoughts. The two men did not waste any time in calling the police, who came to the scene with a sense of urgency. They thought the man was in his early 20s as they got closer to the decomposing remains. In order to unravel the mystery, the officers meticulously inspected the area, noting every detail. The officers saw that the man had 3 pairs of socks and hiking shoes on, in addition to the missing left arm and rib cage. Even a sock that had been pulled over his left shoe was discovered. However, they discovered other strange items as well. Although they discovered a razor and $7.00 in the man's pockets, those items didn't reveal anything about who the man was or how he died. The officers were left wondering who the man was and what had happened to him because they could not find his wallet or identification. In an attempt to locate any clues, officers also conducted a thorough search of the area surrounding the body, but to no effect. The remains of the man were promptly retrieved from the area and examined. However, investigators were unable to identify him despite their best attempts. They looked through dental records, spoke with locals, and combed through missing person reports, but nothing seemed to fit. The man was a total mystery, and the more they studied him, the more they discovered. Officers were baffled by the body's state. The man appeared to have spent a considerable amount of time outside, perhaps the entire winter, yet his attire didn't seem suitable for such severe weather. What might have happened to the missing body parts was another question that the officers couldn't avoid. Had wild animals devoured them, or had they been removed after death? Even if it was a horrifying possibility, they had to consider it. Before a startling finding was made on July 15, 1970, more than 3 weeks after the body was discovered, the officers could only make educated guesses. The missing leg was located beneath the road where the body was uncovered by a state traffic maintenance worker. The hand and wrist still had flesh on them, but the arm and shoulder were reduced to bone. The mystery was only made more complex by the discovery. Why had the limb been cut off from the body, and how had it gotten there? Because of the confusing state in which the body part was discovered, the officers surmised that it might have been taken out by a snowplow after the victim passed away, but they lacked hard proof. The enigmatic individual discovered at Independence Pass faded into obscurity over the years. Due to his lack of identification, he was only known as Independence Pass John Doe and had no name. Buried beneath a plain monument that stated, "Unidentified Male," in Leadville's Evergreen Cemetery, he was reduced to the position of an unidentified soul. The case was unsolved, and it appeared that the identity of Independence Pass John Doe would always be a mystery as time passed. While clearing an overgrown area of Evergreen Cemetery in 2011, a man named John Pearson who had spent years cleaning it up, discovered the burial of the Independence Pass John Doe. Being a Vietnam veteran himself, Pearson was naturally interested in the man's identity. He pondered whether Independence Pass John Doe was also a Vietnam War veteran. Because he was curious, Pearson contacted the Colorado Bureau of Investigation's Audrey Simpkins, a crime and intelligence analyst, who in turn contacted Sylvia Petham, a specialist in identifying John and Jane Does. Eager to learn the truth about the enigmatic cemetery, they traveled to the little hamlet together in August 2011. However, in spite of their efforts, the case once more stalled, and for a short time more, Independence Pass John Doe's name remained unknown. Following 2 years of inaction, the Independence Pass John Doe case began to gather steam in 2013. When Audrey and Sylvia got back to Leadville, they looked for the case files, but they weren't there. They worked with Shannon Kent, the coroner at the time, to ensure that the case information was added to the database of the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System. Determined, Sylvia then requested that the Lake County Sheriff exhume the John Doe's bones so that DNA could be taken. The Colorado Bureau of Investigation assisted in obtaining a fingerprint from the exhumed body. When DNA was taken from John Doe's skull and femur at the University of Northern Texas, there was hope that the unidentified man might eventually be identified. However, John Doe's body was kept in a casket at the office of former Lake County Coroner Shannon, rather than being buried in his grave at Evergreen Cemetery. The man was eventually laid to rest in the calm of 2022 after 8 difficult years. A team of police submitted DNA taken from the unnamed John Doe for forensic genetic genealogy testing, marking a breakthrough in the decades-long case. A promising lead came from the test, although the specifics of this lead are still unknown. It was sufficient to completely unravel the case. Gardner Paul Smith was John Doe's name at last after all these years. Gardner was more than simply a nameless body in a tomb for Smith, who would have only been 39 years old when his bones were found. He had a life, a family, and a tale. Gardner, the eldest son of Paul and Bernita Smith, was born on September 22, 1930 in Modesto, California, and was raised in a family that loved skiing. Gardner and his younger brother Armand naturally took up skiing as both of their parents were avid skiers. Skiing was more than just a pastime for Gardner, it was a lifestyle. In addition to studying at the University of Nevada in Reno, he was a member of the collegiate ski team. Gardner's commitment to the game was laudable, and he was constantly trying to get better. In order to improve his balance, he was known to try out a variety of methods, including huge slalom courses on cross-country skis. Gardner, however, was not merely a sportsman. He was a humanist and a thoughtful thinker who was constantly trying to figure out what life was really all about. He aspired to discover the mysteries of human consciousness because he was captivated by psychic phenomena and mental powers in his later years. He investigated this field of research for several hours. Gardner enlisted in the Army as a young man in June 1951. He served 2 years on active service before moving to the reserves, where he remained for an additional 4 years. He was released in June 1957 after doing his duties with honor. Gardner's journey ultimately brought him to Argentina, where he met Jennifer Dawn Andrews, the love of his life, in 1961. Following their marriage, Gardner returned to California with his new bride. Soon after, on June 18, 1962, they welcomed their first child into the world, a daughter called Jean. Gardner did, however, eventually leave his wife and little daughter. In 1968, Jennifer finally got a divorce from Gardner and married Ernest M. Dillard. Sadly, Jennifer was left a widow after Ernest's death in 1974. Gardner, on the other hand, seemed unable to settle down after his divorce and vacillated between Aspen and California. Longtime friend and ski racer Dick Dorworth remembers clearly the last time he saw Gardner, which was in 1968. Living life on the road, Gardner was attempting to market a novel ski pole grip that he had created. He had previously developed double-lens goggles, but he had not succeeded in commercializing them, therefore this was not his first innovation. Gardner disappeared into the unknown after spending a week sleeping on his friend's couch, and Dorworth never saw him again. Gardner actually sent his mother a postcard on November 12, 1969, which was the last time anyone heard from him. His mother was optimistic at the moment, but she had no idea that it would be the last time she would ever hear from her son. It said simply, "I am doing all right. Don't worry. Love, Gardner." Jean, Gardner's daughter, had many unresolved issues regarding her father, who vanished when she was a newborn. She wondered where he had disappeared to and why he never returned for her for years. She had to put together her father's life on her own, because her mother and other family members were silent about his disappearance. When her father's genuine identity was revealed decades later, she finally received some answers. As a 60-year-old lady with a family of her own, Jean is committed to honoring her father. She intends to have a monument constructed in his honor and organize a modest military funeral. Jean hasn't decided where he will be buried yet, but she knows that she will always have a particular place in her heart for the father she never had the opportunity to meet. The cause of Gardner Smith's death is still unknown. Although there is no documentation of an autopsy being conducted on him, the Colorado Bureau of Investigation states that there was no indication of foul play, and theories on his cause of death are still being discussed. His body may have been dumped in Independence Pass after he was the victim of a crime, according to certain theories. According to others, he might have walked up there with the intention of hiking back down, but he got caught in a severe storm, lost his bearings, and died of the cold. There were still a lot of unsolved questions, though, as the actual cause of Gardner Smith's death was still unknown. On a cold November 28, 1992 day, a group of visitors near the Walker Wildlife Area off River Road in Colorado noticed something strange. They were filled with terror as they got closer to the location. A man's decomposing body was lying there without its cranium, but the man was speaking even as he died. He was dressed in a tan tobacco pullover shirt with an enigmatic emblem on the left side of the chest and green shorts with striking black patterns. At the biceps, the sleeves were severed. Authorities rushed to the area with sirens screaming as they arrived after the public reported it in. They immediately set to work searching the surroundings for any hints that may lead them to the man's identity. They looked everywhere and turned over every stone, but sadly nothing was found. The officials were left scratching their heads in confusion, as not even the man's clothing gave away who he was. They had no choice but to remove the body for identification and autopsy, in the hopes of at least learning something. When the autopsy was completed, the medical examiner was shocked by what they found. There was no question that it was a homicide because the man had been fatally stabbed. The town was rocked by the discovery, and panic broke out. Why and by whom would someone do this? The investigators were committed to solving the horrific murder, even though they realized they had a difficult task ahead of them. They had no idea that the journey ahead would be convoluted and lead them down a sinister path of intrigue and mystery. Detectives started the investigation with a clear goal in mind, looking for any clue that would help them solve the mystery. However, it became evident that this would not be a typical instance, as the days stretched into weeks and the weeks into months. Every lead they followed ended in a dead end on the chilly trail. They were troubled day and night by the mystery of the man's missing head. Where might it have gone? Was it buried out of sight, or was it taken as a trophy? Time was a powerful enemy that the investigators had to contend with if they were to solve the case. The case grew increasingly chilly as the months stretched into years. It appeared as though justice would never be done, and the memories of the man in the green shorts started to fade. But investigators never lost optimism that they would eventually find the truth. As the years went by, new technologies that claimed to simplify their work surfaced. The National Missing and Unidentified Persons System was used to help with the inquiry when the case was reopened in 2011. However, the investigators were once again at a standstill in spite of their best efforts. They had nothing but more questions when every lead they followed appeared to fade. Everyone concerned struggled with the idea that they would never find out who the man really was, and it was a frustrating period. However, the detectives persisted. Despite the passing of the years, they stayed attentive and never allowed the case entirely go from their thoughts, since they understood that there was always a potential that fresh information would surface. The Mesa County Sheriff's Office was committed to doing everything in their power to deliver justice to the guy in green shorts in 2022. They made the decision to seek assistance from cutting-edge technology, since they were aware that conventional investigative techniques had previously failed them. In the hopes that cutting-edge genetic testing might enable them to eventually determine the man's identity or locate a close relative who could offer crucial information, they contacted Othram, a forensic DNA analysis business. Detectives were prepared to do whatever it took to solve the case, even though it seemed unlikely. To solve intractable crimes, the detectives went to DNA Solves, a platform that combines volunteer data, crowdsourcing, and state-of-the-art genetics. However, advanced DNA testing is not inexpensive, and they realized they would need to find funds to proceed. The public's generosity and the detectives' unwavering efforts helped generate the money so that the testing could start. Detectives had been baffled by the skeletal remains of the guy in green shorts for almost 30 years, but the incredible advances in forensic technology allowed them to finally start piecing together some of the pieces. After being meticulously packed, the remains were delivered to Othrum's cutting-edge laboratory in the Woodlands, Texas. Fourth, order to create a thorough genetic profile for the unidentified individual, a group of talented forensic specialists there put forth endless effort to harvest DNA from the bones. They were able to piece together a whole DNA sequence using a state-of-the-art method known as forensic-grade genome sequencing, providing a previously unattainable picture of the man's genetic composition. However, possessing a DNA profile was only the first step. In order to identify the man, the Othram team realized they needed to use this information to develop investigation leads. And they did just that. They used the power of forensic genetic genealogy to track down the man's distant ancestors and compile an extensive family tree with the assistance of their in-house genealogy team. After receiving this information, the Mesa County Sheriff's Office was able to determine that the unidentified man may have had a sibling. The Othram team was able to verify that the unidentified man was Etus Thomas E.T. Romero by using a DNA sample from this sibling. Although Etus's identify was a major accomplishment for the Mesa County Sheriff's Office, detectives understood they needed to look further to find the truth, because the mystery surrounding his murder remained unexplained. Although Etus had made significant progress since his early years, nothing was known about his childhood. Nevertheless, investigators were able to construct a portrait of the man he had developed into. When investigators dug into his past, they found a man who had dedicated his life to sacrifice and service. One instance of the boldness and courage that characterized him was his military service. They learned that Etus's premature death occurred while he was only 26 years old. Together with two other Louisianans, he had traveled to Grand Junction, Colorado. In 1991, he worked as a dishwasher in a nearby restaurant and lived in a now demolished home on 4th Street. Although the specifics of his death are still unclear, it is thought that he was murdered in the summer of 1992. Detectives are still working to piece together Etus's narrative, and they are requesting that anyone with information that could help them understand why he died so suddenly come forward. Do not hesitate to get in touch with the authorities. We could get closer to the truth with every bit of knowledge. And that wraps up today's chilling story. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to like and subscribe so you never miss a new upload. Also, let me know in the comments, what part of this story shocked you the most? Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.